1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's as far as I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Popcorn. Hello. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Exactly. always a pleasure seeing you. I never seen you with that in my bird. I don't even know if they still that sounds like oh, you know, Lion King.
Welcome everybody to the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro for 2020. Over the last 12 years, the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro has become the world's largest all-women's surf festival. Then came COVID-19. But in the indomitable spirit that has celebrated female potential here at Oceanside, collaboration happened with the WSL, with the surfers, and they have come up with a unique concept for this year's Supergirl Pro. This year, an invitation-only team event featuring some of the world's best, plus an iconic rivalry, California versus the rest of the USA. Good morning everybody, I'm Mark Fuel, and welcome to 2020. And joining me, welcome to you, Ryan Simmons. Ryan, it's going to be a fantastic weekend.
It really is. The beautiful weather, beautiful waves out there, and the fun format you were talking about. So we've got 8 surfers on Team USA and 8 surfers from California, and we've got some CT surfers, we've got some QS warriors, and then we have some upstarts, you know, 14 to 16-year-olds, some of the younger crew surfing really well, and I can't wait. Today's a normal surf contest, 2-person heats, and they're surfing for points for their team, and we'll get into that further, talking about the point system as we get through these heats this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible format today. As you mentioned, it's that head-to-head. We start off with a quarterfinal, and it's 1 point for a win there. Then if you get into the semi, it's 2 points, and that's going to the team. They're 2-person teams. We'll talk about that. And then the winner gets 3 points. And here are some of the teams, and Ryan, there's some great teams here.
And I like how they're matched up with some CT surfers and some of the younger crew. We've got Lakey Katie, Courtney Mia, Sage Tia, Alyssa Samantha. Samantha won the event last year. And then Team USA, Carissa Moore, Vahiti Inso, Tati and Brianna out of Kauai, Caroline and Zoe McDougall and Gabby Bryan. So some Hawaiians and some East Coasters on Team USA, and then versus the California girls.
Yeah, it's an incredible opportunity for some of these young surfers, as young as 14 years of age. And the surf is looking great. Down on the beach, we have Rosie Hodge, former World Tour charger. And but we'll come back to Rosie right now. Let's take a quick break, and then we're going to come back with the start of all the action from the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro for 2020.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
seltzer, a wave of refreshment.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by the US Air Force, inspiring heroes to aim high since 1947, and by Paul Mitchell Professional Salon Products, a pioneer in cruelty-free hair care since 1980. Well, here we are, a beautiful morning here at Oceanside in Southern California. And down on the beach with all of the action throughout the entire weekend is former World Tour competitor, WSL World Tour announcer, and all-round charger, Rosie Hodge. Rosie, good morning to you. Well, as we wait for Rosie to get back in position down there on the beach, Ryan, we have a fantastic way to kick off the start of the Nissan Supergirl Pro, and this is going to be an amazing matchup.
Yeah, we're just waiting to start this first heat, ladies. Gabriella Bryan out there in the purple jersey, and young Katie Simmers in the white jersey, and Katie, the local girl, so maybe a little local advantage knowing the waves, but Gabby Bryan, no stranger to competition. She's the U18 ISA World Junior Champion from last year in Huntington Beach, so, and also a QS Warrior, ranking pretty high and looking to qualify for the tour next year. So we're just standing by to get this thing kicked off here. Waves are firing. Sounds like we're about 10 seconds away from the start, ladies. Here's that count in, 8, 7. So we're underway here in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're on, Fuely.
And what a great way to start this 2020 season. This is the first surf contest we have been able to be part of since about March. You were part of some events where you got to see some of these surfers surfing around the February, March time, but it feels like it's been forever.
And I know, seeing a lot of the social media the last few days, the girls are very excited to get back in the jersey and perform. You know, maybe they worked on some equipment, worked on some things with their coaches or whatever in that off time. So it's going to be cool to see what each surfer is going to bring out today and what levels they've jumped in this off time.
Yeah, and we've got some incredible conditions here. We've seen some nice waves coming through this morning, and we're kicking off with a QS quarterfinal heat. So we're going to alternate between the QS surfers or the young up and comers and the World Tour competitors. And incredibly, we've got the top 3 women in the world all competing here this weekend.
Yeah, Carissa Moore, Caroline Marks, and was it Lakey, I think?
And Lakey Peterson,
yeah. So.
And a really interesting format as well. The Californians versus the rest of the U.S. In this heat, Gabriella Bryan is representing Hawaii, so the rest of the U.S., and Caitlin Simmons from Oceanside, hometown girl and absolute ripper, of course, representing California.
Yeah, I mean, young Katie, she can't be more than 14 or 15. We'll get that official age there. She won the U.S. Open Junior last year with the huge backside blowtail and the dying moments to, I think, steal it from Alyssa Spencer. And Alyssa's coming up in that next heat. So here we go. Fuely, look at this.
Up and riding. This is Caitlin Simmons' first wave of 2020 Nissan Supergirl Pro, and not able to get around that section. So Katie Simmons, 14 years of age in the white, and Gabriella Bryan is in the purple, ranked number 3 on the WQS.
And that'll shift the priority back to Gabby Bryan there, with Katie taking that wave, stuck a little bit behind that one. But, you know, it's good to get a quick wave, even just get your feet set in the wax. But really good conditions out there, and I'm sure once we get Rosie down there talking to the surfers, she can talk a little bit about the conditions out there on offer. The waves have just been firing the last few days. Hopefully all of you watching at home have been surfing your home breaks. It's been oil glass all day. We've got the nice south swell. We've got a little west in the water that might be filling in. And look at that from the pier angle. Looks like Katie might spin around on this one, Mark.
And she has on her backhand. First big blowtail out the back. A nice wraparound cutback coming into the inside section. This is going to be a good scoring ride for the young surfer from Oceanside, and bang! Smashes it right there at the end. Ryan, that should be a good scoring wave.
Solid way to start there. It's going to put the pressure back on Team USA.
All right, now let's go down to the beach, and we're very fortunate to have Rosie Hodge, who's a former competitor, a former Supergirl Surf Pro competitor here going back to 2013 and now World Tour announcer. Good morning. Welcome to you. It should be a fun weekend here.
So we'll wait on that score. Not sure if we've got Rosie. And it looks like that score, the judges liked it, 6.67. So utilizing that long left down the beach and stealing that wave under priority.
And there is Caitlin Simmers paddling back out into the lineup. The surf conditions today, you can see sheet glass. California's definitely been blessed over the last couple of weeks with some great surf, and the conditions here are absolutely perfect. About 2 or 3 feet, and very clean. So Gabriella Bryan now with priority, and only 2 surfers in each heat today. Tomorrow we'll start to see team against team, so we'll have 4 surfers in the water at once.
And that'll be exciting because there could be some blocking, there's going to be some strategy, who needs a score, who's going to go sit on who, because every heat you're attaining points towards the final, and then it'll be a 2-person team winning the whole event. So
yeah, that's the coveted Supergirl cape has been highly sought after for many years, and this year it'll be the winning team, so there'll be 2 surfers that get it. As you mentioned in the opener, we do have the defending champion, Samantha Sibley, who upset the world's best last year and really got her on a roll for the rest of the year.
Well, and watching that last year at home, it was really cool to see her progression. And she was up against all the top girls, being the younger QS surfer, and she had a really good board under her feet. And you could just see the momentum, and when she won, wow, what an incredible win for her.
Yeah, it was a great moment in sport. Here we see Gabriella Bryan of Kauai up and riding. Nice first turn. Really crisp, clean, smooth surfing. And just a couple of turns and then cutting out that wave, not really giving her as much to work with as she wanted. And now a paddle battle.
Love it. Yeah, Gabby Bryan, she surfs on the rail with power. That's her style.
And we'll go down to Rosie Hodge. Rosie, good morning to you.
Yeah, everyone, good morning. How psyched are we to see women's competition hit the water again? We've got some of the world's best females duking it out for the title this morning, but also that team's event. So it is so amazing. The waves right now are super fun. 2 to 3 foot, a couple occasional bigger sets. That incoming tide is about high at about 10, 20. This morning a 5-foot tide, and then it's going to drop throughout the day. Light winds on offer, so the conditions are perfect. The competitors are excited to be back, and we're psyched as surf fans to be watching it.
Thanks very much, Rosie. We're fortunate to have Rosie here, and she's going to be down amongst all the action throughout the entire competition. Of course, like all good sporting events, there are lots of COVID regulations and procedures that we have here. So we're not going to be seeing the usual hugging, cheering up the beach type stuff that we see at surf contests, but there's certainly going to be a lot of excitement, and Rosie's going to be down there amongst it. So looking forward to seeing these girls. Of course, the teams will get to interact. And Ryan, it's definitely a different type of surf contest. Normally by this time of day there'd be thousands of people down here, but it's just great to see the sport back in the water.
It is really cool. It looks like they had that event in Portugal, they had the event in Australia, so things are slowly getting back to action, and I know I'm stoked as a surf fan, and I hope all of you watching at home are. It looks like some of those first scores came in there, Mark. Gabriella Bryan, a 3.0 on your opener, and Katie Simmers backed up her 6.67 with a 3.9. I think she might have split the peak. We didn't catch that for the folks at home, but she did get a backup score, putting Katie in the lead. And Gabby Bryan now looking for a 7.57. These girls surfing for the heat win, 1 point for the team, and it looks like Katie up and riding.
And look at that first whip, trying to get around this section. She does. Nice sweeping cutback back to the power pocket, and another nice re-entry. Katie, lay back drop wallet there, and another strong ride by the 14-year-old. Representing her hometown of Oceanside.
She has uncanny knack and flow, and like we said, you know, the prodigy. She's been on the scene since she was about 12, surfing for the USA World Team. I think she even beat Sally in Japan 2 years ago, and I remember when she beat those CT surfers at that time, you knew she was destined to stardom.
Yeah, and to make 3 finals on the Pro Junior Series. Let's take a look at the replay here, though, Ryan.
Okay, well, we'll try and get you that. So judges will be working on that backup score, trying to better the 3.9 for young Katie.
But she did have a fantastic year last year at 13. She made 3 Pro Junior finals, including a win, and that she did qualify for the World Junior Championships, the WSL World Junior Championships in Taiwan, and she finished 5th at just 13. So this young lady definitely has a huge future.
So once we get that, there it is, 6.27. So putting the pressure on Gabby Bryan with just the 3 right now, 20 minutes, 20 seconds, still plenty of time in these 30-minute heats. But Gabby Bryan looking for a 9.94. Probably looking for 2 good waves with just the 3 on the board. And then coming up next, our first CT heat, Carissa Moore versus Alyssa Spencer. Now, Alyssa dubbed a CT surfer for Team California as she was the next in line, just missing it. Really had a great year on the QS last year. So I'm looking forward to that matchup, you know, the world champ up against someone knocking on the door for the tour.
Yeah, absolutely. And she had a great event here last year. She's competed a number of times here, as many of the girls. This is one of the events that surfers come back over and over again, and we've seen incredible battles over the years between, you know, Sage Eriksson, who's won here twice, and then Tatiana Weston Webb. I think she's competed here 9 times. I mean, it is one of the events that just every year the surfers want to come back. They want to represent. It's not just about the points or the prize money. It's about the feeling that this event has. It's all about female empowerment, and it's just a great vibe. Let's take a look at the replay here, right?
Yeah, you can see Katie there using the rail a couple times, biding her time. She never really surfs too aggressive, real smooth style, but obviously in the maneuvers very aggressive on the rail, and a great score, another 6.
Yeah, 2 solid scores. So tactically, Ryan,
yeah,
with there's still plenty of time, nearly 19 minutes remaining. What would you expect Caitlin to try to do here?
Well, you know, she's got that skate-inspired surf style. You know, she loves skating the half pipes and the bowls. So maybe we see her go big, you know, push the level. She does have a couple 6s, so she's going to have to get the 7 or the excellent range score, she's going to have to do something more exciting, and that's exactly what we want to see. So will she try the air, blow tail reverses? She's got it in her bag of tricks, you know.
Yeah, there's been some incredible progression in surfing, but in particular among the young female ranks, and a lot of the junior teams have been practicing in the wave pools in the last year. So.
And with the Olympics in Japan next year, not a bad decision to do that.
Yeah. So, of course, we do have 4 provisionally qualified Olympians competing here over this weekend. And for those that do follow the sport of surfing and are wondering what's happening with the Olympics, it is back on in July of next year. And those surfers that had qualified provisionally and been selected by their countries are still the ones selected to go. That's happening in many sports, most of the sports around the world. And there is still one ISA event, the Pan American Games, I think it is, whereby there will be some other surfers qualified. But the USA has already set its team, and that is Carissa Moore, who won the World Championship last year, and then Caroline Marks, who got the spot over an incredible battle throughout the World Tour last year with Lakey Peterson. It was just amazing, 1, 2, 3 for the US at the end, and it was a great story coming down to that final event in Hawaii.
Always a lot of drama at that event in Maui. Obviously, the last event, deciding the title, deciding the qualification, and when you were talking about the Supergirl before, the Supergirl, where it falls on the QS in the past, has been sort of a springboard to the tour and that's why this event has become so prestigious, because you have the Supergirl, and then you have the Spain event, and then the last 6,000 in Australia. So the last 3 events where the girls are really trying to get that, really good result to get into the top 5 to qualify. So a lot on the line in the past. This year, a little different, more fun, more relaxed, but still, the format's going to make it exciting this year.
Yeah, you're right. It is definitely more fun. Last year, there was a lot of, you could feel the pressure. Samantha Sibley, who won, she came in 63rd on the QS, and she left in 6th place, which is an incredible jump, which shows, how a 6-star QS, the points, or 6,000, that was the number of points that she got. Wasn't able to make it onto the World Tour, but just the leap that gave her and the confidence that it gave her. And she's still very young, so we're going to see her for a long time.
Yeah, just 17, I think. And she'll be in the draw today. She's teamed up with Alyssa Spencer, and they grew up surfing in USA Surfing on the USA Junior team, traveling the world together. Here we go. Katie going to try and do something. Oh, well, nice big blowtail through the lip, and another aggressive turn. So maybe turning it up a notch right there, young Katie. Gabby looking at this one out the back. So that's what we want to see, attacking the lip. Judges love that. Deep off the bottom, straight into the power section. And probably feeling, a little nervous being the youngest competitor out in the water, or one of the youngest.
Now Gabriella Bryan looking to answer back. Big, huge turn there. Gets around the section. Check turn, cutting back into the power source of the pocket, staying with this wave, lining up on the inside. Looks like there's something ahead of it. Another turn, and again, that is likely going to be her best ride.
Going to get her right back into the seat, I think.
And best 2 waves scored for each surfer. And Caitlin Simmons just dropped a 7.6.
Let's take this replay of Gabby here. Oh, that was huge. Getting that replay, you could really see the intensity through the turn. And then just cleaning it up through the inside, knowing that everything she does after that major maneuver out the back is going to really help the score. So good to grind it all the way through.
And you can see the athleticism that is required to surf at this level. So Gabriella Bryan waiting for that score to come in. She already had a 3, but Caitlin Simmers just dropped a 7.6 on her last ride to go with her 6.67. And so, let's take a look here.
Little bigger wave, clean, nice fin release, and then actually again over the closeout. So never easy to get that fin to drift a little bit. So she might have hurt us, pushing the level a little bit, getting the better score. And Gabriella Bryan's going to get her best wave as it drops into the computer here.
And it came in at a 5.93 for Gabriella, or 5.93. So she now needs an 8.34 to move into the lead. Of course, first place goes into the next round. We will be looking to have a winner in this bracket today. But the eliminated surfer, we still get to see them surf again tomorrow in a team against team format. So Gabriella back in this competition.
Looking for the 8.34 Gabriella. So, Katie Simmers and Lakey Peterson. So Lakey, Team Lakey, you call it. She's stoked that Katie's fired up right now and has a couple big scores.
And that's a dangerous team. We see saw some visitors there on the screen, some local Dolphins coming to check out the Nissan Supergirl Pro. And there's Gabrielle O'Brien on your screen in the purple.
And she's paired up with Zoe McDougall, another surfer out of Hawaii, very intense competitor. Zoe finished right in 53 last year on the QS.
As we mentioned, some of the world's best surfers here. Tatiana Weston Webb, of course, also I think number 7 in the world rankings, and representing Brazil at the Olympic Games. She's coming up later this morning.
2015 Supergirl champion. A lot of the past champions in the event, so.
Yeah. Keep coming back year after year. We've got 11 minutes and 15 seconds remaining here. And next heat in the water is going to be Carissa Moore, the world champion, up against Alyssa Spencer of Encinitas, Hawaii, up against California.
Yeah, and Carissa's teammate is young Vahiti Inso. Yep, and Alyssa, as we said, surfing with last year's champion, Samantha Sibley.
There's some great matchups here, and when you look at the teams, they're really well balanced the way that they select. They did it based on the rankings.
Yeah, you're right. As we see it paddle.
This is Gabrielle O'Brien up and riding. Beautiful first turn there. Clean, crisp, another one, wrapping it back into the pocket, staying close, just not able to get the drive that she was looking for. But she's looking to replace, her lowest score is a 3. Caitlin Simmers, her lowest score, a 6.67, along with that 7.6. So Gabrielle O'Brien needing an 8.34 to advance. She probably took a look at that wave and went, that's not gonna do it for me.
You can see, though, the first turn was very aggressive, and she knows exactly what she needs to do. I think she needs a better wave, as Katie looking at something taller here.
Oh, I just...
a little missed time.
Yeah, was looking for a big turn there. It might have, hard from here to tell, but it might have looked like that was going to barrel a little bit. It looked like she was
almost
stalling.
Caught between two minds, like, oh, it's hollow, but yeah, and you get confused.
And here we can see some of the beach warming up, getting ready for the next heat.
Yeah, it's Alyssa with, looks like Rip Curl team manager Matt Myers down there in her corner today.
And she is in their team pod. Each of the teams has their own a little section, their own area, appropriately socially distanced. And Alyssa looks ready to get back in the water and back into competition.
You know, in the team format, it brings an extra excitement because you're not only surfing for yourself out there, but you know you have your teammate pulling for you, and that nervousness that, you know, it's always a bit tougher when you're surfing the team events, when you know you have to perform for someone else or the team. So that adds a little extra excitement and nervousness to the ladies out here. But with it being the specialty event, you know, hopefully they're just thinking that, you know, let's just relax and go big, because that's what we all want to see.
Yeah, there is still some prize money on the line,
yeah,
though. So,
hey.
and of course, a lot of pride.
And the cape.
Yeah, and the cape. Gabrielle O'Brien, a 4.4 on your last wave. You still need an 8.34 to advance. And Caitlin did not improve her position that last one.
And the girls sitting still far apart from each other, so no hassling, no jockeying going on right now. And Katie, though, she's one of those surfers that seems to let her surfing do the talking. I haven't really seen her do much hassling over the years. She's, you know, some like to be aggressive and put the pressure on, you know, subconsciously or consciously, but Katie seems to do her own thing, and some surfers are like that.
Yeah, it's definitely working for her, and I think it's also hard when you're young. And if you look at her stature as well, really great for smaller waves. But you know, she is very young. She's probably just around 5 feet tall.
Yeah.
So it's hard to be imposing. You know,
I hear you.
at that age and size. But she is ripping. I mean, these are big scores that she's opened up with. There's 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, 14.27 total. Gabby Bryant looking for that 8.34. Gabby. That's the number. So a great start, kind of paving the way, you know, picking the right waves, building the rhythm, building on what she has. Pretty much a well-served heat right now.
Yeah, it was, she followed the textbook. And there you can see there, Gabrielle O'Brien has priority, but she needs 8.34. That's a big score, but plenty of time even to replace both her current scores. But Caitlin really opened up strongly with that 6.67, and then backed it up with a 7.6, and now has the luxury of just being able to push a little bit harder.
And thinking back, she had the closeout, handed priority to Gabby Bryan early, paddling back out, had the wherewithal to spin on that running left that kind of already broke, but it still had a lot of wall. So the local knowledge, knowing those long lefts peel the bank, getting that early score. Had she not gone on that wave, this heat would have definitely been a whole different scenario. But when I competed, you have to stick with the first instinct, and she did. She thought to herself, look at this little running left, and didn't, you know, second guess herself, and it ended up paying off right now.
Yeah, you've spent a lot of time up and down the coast and all over the world and the country, but Oceanside just seems to be consistent most of the time.
I love surfing Oceanside. I used to love surfing the amateur events, the NSSAs, when I was a grommet, as we've got some waves approaching. But yeah, you know, you can see it right there. Long, stretched out walls that just allow really dynamic surfing. And with the banks, they've been doing the dredging the last few months, so a lot more sand out here, and actually the sandbars have gotten a lot better. I was here a few months ago and it was a bit closed out on a swell like this with this straight south, where today we're getting the long stretched out corners. I think there is a little northwest slated to be in the water, and then maybe even a little more tomorrow, so we're hoping for the combo swell action.
Yeah, it usually seems that every year we get at least one day where there's some pretty solid waves. We got to see some tangling with the pier last year.
That's always scary when the big south and the current's pushing into the pier. I mean,
the surfers charging through it. It's always spectacular. That's with thousands of people sitting there. We've got 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes.
So Gabby Bryan, sitting on priority right now, knows she needs a wave in the excellent range, so she's got to wait for a good one and then pull out all the stops here.
And I think going to be able to have a chat to Rosie, who's down among all the action. She's just getting set up down there. But so 4 minutes remaining, and now we're starting to see some tactics here.
Yeah, well, is her teammate, you know, telling her, hand signals from the beach, get over there, don't let her get a wave, or even just being next to the competitor could cause a little ruffling of the feathers, you know? So
yeah, well, definitely an 8.34 is achievable by Gabrielle O'Brien. She was a under 18 ISA World Junior Champ, so we know that given the right wave, that is a score that is very achievable for her.
she may have even won a QS 1000 in the last year or two, and multiple Pro Junior wins over in the Hawaii region, so no stranger to winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, a fierce competitor, as are all the competitors from Hawaii. Three minutes remaining, 3 minutes remaining, and let's go down to the beach with Rosie Hodge. So we're still playing around with the audio this morning, so thank you for your patience, bear with us, but we know that we're getting some great moments from the beach. We will be bringing that to you live, and of course there will also be a television show produced from this, which will come to you on the big screen in the near future. So we've got 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute 30. Priority is with Gabriella Bryan in purple. She needs an 8.34 to advance. Caitlin Simmers is in the lead with a 7.6 and a 6.67. And Ryan, it's been a strong start.
It really has. So for Team Lakey, which is Lakey and Katie, if she can hold on to this heat win, she'll get the 1 point here in the quarterfinals for the team. The teams will be adding points throughout the day. It's a normal contest with the two-person heats down to the final. We've got the QS bracket, we've got the CT bracket, and we've got 50 seconds remaining here, ladies.
And some great surfing straight up this morning. And the ocean looking pretty quiet right now.
Not much out there on the horizon, Fuely, with 35 seconds. So Gabby Bryan hoping a wave approaches so she can try and get that score needed. She's moving a little bit here, sees a little bit of a pier bowl. With 20 seconds, you know, gonna have to go on anything that possibly breaks, and it looks like that wave did not pan out. You can see a little frustration in the kick. 10 seconds. Maybe something though right here. And we'll count this out with 3, 2, 1. She's up.
And this will count. Big backhand re-entry there. It's a 1 maneuver wave. So the judges will be left to score it. It was an 8.34. That is young Caitlin Simmers there. Just wait for the judges' score. An 8.34 is what Gabriella Bryan needs. Coming up in the next heat, we have the reigning and 4-time world champion up against Alyssa Spencer from Encinitas. So as we wait for the scores, please stay with us. The world champion is in the water next at the Nissan Supergirl Pro for 2020.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Brief.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Supergirl Surf Pro is brought to you by Nissan. For great offers on our most exciting lineup ever, shop nissan.com. And by the United States Marine Corps. Since 1775, winning battles for our nation and for all its people. And this is quarter final number 2 And in the red, the world champion, Carissa Moore. In yellow, sorry. Alyssa Spencer is in red. And Ryan Simmons back with you. And some activity early in the first few seconds here. So Carissa Moore there in the yellow, looking at a left, and a nice clean ride here. Hard off the bottom. There's that beautiful style that has taken Carissa to 4 world titles. Coming onto the inside here and just cutting out. So a quick start to this heat.
And Alyssa Spencer, not on screen, did split the peak. I'm watching here live, so maybe we'll get that replay. She had a huge finish down the beach. Backside bang off the top there. So this is going to be a battle right here. Carissa's been in town for a few weeks, surfing around. I saw her down here last week. I know a lot of the surfers been down at Lowers because it's pumping. How can you not go down? Here's Alyssa up the beach. So that was her first turn on the split of the peak with Carissa going towards the pier. And watch this last turn here, Fuely. Love it when you get that section coming at you. Oh, and
boom! Oh, there it is.
Yeah, so kind of up and under. So we'll see how those first scores come out. And it looks like Katie Simmers is the winner of Heat 1, QS Heat 1. So that's 1 point for their team. Katie, once again, with Lakey. So the CT surfer and the youngster there.
Oh, no, that is for, of course, Team California.
Yep, California. And you're right, talking about the matchups of the teams, about as fair as it could get. I mean, looking at it, you know, maybe you could look and say, oh, they have an advantage, but I don't think. I think it's pretty fair.
They based it on the rankings.
Yep.
And so the number 1 surfer, who obviously is in the water right now, Carissa Moore, matched up with the lowest ranked on the tour.
Yeah. Vahiti, the youngster, and
exactly.
she actually travels with Carissa and Chris. So,
yeah.
So that's actually cool that worked out.
Yeah, super cool to have the master and the apprentice.
Yeah, kind of like her mentor, yeah. So waiting on that opening exchange there. The 4-time world champion Carissa Moore out in front, and young Alyssa Spencer knocking on the door of the tour last year. Pretty much just a couple heats away there in that last event. Let's have a look at that. I think we're going to get that last turn. Oh, maybe not. But we did catch it there.
And the scores are coming in.
Ooh.
And they're going to be both good scoring rides at the moment.
Yeah, it'll calm the nerves. Oh, and beautiful snap there from Alyssa.
What a way to finish a wave.
Yeah. And there you go, Fuely. Carissa Moore, 6.33. Alyssa Spencer, a 6.83. So getting the nod there. Young Alyssa. Priority sits with yellow, Carissa. She was out the back before.
Just 5 minutes in. Each of these quarterfinal heats are 30 minutes. And then as we progress into the semis and the final, we'll go to 35 minutes. And there on the screen is the winner of the first heat, young Caitlin Simmers of Oceanside.
And she's smiling.
As she should be, taking down the under-18 ISA World Junior Champion.
And I only say that because usually she's pretty stoic. You know what I mean? She doesn't show too much emotion.
Has a game face on.
Yep. Saw her pulled in behind her mom and dad this morning.
Yep.
And you know what's really cool is they're a surf family. Brother Tim, and dad and mom are out there surfing with them. So really cool family.
Yeah.
It's good to see.
It's such a wonderful, healthy sport, and to see the growth of, in particular, women's surfing over the last, particularly the last decade, fueled by, people like Carissa Moore.
Yes.
And the image that they project has been phenomenal. I think these days, whether you're in Australia or California or Hawaii, oftentimes you can paddle out, and it's great to see that there are more women in the water than guys sometimes.
Yeah, I have to give a lot of waves to my fiance, and so there is a lot of women out there. But, I love Carissa, Sally, Lakey, the way they give back to the younger generations, and you see that on their social media and in person. They're always really supportive of the younger crew, where maybe in the past there was a little more tension between competitors. there still is. There still is that, and you'll see that.
But they definitely leave that in the water.
Yeah.
And with just under 24 minutes remaining, Carissa Moore has priority. You have a 6.33. Spencer, a 6.83. Carissa, you have priority. And so we wait to see if this wave delivers up here. So Carissa taking a look at this wave. She does have priority, and she's going to take it. Another left-hander. And up and riding on a backhand. A speed run here. And big turn. Coming around the section. And again, Carissa Moore, and putting it up for the 4th time. Carissa Moore showing why she has won the world title 4 times. She is coming from behind, but that is her 2nd scoring ride. And now priority goes to Alyssa Spencer, who has the lead. Let's take a look here, Ryan.
Yeah, let's break this down. Use the high part of the wave, high line, setup turn there to drive into that nice fin drift. And working from behind it. Sometimes that's better because then you get in the lip and the 2-for-1 combo at the end. So Carissa, well-surfed wave. We're waiting on that score.
And as we wait for the score to come in, I believe that Rosie Hodge is on the beach with the winner of the first heat of the day.
That's right. Local girl Katie Simmers taking that one out in great fashion. Well, Katie, how good is it to be competing at your local break and taking away a heat win?
It's pretty cool because I've been surfing here like every day my whole life, so it's cool to do a contest here once in a while.
And you're matched up with Lakey Peterson. That's such a good team. Lakey, obviously from Ventura, California. Have you been showing her the ropes out here at Oceanside?
I don't know. I actually haven't seen her practicing, but hopefully she has, and we can win.
Yeah, I've got a lot of faith in this team. Well, Katie, it's been a long time since we've seen the ladies compete. How good is it to pull the competitors' jersey back on?
Yeah. This morning I was like super nervous because Gabby is a really good surfer, so it was like the first time I felt really nervous in a while. So it was kind of weird, but I almost liked it in a way because I haven't felt it in a long time. I don't know.
And how do you deal with those nerves? I mean, it has been such a long time.
I don't know. I just try to think that it's just a contest and it's not really that big of a deal if I don't make it, but I still want to win.
Of course, and obviously having your family here with you, that's pretty fun to be competing at home.
Yeah, it's really cool. A couple of my friends are here and my whole family, so it's really cool to have some support.
Yeah, we love it. Good. We look forward to more performances just like that. Thanks for your time. Back to you guys.
Great, thanks very much, Rosie. And you can see that understated competitive fire there.
Yeah, you really can. And I like that she admitted the nerves, and you can't hide from it, obviously, but you could see the eye of the tiger in Katie, like you said, just soft-spoken, just kind of workmanlike, just getting the job done. I mean, for her age, she's years ahead, so.
Yeah, you can see the mental strength. I love that she kind of called out Lakey. It's like, hey, Lakey hasn't been happy.
Well,
I hope she's...
Lakey, go get some pointers from Katie, right?
But we do know that Lakey's certainly been getting some waves under a belt with this swell over the last week from Huntington Beach, California. We do have some scores that have dropped in, and Carissa Moore is now in the lead. She added a 6.2 on that last ride to the 6.33, and Alyssa Spencer now with priority needing a 5.7 with just under 20 minutes to go.
Wow, this is going to be a battle till the end. You can feel it. Looks like both surfers in rhythm. They're dialed in their equipment. Carissa probably brought 4 or 5, 6 boards over, or maybe had some waiting for her, from Mayhem. So. And I know Alyssa just got a few new of the Channel Islands.
How important is board selection?
I think one of the most important things. A really magic surfboard could make or break you. And I know a lot of guys and girls have surfed to success on one surfboard, and I think it is the X factor. If you have a magic surfboard as a professional, you feel like you can do anything, and your confidence level is through the roof.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting, isn't it? Even in this day of automation and shaping machines, a bit like skiing, downhill skiing. There is such a thing as the magic set of skis, and they basically have to be kept under lock and key at all times.
yeah, I mean, I learned it from some of my mentors, like Adam Rapogel, Chris Gallagher, when I jumped out on the QS. And they kind of taught me, when you get a really good board and you know it works, it's magic, you've had contest results, don't ride it, put it aside, and just use it in your competitions. And then hopefully you have some backup boards that also work well. So you're always surfing, flowing, speed, you feel good, but then you get on that magic board during Jersey competition time, and I think it is, the most important thing.
And hopefully you don't break it when you're actually using it. That was Carissa Moore there taking a look at that wave and not delivering. She was looking to get a wave under priority. Alyssa Spencer looking very patient.
Similar to the opening heat with Carissa opening up with a pair of sixes. That's what Katie did, and she went on to win that heat. But the difference is Alyssa's got the best wave of the heat right now, and priority. So, like you said, being patient and just looking for another good one. Coming up next, we're going to have another QS heat. It's going to be Brianna Cope, Team USA, and up against Mia Collins.
Yeah, saw Mia Collins arriving this morning. She had a good result up at Pismo that I know that you were up there earlier this year. And there's been a handful of results this year around February, March. In fact, Carissa won the Sydney Pro at Manly Beach there, which was in March. Won that for the third time, I think it was. And that I think was the last time that she competed.
That was kind of the end there. The lockdown happened right then, and good to be back though. And welcome to everybody watching at home online here, Nissan Supergirl Pro.
Yeah, and another innovation, this contest is also streaming live on Twitch as well as YouTube Live, Facebook, and online. And Carissa Moore paddling furiously for this right hand as she sees something in this little wave, up and riding a nice steep face, has got some speed and just cutting out there. Saying hi to the water cameraman. She'll paddle back out. She didn't have priority, so she didn't lose anything as a result of that wave.
Was she trying to get Alyssa to go on that wave? The four-time world champion, one of the smartest competitors we have on the women's tour.
And it's so interesting that it feels like Carissa has been around forever, but it's because that she was being talked about before she was even 10 years old. She's still only 28 years of age. 15 minutes and 30 seconds, 15 minutes and 30 for the surface in the water. Spencer, you have priority. And Carissa is staying so busy.
Yeah, hunting around on the inside right here. Little runner left for Carissa.
And up and riding on a backhand again and just cutting out and
probably not going to better the six, she knows, so.
Yeah. Staying very busy now. Spencer looking for her second score. Up and riding on a forehand and will not get much of a score there.
And let's see who is going to get out the back. They're similar positions in the lineup. And no priority decided yet. Looks like priority goes to yellow. Priority to yellow.
Right. Alyssa has a wave, up and riding on her forehand. First nice carving turn, really smooth there. Into the inside section. Bit steeper face here, wind up, bang! Good spray thrown there. And so that'll be her second scoring ride. Priority is with Carissa Moore.
So Alyssa was looking for a 5.7. That was the requirement before that wave. A Couple good turns on a running left there.
And Alyssa Spencer did have a good start to the year, 9th at the Sydney Pro. She was actually defeated there by Gabrielle O'Brien, who we saw in the first heat, but in round 3 there, she defeated Tyler Wright, who went on to 2nd place, and Sally Fitzgibbons.
And let's watch this pier angle of that last wave. Young Alyssa, nice rail gouge there. And you can see Alyssa real technical. 2 turns, looks like it's a 4.5, so not enough. Still looking for a 5.7 for Alyssa with just over 13 minutes, ladies.
And Carissa holding down that 6.33 and a 6.2. Alyssa Spencer does have the highest single wave score of 6.83, as you said, Ryan. Needs a 5.7.
And you know, it's never fun to wait 10, 12 minutes, so maybe Alyssa getting a little antsy, you know, and sometimes catching waves puts you in a rhythm rather than waiting and you get a little bit stagnant and the rhythm kind of shifts from you. So I like the movement there, kind of what Carissa was doing. So a great heat right here.
Yeah, and oftentimes too the conditions can play into that. Like California, the water's unseasonably warm this year. Normally by this time of year it'd be getting down into the low 60s, but it's still around 67, 68 degrees. So we're not going to get that as a factor sitting there and starting to freeze up.
We are dealing, I think, with that morning tide, so we're starting to see that 6 to 8 minute lull, you know. And you'll see that in California with the rising tide when you get near the top of the tide, so that's what's happening. And you just want to try and be in the correct spot. You don't want to make the wrong decision before the set comes in, because you figure 12 minutes, hopefully there's a few more sets in this heat. Priority does sit with Carissa right now.
We've still got plenty of time though, 11 minutes and 45 remaining, and Chris Moore in the lead. Chris has had a great relationship with California. She was the youngest ever surfer to make an ASP event final that she did at the 2003 Body Glove Surf Bout. She was 11 years old when she made the final, which is it's incredible what she has done during her career. And in 2004 was the Breakthrough Performer of the Year award. I remember presenting that to her at the Surfer Pole Awards when she was just 12.
And she won the 2018 Supergirl.
Yeah, she's just had an incredible history with Southern Californian breaks. And you mentioned before, she's definitely been frequenting the lineup at lower trestles lately. It's been good down there. We've got some action in the water now. Priority with Moore. It's going to be Spencer is going to take the right up on her backhand. First turn. Wham. Nice smooth turn. And another, little more vertical, that one. Third turn. Even more aggressive. Coming around for another one. 4. And finishing up a solid ride there. Spencer looking for a 5.7. That's a strong ride with 10 minutes, 15 to go.
Just really solid surfing top to bottom there for Alyssa. No extra movement between the turns. That's when you know you're in rhythm. Board looks really good under her feet. She did get a few new boards like 2 weeks ago, so probably has it dialed down. Waiting on that score, just looking for the 5.7.
And here's the replay, right?
Yeah, set up carve there, and this is where it kind of runs the sandbar, and she gets in the lip multiple times, seemingly getting better with each turn. And, you know, picking a really good wave that ran the sandbar. We saw a few of those rides earlier in the first heat that kind of slowed up through that mid zone. That one held its wall and ran the bank, so you got to pick them too, you know, you got to pick the right wave.
Yeah, Yeah, and that third turn really strong, and it comes in at a 6.43. The lead has now changed. Spencer in the lead. Carissa Moore, you need a 6.93 with 9 minutes remaining. And that was a strong scoring ride. And as you said, that just seemed to get stronger throughout the entire wave.
You know, and like we talked about, I think Alyssa first outside of qualification last year. So, you know, and I've been there before a couple times, you know, just needing one more heat result at Sunset, and it'll drive you. You know, so she has something to prove, I feel, you know, and next year hopefully she has a great year and gets on the tour. But
well, it's so competitive now. You know, I think the
really
lowest
is.
ranking here is like 112, and that just goes to show how many great surfers are out there. But with surfing like that, you've got to think she's got a great shot, and that was her second scoring ride. 6.83 was her first wave of the heat this morning, so it's still the best ride. Carissa needing a 6.93, 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. And it's the Californians.
I was just, you know,
putting the pressure on.
Katie got the point. So for Team California, getting that first important point. And now this is the first CT quarterfinal. Coming up next, standing by girls, Brianna Cope from Kauai surfing for Team USA, up against Mia Collins from Newport Beach surfing for Team California. So are they feeling the pressure, or is the pressure subsiding now that Team California is looking to get a couple points on the board? But this heat far from over. Carissa looking for a 6.93 with 7 minutes holding on to priority.
Carissa taking a look back. Just under 7 minutes remaining. Surface in the water, just under 7 minutes remaining. And in the yellow is the world champion, Carissa Moore. Alyssa Spencer is in the lead in red. And this is the second heat of the day, the second quarterfinal. We're going to go all the way through to, there will be a surfer-on-surfer final today, and the winner of that will get 3 points for their team.
So yeah, a heat win in the quarters gets you 1 point, talking about the format. A heat win in the semifinals will get you 2 points. And then a heat win in the final, we'll have a QS final and a CT final today, 3 points. Add those points to your team, and then tomorrow an all-team format where you continue to add points. And as we said, it's the two-person team is the champions this year.
Yeah, it's a great fun. It's going to be a lot of fun, particularly when we go into tomorrow and you've got 4 surfers in the water, but they're not just surfing for themselves. They're surfing for their teammate. Just to see how that plays out. We've never really seen anything like that before.
It's going to be fun because if you have a couple of good scores and your teammate needs a score, you're going to be able to play the blocking game.
Yeah.
Or I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, this is exciting as is, you know, because you can see the girls out there kind of shadowing each other right now.
Yeah, Carissa Moore has priority. Spencer stalking her. We're coming up to the 5-minute mark in 10 seconds. So 5 minutes to go. Alyssa Spencer just sitting on the world champion there. Is not going to give her clear space. Going to make Carissa Moore work for it.
Little bubble popping up. Priority with yellow. But
oh, and so Alyssa trying to sell her there.
Yeah.
Good tactics. Very experienced. I think if you looked at the number of events on the QS that Alyssa Spencer has surfed over the last 2 years, it's enormous. Very, very active on the circuit.
And multiple ISA World Juniors. I think an ISA World Junior champion in the U16 a few years ago in Japan. Before that, she was 9th and 9th. So yes, 3 ISA World Juniors. And as we said last year, a great year on the QS. So yeah, I mean, decorated junior, knocking on the door of qualification. And her teammate, Samantha Sibley, one of her USA teammates under Coach Brett Simpson, you know, and last year's champion. So I'm sure Sam's down there rooting for Alyssa, where normally they're rooting against each other.
Yeah. That's what's interesting is that if you look at some of the surfers here, like Courtney Conlog and Sage Erickson have battled it out here. That at the Supergirl Pro that many times, you know.
They even had battles at the U.S. Open in the last few years.
Yeah, so, but that to me seems like it's the danger team. Sam Sibley and Alyssa Spencer. That's, well, it's a dangerous team. Particularly given their performances here at this break last year. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. 3 minutes and 15. Carissa Moore needs a 6.93 to advance. And Alyssa Spencer is not giving her any clear space, keeping the pressure on with 3 minutes to go.
And you can notice both girls utilizing their backhand surfing out in these medium-sized waves where you can get a little more vertical on the backhand, where frontside you got to turn the rail and you use a little more area. So smart of them. Both surfers with pair of sixes. Alyssa a little bit better on the average, 13.26 to 12.53, and Carissa looking for that 6.93 right now with just 2.5 minutes.
But we have seen Carissa pull 10s out of the bag numerous times. A few years ago, I recall one wave here, I think two extreme high performance aerial maneuvers on one wave. So smart move here by Spencer to keep the pressure on, to not make it too easy. But the world champion right now is under pressure with 2 minutes to go. It's the Encinitas local, Alyssa Spencer, second at the WSL World Junior Championships in November last year in Taiwan. Just edged out big waves too during that final.
What a cool event to go down to Taiwan. I've been watching it the last few years down there, and it's got that little, there's that river mouth. We got a paddle. Carissa gonna try and get the score. Deep off the bottom, snaps it, throws a lot of water, hacks it again, looking for the inside connection. And a couple more backhand slashes as the world champ kicks out. So looking for the 6.93, good start, finishes that ride. And with just over a minute, we're waiting on that score.
Yeah, a minute 10, still got time potentially to get back out into the lineup and get one more wave. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, deep off the bottom, major snap there, throwing a lot of water. Judges are gonna eat up that first backside jam. And then we're just gonna have to wait and see if it was enough with finishing that ride on the inside with the one major maneuver.
Wow, 45 seconds remaining here. Priority is with Spencer. Is she going to take this wave just? That's going to let it go. 35 seconds remaining. We don't have those scores in yet. This may count down 27 seconds. This is going to come down to the wire. Priority with Alyssa Spencer. Are we going to see our first major upset of the day? There's a bump, 15 seconds. It should hit the lineup just in time, 10 seconds. Here we go, up and riding. Alyssa Spencer has the wall in front of her, comes around the section, bang! Gets a turn. And that is the end of that heat. We're still waiting to see, will Carissa Moore get the 6.93? Will it be the Californian? And Carissa Moore gets a 5.97. Alyssa Spencer takes down the world champion and moves into the semifinal.
2 points for Team California in the first two heats. And we'll be starting Heat 3, Brianna Cope, Mia Collins, shortly.
And Alyssa Spencer has got to be happy with that. Takes down the reigning world champion, but we will see Carissa Moore again tomorrow in the team lineup. So when we come back, we will have Brianna Cope and Mia Collins up in the third quarterfinal of the day. Stay with us.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Brake.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
White Claw Hard Seltzer. A wave of refreshment.
So what aloha means to me is it's the essence of life and love. And the way that I experience aloha is when I'm hanging out with my friends at the beach, surfing, diving, paddleboarding, and just living life to its fullest and loving each other along the way. That's what aloha means to me. Shoots.
Is brought to you by Power Crunch Protein Energy Bars. Light, healthy, and delicious. And by White Claw Hard Seltzer. Crafted using seltzer water, 5% alcohol, and a hint of fruit flavor.
And welcome back.
And US draw, Heat 2, quarterfinal 2, Brianna Cope of Kauai is in black. Mia Collins from Newport Beach is in green. And straight away, Ryan Simmons, welcome back to you and a quick start to this heat.
Yeah, Brianna, we started that heat when we were in break for the folks at home, and Brianna getting on the board there, one front side float. She's in the black jersey up against Mia Collins from Newport Beach, as you said, in the green jersey.
And number 67 on the World Qualifying Series, Brianna Cope, up against number 16, Mia Collins. This is a great matchup. And both these surfers have been competing here. Mia since 2012 and Brianna since 2013. So lots of history here at the Supergirl Pro.
Yeah, a lot of experience for both of these girls. Brianna, actually, check out her movie, Surfing to Cope. Kind of like a documentary about her deal in the surf world, and really cool that she was able to put that out. She's from Kauai, surfing for Team USA. She's on Team Tati, I think. Yep, Tati and Brianna. So both growing up in Kauai, probably spar a lot, but also surf a lot together.
Yeah. Right, but right now, let's go down and have a chat to Rosie Hodge, who's on the beach with the winner of our last heat.
Absolutely ripping. We're not surprised, but we can call it an upset, taking out the four-time world champ. What did you think of your performance in that heat?
Yeah, it was really fun out there. It was definitely a little bit slow, so I was happy that I got off to like a good start at the beginning. And I made a couple little mistakes in the middle of the heat, taking off on a couple bad waves, so I definitely felt a little nervous after that, but I got lucky and found the one down the beach, so yeah, I'm super happy right now.
Found the one down the beach, but then also just having that tactic of sitting on Carissa towards the end there. I mean, she got that one wave, and then you got that last wave, but how heart-stopping is where you see your competitor take off on a wave?
Yeah, definitely. I didn't want to give Carissa any room. I knew that she's fully capable of getting a high 6, so I was like, oh, I'm just going to sit on her until the last second, even though I don't have first priority, but just to put the pressure on her. And yeah, she ended up getting that last wave, and I was watching it from the back and first turn looked really good, and I was like, oh no, I hope the rest of the wave doesn't shape up. But yeah, it was definitely a little bit nerve-wracking towards the end, but yeah, I'm super happy to make it through.
Such a smart heat. But then also I read somewhere that this Supergirl Pro was the first QS event you ever competed in. How special is it to be back?
Yeah, it's so, like, this event every year is one of my favorites. Just, it's an all-girls event, and there's so, like, so much, like, just aura around empowering women, and it's just such a special event. So yeah, I'm super happy that they were able to pull it off this year.
And the format this year, who you teamed up with and what are you looking forward to most?
I'm teamed up with Samantha Sibley, and yeah, I'm super excited to be paired up with her. We've been longtime friends and grown up surfing together, and you know, we've both kind of pushed each other to be where we are today, so it should be really fun surfing with her.
And Sam, she's the defending champ, so what's the strategy going into this next round and to make sure that you add points to Team California but also keep your guys' hopes alive?
Yeah, I don't know what the strategy, just to hope that we keep on making heats, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Don't give too many secrets away. Well, that's a great surfing. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you back in the water shortly.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rosie, and congratulations, Alyssa. It was a fantastic heat. Came right down to the wire. And in the water right now in black, Brianna Cope has 2 waves under her belt, a 2.83 and a 1.4. Mia Collins has priority and yet to catch a wave. Just under 25 minutes remaining. Plenty of time here, and it was great to see in that interview, Ryan, just the excitement about being back.
Yeah, you could really feel the energy through Alyssa there. All of the girls stoked to be surfing, and you know, Alyssa, she does a lot talking about, she gives back. She's been putting together food bags for food drives and delivers it to people that in need. So she's been doing her extra part off to the side in this downtime. So love to see that, and now she gets to go cheerlead for Sam.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and of course that heat coming up, second last quarterfinal heat of this round, and Mia Collins waiting for her to take the first wave in green from Newport Beach. Had a good result up at Pismo. You were up there earlier in the year.
Yeah, she won. Oh, second. Yeah, she did surf well. We had a couple of QSs up in the Northern California early in the year, Pismo and Morro Rock, and you know, daughter to Richie Collins, former top 10 WSL surfer, one of the best ever out of California, and he's taught her everything she knows. And you can see the patience. Richie was patient, and Mia's going to be patient. Where this heat, it's Brianna, she's a scrapper coming from Kauai, you know, not easy to get waves over there. So this is a good matchup right here.
Yeah, but Richie Collins, or Skeletor, as he was known, one of the fiercest competitors. So I'm sure that if it comes down to it, Mia won't give an inch.
Oh no.
Yeah, and she also competed at the Sydney Pro earlier in the year in March before the COVID lockdown. She was 9th there. So she has got some good, solid results already in what has definitely been a strange year.
Well, did you say 16th last year, right? Or yeah, and so she definitely had a good back half of the year and was knocking on the door to qualification. I think the last surfer in was 9th.
Yeah.
You know, 6 girls, 3 requalifiers. So Alyssa 10th was right there. So these girls, they want to be on tour. They want to be performing with these WCT surfers, and this next year is going to be really exciting on the QS.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with, if you look at the waves that are now on tour, some of the spots that have been added in the women's tour. Of course, Tahiti Chopu's back for the women. 21 minutes 40 seconds remaining. Priority is with Mia Collins, and it's been so far 2 heats in. Been a sweep by the Californians.
Yeah, so Brianna is definitely going to want to change that around here, change that momentum. Don't want to let the momentum get steamrolling in one way in these team events.
Yeah, when we talk about the rest of the US, it is Hawaii and Florida.
I think
pretty
6
much.
Hawaiians, 2 from Florida, Caroline Marks, Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah, I'm sure that Californian teams were maybe hoping that, given that she now lives in San Clemente, that Caroline Marks would have been on their
side,
but she did grow up
Melbourne.
Yeah, Melbourne Beach in Florida. You've spent some time over there as well.
Yeah, I love going over to Florida. I like going over to New Smyrna. I like the Sebastian area. At the beginning of last year, they had the QS, and it was men and women. I was over there announcing that event with Shea Lopez, who might be here coaching Zoe Benedetto. I think he flew out with Zoe. Some of the athletes can have the +1 in their camp down here. So, Shea, if you're down here, welcome out.
That'd be great. Maybe Rosie will be able to have a chat with him later.
I mean, 14-year tour veteran. I think he was in the top 10 a couple times. Look at Tati. Brianna's teammate there. You're live, Tati. Or you were. So priority with green. Brianna, you have a 2.83 and a 1.4 on those opening waves.
Tatiana, of course, second here last year to Samantha Sibley, and was actually giving some coaching and support to Sam through the competition, and then they ended up in the final together. So it was a great story, and Tati just an incredible surfer. She's coming up in a couple more heats. The next heat in the water is going to be Caroline Marks, representing the rest of the US from Melbourne Beach in Florida, and she will be up against Sage Erickson.
What a matchup.
Wow.
In CT Heat 2.
Yeah. Number 2 up against number 12 on the world rankings.
Yeah, Sage back on tour,
yep,
right?
Back on tour.
Back on tour. Had the year off, slipped off, had a bad year, but then grinded the QS, getting back on tour. It's good to see her back on tour.
And judging by the way that she surfed up the Surf Ranch event this year, is looking very dangerous. 18 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this quarterfinal. Courtney, of course, multiple winner here, Courtney Conlog on screen right now. 7 on the world rankings, 12 plus World Tour wins.
Wow.
And 2-time Supergirl Surf Pro champion.
How about that Bell's performance?
Yeah.
That bit, her 10, right? On that bomb.
One of the most aggressive surfers on tour. Loves to charge big waves.
She eats it up. She'll charge big sunset when she's in Hawaii.
I think last year, might have been the first day. It was either here or it was, because there was a big day on the first couple of days here. I remember her really taking to some of the big sets, and then again in the US Open on a really big year.
She's got that big, like, rock and roll floater maneuver backhand. Not afraid to hit the lip. I remember in Portugal, I think that final versus Tyler Wright, and it was solid 6 to 8 feet, and they were both just doing things that amazed me.
So she'll be coming up against Tatiana Weston Webb in 2 more heats after this. 17 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Brianna Cope is in the lead with 2 waves, but Mia Collins yet to score a ride. Being very patient though.
13 minutes off the clock. We'll see how that factors in. Sometimes when you wait, it's hard to get set for that first wave. But she's a patient surfer. I surf with her a lot up at Huntington Beach Pier, and she's not one to scrap around on the inside. She'll wait out the back, and I think that's kind of what Dad taught her. Just sit out the back, get the good ones. And these girls have pushed up the beach a little bit to the south, so in a little bit different area, utilizing the down the beach peak.
A beautiful morning here at Oceanside. See locals out on a Saturday morning, just enjoying some nice waves. The tide is still dropping, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's high in the morning and then it drops, so it's like 8:30 high, and then it drops out to like 3 p.m. and then you've got the full moon tide at night, like 9 or 10 p.m. So decent tides. Pretty extreme with the full moon, but with the sand, all the new sand from the dredging, a lot better than if they didn't have all this sand. It would have been probably just shory right now with the high tide.
And hopefully the wind will stay light throughout the entire day. There is meant to be a bit of a new swell starting to fill in later and overnight. So we're expecting it to be a little bigger tomorrow. of course, it is Mother Nature, so you can never be 100% certain what's going to happen. But that's one of the beautiful things about this sport, is that no two waves are the same, and you've got to adapt. And you're out there in nature. It's certainly been COVID-19 for the outdoor industry has been a boom. You know, try buying a surfboard or buying an electric bike. It's competition for outdoor equipment, that's for sure. We're coming up to the halfway mark shortly. Brianna Cope, a combined score of 4.23. So we have not seen any bigger scores. Both of the last two heats were won with 6+ scores. And so Brianna Cope, a 2.83 and a 1.4.
And we were talking about the equipment earlier, how important is equipment, very important, but also positioning. So where you are in the lineup, did you read the conditions prior? Are you aware of what sandbars are working? These girls have decided to sit more to the south, kind of where Alyssa got her first right in the beginning of the last heat. So was that a factor in their decision to sit down the beach? But definitely, you know, you've got the equipment factor, you've got the positioning factor, and then also just the mental frame. Yeah. Those seem to be the more important factors in the competition when you're wearing a jersey.
We are 14 minutes and 9 seconds remaining here, so we're more than halfway through the heat. It's definitely been a slow one wave-wise.
Yeah, we just saw a wave closer to the pier, way away from the girls, but so you're right, there hasn't been much. So the pressure will build with only 14 minutes and both surfers probably looking for two waves still.
And this quarterfinal is on the qualifying series side of the bracket. And some of the teams yet to come up. We mentioned that Sage Erickson, Teen Sage coming up next. Team Alyssa, she won her last heat, so she's got Sam Sibley on her side. On the CT side, Team Tati is Brianna, who is in the water, teamed up with. Caroline Marks, we're seeing her in the next heat. She's teamed up with Zoe Benedetto. And Gabriella Bryan, who was eliminated in the first heat of today, her teammate Zoe McDougall is yet to come up. So plenty of surfing today. It's definitely a slow heat, and that's part of what you got to deal with in professional surfing. But the conditions are really nice. Paul Mitchell, of course, one of our long-time sponsors of the Supergirl Surf Pro. And the Supergirl Pro is not just about surfing, there's also the snowboarding and also gaming. So there is the Supergirl Pro of gaming is happening this weekend on Twitch as well. And the event is all throughout the last 12 years has all been about female empowerment and providing opportunity to young women to try different things. So gaming, DJ competitions, of course we don't have them this year unfortunately, but DJ competitions, gaming, surfing, snowboarding, and a great platform for women's sport and participating in meaningful activities. A big charitable component as well, it's always been part of it.
Well, you got to get involved in something. You got to have a hobby, something that, you know, can't have free time. So yeah, where are these waves with just over 11 minutes remaining? Priority sits with Mia Collins, yet to ride a wave. So wow, almost 20 minutes off the clock, and never really even had an opportunity. Some smaller waves, you know, Brianna grinded at that 2.8 and a 1.4. She's probably thinking, I'm not going to keep that 2.8. I mean, maybe if you get an excellent range score, you could keep a low range score, and on the combination, it could get you into that above 10 range.
So it does look like Mia has decided, okay, I'm nearly 20 minutes in. I've been patient. Now I might need to move. It looks like they are both surfers are paddling closer to the pier, and that is a good move because we just saw about 4 waves come through there, and they just pushed in a little bit closer inside, but where the girls were sitting, there was nothing happening at all. So let's hope that this is a good move. Brianna Cope is yet to ride. Sorry, Mia is yet to ride a wave. She has priority, 10 minutes and 15 remaining. Brianna Cope has 2 scores, but they're low scoring. And now there's some movement in the water. Let's see what happens here. And that one just pushing through. This is where it's got to get nerve-wracking.
Well, never fun to be involved in these heats, a surfer in the water, but very fun as a spectator because now we're going to see who's going to manufacture the scores. What are they going to do? I mean, it's going to be a battle here in this last 9.5. I think at some point you got to ride a wave and you know, get that flow going.
Yeah. And if you're Mia, the combined score Brianna has is a 4.23. A decent scoring ride, you're going to get beyond that, but then Brianna could get a higher scoring wave. She's looking to replace a 1.4, so precarious situation for both surfers to be in with 9 minutes and 10 seconds.
Almost not even surfing against the opponent right now, kind of competing against yourself, I think, and that they did just let a little running right go by, so not sure if they couldn't get into it. Looked like Mia was in position, but she decided not to go. It wasn't a set wave, but it did kind of run the sandbar.
And taking a look at this, and just not pushing enough, being very careful with how much signaling to catch the wave, of course.
Where's the teammates? Are they waving hands? Do something, get it going. You know, at 10 minutes it was, you know, 1 wave every 5, but now we're down to 8.5, so you've just got to plus the paddle back out.
Well, let's go down to the beach now. Rosie Hodge with a former Supergirl Pro champion.
And also Brianna Cope's team member, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Well, Tati, you're here, you're standing in this little box, you got your team going on, you're telling Brianna what to do. How rad is it to have this team format?
Yeah, it feels like we're back in the day surfing, Hawaii surf team, and competing together. We have all of our old signals and our old cheers from Hawaii surf team, which is super fun. And yeah, Brianna brings good vibes and good energy always, so I love to have her as my teammate.
We love it. I love the energy that you are giving us at the moment. Well, Mia hasn't even caught a wave, so Brianna's looking pretty good.
I mean, honestly, you can't really say that, I feel like, at this moment. But yeah, I'm trying to give her a signal to like ride some waves.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it. Well, Tati, you're going to be coming up a little later. You are a former Supergirl champion, so how good is it to be back at this event?
Oh, it's so nice. Thanks to Rick for working so hard to put the Supergirl Pro on again. I love this event. I feel really close to home here, and it's one of my favorite events of the year, so I'm super stoked.
It's great to have you back. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, and yeah, it is certainly great to be back and surfing, and the tension in this heat is building because there's only 7 minutes remaining. Priority is with Mia Collins still, yet to ride a wave. Brianna Cope has 2 scoring waves, but only adding up to a total of 4.23. So her low score a 1.4. And now we're seeing something out in the water. We may see some action here, Ryan.
Yeah, well, Mia, I can hear screaming from the beach. She is going to commit to this one. Nice snap there to start. Floats it. And a nice finish. So that's a solid wave.
Will that be more than 4.23? And you mentioned the shouting. I think that was her teammate, Courtney Conlog, shouting from the beach. So gets a 1 score down now. Time ticking down, 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Still good time. Wow, pressure is now going to be on. If she gets more than a 4.23, take us through this again.
I mean, she had to go. Probably a little nervous on that snap, but setting up down the line, floats it right there, and then knowing that was the exclamation point on the wave to better the score. Big finish. Judges love that big finish. And let's just see where the score goes. Priority shifts back to Brianna Cope. So her best wave now a 2.83 with only 5.5 minutes remaining.
And that was a strong finishing turn, as you said.
Looks like some
Oh,
movement.
there's something. There is
And it's
definitely.
just a 4.0. Not enough to get into the lead, but the best wave of the heat. And Brianna looking at a stacked up right, but it looks like it's going to stretch out. She's going to hold that priority right at the 5-minute mark. So
Yeah, that was probably a good move. She was probably about just 10 feet too far inside, but she's going to take the left, up and riding now on her backhand. Brianna Cope, first big snap. Going to line up, check turn there. Throwing some more spray, plenty of turns here, and just making sure that she completes that maneuver. So a little tentative on a couple of those turns, but she is looking to replace a 1.4 to extend her lead. Mia Collins now has priority. There's 4.5 minutes to go.
yeah, let's break down that last wave of Brianna here. Setup snap, seeing that the wave is kind of running high line down the line, and then turns the rail over there and gets the finish. So looking to throw away the 1.4. She probably did that. Wait for the official score. Mia's going to need a little bit different score. She just needs a 0.23 prior to that wave of Brianna. With 4 minutes, Mia, you have priority, and we're waiting on that last wave of Brianna Cope.
So Mia with the highest score so far. There's her teammate, Courtney Conlog, Supergirl Cape winner 2 times. And
well, there's the score,
wow.
3.9. So Mia, you need a 2.73. Holding on to priority in the green jersey, Mia Collins for Team California, trying to extend the winning streak. They've got the first 2 heat wins.
Yeah, we had to wait a little while, but now the excitement is there. Under 3.5 minutes remaining. And Mia Collins, the difference in those scores is probably that very aggressive last maneuver. The judges do like an exclamation mark at the end of the heat. If you're new to surfing, each wave is scored out of 10, and your best 2 waves are scored to give you your combined score. 3 minutes to go. And Mia Collins needing a 2.73 to advance, but Brianna Cope can improve if she does better than a 2.83 by dropping her second scoring ride. This one is definitely going to come right down to the wire.
I mean, virtually a tie on the best waves, 3.9 for Brianna to the 4.0. So if they do get another exchange, it could be based on that last exchange. Let's hope for a multiple wave set. 2 minutes 20, ladies.
Wow. Team Courtney up against Team Tati. And the beach is waking up. You start to see the excited tension in the teams. 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Priority is with Collins.
And they're staying close together. Brianna isn't going to let her have free reign on the next wave. Although Mia does get any wave she wants. But it looks like Brianna turning, little running right on the inside, Fuely.
She's going to take this, and a nice wall in front of a beautiful slash. Now getting aggressive. Oh, again, a second one. A lot more aggressive. Lay back there, and another turn. This is the most aggressive wave we've seen, and again.
Oh.
So with 1 minute 23 remaining.
Tati loves it.
Wow, that was, you saw the difference there in the energy compared to the left that she had before.
Yeah, and Brianna's a scrapper. Okay, Mia on the backhand. Gets that first turn into the closeout. So she did get a second wave, so it's going to come down with just under a minute. Will there be enough time to get out the back? maybe.
Well, let's see, 50 seconds remaining, so it looks like
that might be it.
That
with
might be it, Mia
both
Collins.
surfers riding far in. I think, yeah, they're actually both waiting. So this is exciting, waiting on the wave for Brianna. That speedy right lit that thing up, and you called it the intensity. She knew she needed to bring up the level. Great surfing, Brianna, on that last right. And then Mia Collins getting a last-ditch effort.
It's definitely going to come down to those last two waves.
With 20 seconds, surfers in the next heat stand by.
And next heat in the water is going to be fantastic. Caroline Marks up against Sage Erickson. What a matchup that is going to be.
Well, let's count it out as we watch this replay of Brianna. 3, 2, 1. And Cope. Check out her movie, Surfing to Cope, and we're waiting on these scores. And that was that right that had the nice wall all the way through, even the fin drift. So can Team USA notch a win?
Yeah, it'd be the first one of the day, and got that wave under priority. So Brianna Cope, a 6.17. A 6.17 on your last ride. Now we are waiting. Mia Collins, a 3.5. So Brianna Cope takes the win for Team USA on her last ride. Fantastic surfing. What a way to end your heat.
Great exchange in a wave-starved heat.
So we're going to take a break. When we come back, it's going to be two of the world's best, Marks and Erickson, at the 2020 Supergirl Surf Pro.
At Paul Mitchell, we believe in the beauty of giving back, protecting our forests and waterways, feeding families in need through sustainable community gardens, and ensuring that our products are always cruelty-free. Big or small, there's beauty in making a difference every single day. That's what connects all of us together in a deep, meaningful way. Join us. Live beautifully.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today, and for great offers on their most exciting lineup ever, check out nissan.com. And the United States Marine Corps, since 1775, winning battles for our nation and for all its people. And welcome back to Oceanside, California 2020, the first all-women's surf competition since COVID locked down most of the world, and it's great to be back. And Caroline Marks, the world number 2, up against world number 12, Sage Erickson. Multiple Cape winners here. 2-time Supergirl Pro champion, Sage Erickson. And Caroline Marks also won this event back in 2015. And number 2 on the world right now. So, 30-minute heat. Caroline Marks is in the red, or the pink, and Sage Eriksson is in the blue. Sage, one of the surfers who has been coming back here to the Supergirl Pro year after year. And there's always a great representative for the ethos of this competition, and also a fierce competitor. There's also the 2017 US Open champion, back when it was a World Tour event for the women that year, and the 2009 US Open champ. So back on tour as we see Marks took a look at that wave, not able to get onto it. 30-minute heat again, 26 minutes 15 seconds remaining, and this should be a fantastic matchup. And let's go down to Rosie Hodge on the beach with our last winner.
Neat to watch, and definitely from the beach, watching your teammate Tatiana Weston Webb with the energy. You guys get the Spirit Award so far for the team. Yeah, she had a lot of hand signals going on.
Yeah, Tati and I are both pretty quiet. We've served together our whole life, so we were channeling our inner like 12-year-old. I was like looking in, and she was pointing all over, and yeah, it's nice to have her as a teammate. I'm super stoked.
And Bree, you know, that wave was pretty hectic. I mean, that heat was pretty exciting. Mia took a while to catch a wave. You were talking about the nerves going into this event. You obviously haven't surfed a contest for a little while, so tell me how you dealt with the nerves.
Yeah, I definitely woke up like with a little bit of butterflies, which is exciting. You know, we haven't had that all year pretty much, so fresh little start to the day. Yeah.
And how do you carry this performance into the next round?
I'm just having fun. I love being I love competitive surfing. Sorry, I love competitive surfing. So it's just nice to you know, get back into it and have fun.
We love it, Bree. Well, we can't wait to see what you do in the semis. Good surfing. Back to you guys.
It's so great to just see fun on the beach again, and up and riding. That is Sage Eriksson from Ventura County, and nice turn there, lining this up. Looks like she's got a really nice border under her feet, really fast, and riding this all the way through, and a decent wave to kick off this heat run.
Yeah, nice opener for Sage there. Early days too, 24.5 remaining, so not going to see the lull like we saw in the last heat. That was a bit wave starved, but very exciting in the last few minutes. Obviously for Brianna there, pretty happy about that. Let's watch this replay. Setting it up here, and then the wave steepens up, frontside slash. Just kind of like a warm-up wave. But it does look like she's got a good flowing surfboard under her feet. You can really tell in these 2 to 3 foot conditions if the board is speedy. It's got the good bottom.
Yeah, really important to have your boards dialed in for all different types of conditions, and the score has come in. Caroline Marks also has one scoring right as well, a 3.5. Sage Eriksson gets a 5.33. So priority is with pink, Caroline Marks, surfing for USA, hailing from Florida, now living up the road in San Clemente. But Sage Eriksson, you are in the lead with a 5.33. Marks needing a 1.84. And Ryan, interesting is if we look at the stats of the first 3 quarterfinals of today, it's been the lowest ranked surfer has won each of the heats. So Caitlin Simmons over Gabriella Bryan, Alyssa Spencer over world number 1 Carissa Moore, and Brianna Cope over Mia Collins, who came into this as ranked number 16 on the QS, number 67 Brianna Cope. So there may be a trend here. Can Sage Eriksson upset world number 2 Caroline Marks? Right now she is in the lead.
Maybe something with the feeling like you're the underdog, the lower seed, like you've got, nothing to lose, where the top seeds feel like they might be the captain of the team. There might be a little more pressure. I don't know. I'm just speculating on that, but the underdogs, the lower seeded surfers, have won the first 3 heats. Yeah. We'll see how that plays out, where I wouldn't call either of these surfers underdogs. With
Yeah.
both surfers on the World Tour just happened to come up against each other in this CT battle.
It's great to see the fun and the energy in that interview as well.
Well, and there, you know, with this being the specialty event, there isn't so much on the line. Like you did say, there's some money on the line, which is always fun to win a nice check. But you're right. The girls are still down there after the loss. They're cheering on their teammates. We have a split of the peak here, Mark.
Yeah, splitting the peak. So both going backhand. Mark's here, world number 2, representing the US at the Olympic Games. First ever surfing in the Olympic Games will be next year in Japan. And wow, Caroline Marks showing why she ended up number 2 in the world last year, and still just 18 years of age.
I mean, you can't say enough good things about Caroline, and really her backhand. I am amazed at her backhand. I mean, we all are, and that wave shows it right there. So we did go with Caroline on that backhand right, looking like she might be on an epoxy, a little more buoyant, not sure, but the board's looking a little different under her feet for maybe a little wider, a little thicker, knowing that the conditions were going to be kind of mushy and slow. And you can see right here, this is one of those rides where it was setup work and then more lips there, and nice right there finishing. So a well-surfed wave. We'll wait on that score. Caroline Marks opened up with a 3.5, and Sage did split the peak. Maybe we'll get a replay of that, but we will get the scores.
And Mark's such a strong surfer. And the score is in, a 6.67. A 6.67 for Caroline Marks, and Sage Eriksson also on her backhand, a 4.17. So Caroline Marks now in the lead. Sage has priority, but needs a 4.85. Sage with priority needing a 4.85. So contrast to the last heat, we're getting all of the action early. Let's take a look at Sage's last ride, right?
Yeah, the 417. That was a good turn right there. Her wave a little slopier, you can see here from the pier angle. So she did well to get that low 4, and with the better opening wave, we have a heat here, 10.17, the leader, Caroline Marks, with the 6.67 in the low backup, and then Sage Eriksson with priority Sage with the 5.33 and the 4.17, so not much separating, just about a little more than a half a point right now. So maybe they did their homework, seeing that the last heat was kind of a lull. They knew they needed to get going here early.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be a battle. Both these surfers have got some experience competing in a teams format, competing at the Rumble at the Ranch earlier this year, the WSL specialty event. Sage Eriksson was paired up with Kelly Slater at that, and recently signed with Outerknown, Kelly's brand. So now has the Outerknown sticker on a board. So it's a fantastic matchup. The world number 2 up against world number 12. And so far today, we have California taking the first 2, and then the rest of the US, Brianna Cope, taking the last heat.
Yeah, they couldn't let the Cali girls slide away with 3 heat wins, right? So that was very important from Team Tati there. Brianna was in the water, Tati was cheering, to get that heat win and sort of even the playing field a little bit. If we go 3-0 after the first 3 heats, you feel like starting to look one way, but no. Good wave from Brianna there. And even though it was a slow heat, it was a battle till the end.
Yeah, it really came down to those final dying moments. And this one, we definitely have been blessed with some better waves earlier in the heat. So the tide does play a factor.
Ooh, look at this.
Have a look here. Priority is with Sage Eriksson. She's going to use that priority up and riding on her forehand. Nice sweeping cut back there, really smooth. This board is looking fantastic. Up into the lip, coming down, and again, layback slash. Still going on this wave, and cuts out, decides that that was the exclamation mark that she wanted. A strong ride there by Sage Eriksson, looking for a 4.85.
Yeah, this could be that seesaw battle back and forth. She caught me off on that third snap, kind of mixing it up a little bit there, real spontaneous on that layback jam. And judges love to see that too. Hailing from the points of Ventura, Santa Barbara, and you could tell the smooth style of Sage, never really looking out of place with her arms, not over surfing until right here. Saw that little section, and that was really cool. Stand by for the score, trying to throw away that low 4 for Sage.
Well, it looks like Sage has been training hard, super fit. I mean, the athleticism that is required to generate, you know, on a small wave that much power, and a layback as well, so flexibility, key part of the training for surfers.
Yeah, you know, you got to be lean and mean, so you got to be doing the cardio, you got to stick with the yoga, you don't want to lose the elasticity. You know, if you bulk up too much, I think you can kind of lose that flow, so there's that.
And there we see.
Looks like Mike Parsons and Darren Marks.
Yep, so that is Caroline's camp.
Yep.
There, and Sage Eriksson did get the score. She gets a 5.1 and moves into the lead. Caroline Marks has priority, but now needs a 3.76, courtesy of her 6.67. So, as you mentioned, a seesaw battle. And now Marks holds down priority.
Well,
wow.
Both of these girls, you know, on land, smiley, happy, giddy, and then in the water, you know.
Vicious.
Yes. So.
In a nice way, of course.
Totally. But you got to have the eye of the tiger, and both of these ladies do. I mean, you talked about that big first win for Sage on the CT in the U.S. Open 2 years ago.
Yeah, priority. So we saw Caroline Marks paddle for that wave, and then priority switch. So priority now with Sage.
So priority with blue, ladies. Priority with blue, trying to throw away the 5.1. Sage, you have a small lead right now. Caroline Marks in second, looking for the 3.76 with just about halfway point in the heat.
Wow, so just like that, go from controlling the lineup to looking for the scraps. So Sage having priority. She now knows that the judges are going to be pretty strict on this. Does Marks have a chance here on the inside under priority? She does. It'll be on her back end again, the goofy footer. Whips it into the pocket. This wave now starting to line up. Bang! Very vertical there. And then cuts out. So she's looking to replace the 3.5. Sage Eriksson on a beautiful looking wave. Big sweeping turn. Vertical re-entry. Wow.
What an exchange. Caroline on the inside under, looking only for the 3.76, potentially just surfing for the score there. May get it, but stand by. Sage with the pair of fives mark and detonating on that set wave there. Big rail gouged into the lip. Let's watch Caroline first. Just setting it all up because it was sort of slopey, but the wave starts to double up here. Riding the high line and then gets it vertical. Standing by for that score. She just needed an upper 3.
And I think we've got a paddle battle.
Ooh.
Now, both surfers, look at this. Who will get priority?
I love the paddle battles. Growing up watching the original OP Pros with the priority buoy, and the surfers had to go around it. So it's the surfer who gets out the back in the lineup first. The priority judge will make that decision as some good waves are pouring through, kind of turning back on here.
Yeah,
maybe the tide's dropping out, Fuely.
Yeah, Sage just got the benefit of a bit of clean water.
Scores drop, 4.67 for Caroline. She got the score needed. Sage drops the 5.97, but because of the 6.67, Pink Caroline Marks is in the lead, holding priority. Sage Erickson, you're now second. You need a 5.38, Sage, with just about 12 minutes remaining.
Wow, what a heat this is. And there's certainly been no lack of waves in this one. Incredible surfing by both these surfers. So 6.67 is really the difference here. Caroline Marks with that high score, 5.97 on Sage's last wave. Priority is with Marks. Priority with Marks. Erickson will have second priority here. And great to see that people have come out to, we're definitely, crowd control is underway. There's no crowd allowed on the beach. Let's take a look here though at Sage's last ride.
Yeah, bigger set wave, and well, we'll try and get you that replay shortly.
There was one huge turn, big gouging turn.
And then the late float. So Sage, you're looking for a 5.38. Caroline holds on to priority, looking to better the 4.67. Down here at the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, a specialty event this year, but here we go.
Well, it's a splitting of the peak, both on their backhand. We'll stay with Sage Erickson here. Wham! Oh, fins out the back, comes around, so it's one turn. Meanwhile, Marks, whoa! Marks, massive backhand blowtail. So the number of turns definitely in Marks' favour, but that blowtail by Sage Erickson was a great turn, and now it's another paddle battle. Who will get priority?
And I love, you know, we just caught the end of Caroline's end of her wave, and you could see the big smile, and I've noticed that. She surfs so happy. Here we go, Caroline. Nice setup turn. Oh, really good. And just top to bottom a la Aki. And wow, there you go, Fuely. You talked about her backhand, Caroline Marks. Some of the most lethal backhand in the business.
And that is a great comparison. You know, Mark Occhilupo was kind of that powerful surfer. Let's take a look here at the replay of Sage.
No, this is live
that's
action.
live.
Okay,
so
but look, hold that thought back to that thought.
Yeah, look, just like the last wave. But so priority, we'll wait to see where priority lands after that wave. But yeah, Mark Occhilupo is kind of that really powerful, low center of gravity, compact, and that is definitely the way that Marks surfs as well, and her backhand is just incredible. She does have priority, 9.5 minutes remaining. What a seesaw battle we have here.
Scores are in.
Scores are in, an 8.5 for Caroline Marks, an 8.5, and 4.6 for Sage Erickson. So now Sage Erickson needs a 9.2 to take the lead, 9.2. And there's 9 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Wow, 8.5, the biggest wave score of today so far.
Well, the momentum has shifted back to Team USA. California got the first two heats. Brianna Cope was able to outlast Mia in that wave-starved heat. Great last wave, though. She was in the right position, got the 6 at the end of the heat, and now it feels like Team USA, Caroline Marks, riding that high.
Getting some momentum. Next heat up in the water is going to be Zoe Benedetto of Florida. Palm City, Florida is going to be up against Tia Blanco from Puerto Rico, but surfing on the California side of the fence. So that's going to be a great one as well. But wow, this heat has been incredible. And Caroline Marks, 8.5, those huge backhand blasts. Sage Erickson, though, has been surfing really well. You know, beautiful board under her feet, and still with 8 minutes remaining, plenty of time to either get a 9.2 or to replace both her scoring rides.
Yeah, with the way this heat is going, seems a little more consistent. We've got that tide dropping out, so could be a lot more opportunity.
And it's been fantastic to have the support of the surfers in this specialty event. But right now, let's go down to Rosie Hodge, who's on the beach.
Up to 8.5, Mike, but this has been such a great heat. So good to see women's competition get underway.
It's so good. You know, we had the event at the Surf Ranch, but we've been waiting all year and trying to keep the girls motivated. Caroline doesn't know what to do without a surf contest, so she's like, when do I get to compete? So really stoked that this event could happen. Give the girls some heats and some practice and something to train for, and it's been great. Sage is really surfing well. It's great to see her. She's requalified on the tour. She did an incredible turn on one of her rights so far. So like you said, this has been a really good heat, and it's just awesome to see the girls get the platform to compete again. This time of year in California, the waves have been great this last week, and here on the south side of the pier, it's peaky enough and really good conditions. So stoked to see the girls do their thing.
We love it. Well, Caroline, like you said, she's kept that fire alight, but actually to get some reps in competition, how important is to put that, into practice?
Well, it's really important because when the tour's going and running, you got QS events, CT events, and they're competing every week. So you really sort of lose that edge, that competitive edge. So we've been doing lots of mock heats, and she's been surfing against Lakey in some heats lately, which has been really fun. And anyone we can find, really, we're trying to get guys around and get her in that atmosphere where she can get 30 minutes and take it seriously and compete, because you can see when you lose that edge, it really shows up in if you don't have that competitive edge, that little 10%, it really makes a difference.
And Caroline, she surfed so well last year, finished second in the world, but what do you think her biggest improvement this year has been?
I think it's her forehand surfing. We've really focused on that. We went down to Tahiti in February, tube riding on lefts, and also how she's approaching her lefts. We all know her backhand's incredible, but it's really her forehand where she's put the most time in and tried to improve the types of surfing, types of turns she's doing. And it was cool because during the Surf Ratch event, she got some really big scores on the left, and that was really awesome to see that improvement in her surfing. So that's been the main area.
We just saw Caroline finish up a little right there. Mike, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Very much, Rosie. Great insight there from one of the great American competitors, Mike Snips Parsons, who, of course, many years on the World Tour and then went on to set the world record for the world's biggest wave, ridden to the Cortez Bank, about 100 miles straight off the coast here, and now super coach.
Well, Mike Parsons, probably the smartest mind in surfing, so for Caroline and Lakey to have him in their camp, that is lovely. And he still rips. Check out his Instagram. He just sits out the back at lowers and gets like 3 bombs in 2 hours.
Yeah, and just one of the nice guys of the sport as well. But that's a scary thought that Caroline Marks has significantly been working on her forehand. Because as Mike said, it's her backhand weapon is well known, as we see here. She's got the 8.5 and the 667, both from her backhand, but always looking for ways to improve, and Mike helping all his charges in just those incremental improvements that take them, to the top of the world.
You got to do the honest work. You got to be real about your weaknesses, and you got to work on those weaknesses. As we see, not many weaknesses on Caroline's backhand here. Floats that section, whitewash climb. This board, it's got a little more volume. You can just see under her feet. So I think it was smart that they went with the board with more volume in this mushy, small conditions. She's bouncing all over the court and pretty much doing whatever she wants. So mind's eye surfing, that's what you want to do.
Yeah, and it's always great to check out, plenty of content available online, particularly on the World Surf League. And you get to see behind the scenes, you get to see how these surfers are living and training. And Caroline Marks, one of the hardest trainers I think I've ever seen in the sport. Does a lot of strength work, and these days it's not just sheer talent alone that takes you to the top. As you say, you've got to put in the work.
You really do. You got to do everything: the nutrition, the fitness, the working with your shaper. I mean, working on your weaknesses, like they said. We all know about her backhand, so she tightens up that forehand. I mean, she's looking to win the world title. I mean, obviously, second in the world last year. How you can only go up from there. So that's probably the goal,
Well, under 3 minutes remaining, 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority is with Sage Eriksson. She still needs a 9.2. Caroline Marks an 8.5 and a 6.67. So Sage needing a 9.2 with 2 minutes and 30. And the other aspect that obviously all of the surfers have to keep managing is their sponsorships, their sponsor commitments. And really want to send out a big thank you to all of the sponsors that have stuck with the Nissan Supergirl Pro, and Nissan once again the naming rights sponsor. And so please go to nissanusa.com, check out all their offers, and other sponsors who have stuck with this great contest is the US Air Force and Power Crunch. And we really want to Paul Mitchell, who have been with the event for many, many years. So thank you to all of the sponsors. This competition would not be able to happen without it. And to Rick Bratman and everybody associated with the event. You know, it's fantastic to be back here. A lot always goes into these events, but especially now with the COVID protocols and just making sure everybody stays safe, and working with the City of Oceanside to make sure that we can have this competition. So thank you to everybody, and to everybody on the beach, thanks for being here. 1 minute 15 seconds remaining.
Yep, Sage holding priority, looking for that wave up in the upper excellent range, 9.2. Really just looking for a good wave and do the surfing that she's been doing. But she's also got to watch that Caroline doesn't better her 6.67. We've got some movement. Looks like we'll stick with blue on the backhand, Sage. And you could tell from the body language not liking the look.
And 40 seconds, Caroline also decided, okay, that is going to be it. So one scoring ride for Sage Eriksson, and look at this bomb that's coming into the lineup. No surfers are out in position. Sage will go under this one. 23 seconds remaining. She might get one more chance. Let's take a look at the replay here of Caroline's last wave.
So this was the split of that peak, and she got the better of it definitely with the big first turn, and timing it perfect, waiting, and that is an important factor surfing waves like this. You don't want to be there early, and you can tell right there her timing is on point as that heat has just wound down and ended. And it looks like Caroline Marks is going to get a big win for Team USA to even it up, Fuely.
Yeah,
2-2.
It'll be 2 each, and this will be the first heat where the top seed has come out on top. But fantastic surfing also by Sage Eriksson, just incredible. What a matchup that was. Plenty of waves and superb surfing. But Caroline Marks, representing Team USA, will progress through into the semi-finals. Let's take a break, and we come back. It's going to be Zoe Benedetto up against Tia Blanco. Stay with us.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Brake.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
White Claw Hard Seltzer. A wave of refreshment.
NISSAN Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by the US Air Force, inspiring heroes to aim high since 1947. And by Sunbum, for those of us who live and love in the sun, trust the bum. Learn more at sunbum.com. And next heat in the water, quarterfinal, back to the QS surfers. It's Zoe Benedetto representing USA in the pink, and Tia Blanco from Puerto Rico representing California in the blue, and she's up and riding.
And here we go. Tia finding this down the beach right, backhand snap, and again. Solid opener here from Tia Blanco.
And that's a great way to get a heat underway quickly in the first 1 minute and 30. Zoe coming in ranked 126 on the QS, up at Tia Blanco 28, sorry. Is showing why she's ranked that high.
Yeah, Tia, a two-time ISA world champion in 2015, 2016. And solid opener there. She's no stranger to the Oceanside area. She's lived in this area, and I think she lives north of here now. And Zoe Benedetto, the youngster out of Florida, surfing for Team USA. She's coming off a win, and they had a Pro-Am in Florida, I think, last weekend. Took a big win.
Yeah, that was the Void Pro in Jacksonville. And she was also a silver medalist at the ISA World Junior Championships last year. So expect big things from her. She's ranked 126 on the World Qualifying Series, but she's only 15 years of age.
Yeah, hasn't really jumped on the full QS yet, has just done the random few events, but once she goes for it, I assume she'll be in that top 40 and knocking on the door of qualification shortly. Looks like that opener real quick, Fuely. 5.5 for blue, Tia Blanco.
Yeah, that's a great start in the first couple of minutes, and Tia's been competing here since 2012 at the Supergirl Pro, so she knows this break pretty well.
Yeah, she's 4 or 5 full years on the QS. You know, one of those surfers that is just looking for that breakthrough year. You know, the talent is there, but to put together a full year and get the 5 results, it's easier said than done.
Yeah. And it's interesting if you, let's take a look, and this is Tia Blanco again, her second scoring ride here on a backhand again. Nice first check turn and just ducks out of that, as that was not going to give her a good score, but gets a second wave on the board. But let's go down to Rosie Hodge. Rosie, over to you.
It's the best wave of the day so far. Tell us about the conditions and how much you enjoyed competing.
Yeah, it's so nice to be back competing. It's been a long time, and I really miss it. And yeah, it's definitely fun to put the jersey on. Definitely some nerves. And first heat was with Sage, and she's won out here a bunch, and she's just a really good surfer. So I was definitely like, all right, this is gonna be a really hard, fun heat. And yeah, thankfully we got some sets. It was really fun. So yeah, I'm stoked.
And catching up with Mike Parsons during that heat, he just mentioned you've been working really hard this season, but you know, how easy is it to kind of maintain focus when there aren't contests, and how's that experience been for you?
Yeah, for sure. I think coming into this year, I felt the best of my life, and then it was almost like, you know, the world threw us a huge curveball, which, you know, it's all good, and thankfully it's still been surfing a ton, and still been training, and as if the season would start tomorrow, and it's really fun to have events like this just to, you know, get that competitiveness back and just to have that feeling again, because it's been so long. So it's been really fun, and yeah, I'm stoked to just be in the jersey again. It's great.
Also a great warm-up. I mean, potentially we have Maui happening towards, I guess it's November, so coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I was talking to all the girls today. I haven't seen them in so long, and that's the first thing they said is like, oh, Maui might run. Carissa told me she had a dream about Maui the other day, which is pretty funny. So yeah, super excited, and yeah, crossing my fingers that'll happen, because we're all super excited. So.
Yeah, and you mentioned being super excited and seeing people we haven't seen in a while. I mean, the surf community we get to travel with, it's like family, so how fun is it to see everyone?
Yeah, it's great. I see them probably more than my own friends and my family, so it's great. And it is kind of like one big family on the tour, which is really cool. So it's great to see all the girls and to surf with them. We all push each other, and it's just a really fun, cool time, so it's great.
Well, Caroline, putting another one on the board for Team USA. We'll see how you do throughout the rest of the day. Back to you guys.
Rosie, and just such great energy that Caroline Marks has. She's just such a great representative of the sport.
So well spoken, and the energy level is always there. I've never seen her unhappy.
Let's take a look here at the first scoring ride for Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah, picking this ride It was a bit slopey, but you can see her forehand really solid, good style. Pretty much surfing that wave about as well as you could. It was a slow-moving wave, a bit slopey. The score was a 317, but that's going to feel good to surf a wave all the way through. She's probably feeling nerves. One of the younger surfers in the competition here today.
And that the last turn there on her forehand, really strong turn. So she scores a 3.17. A 3.17. Tia Blanco, a 5.5 on her first wave. Back that up with a 2.1. So she's in the lead. And Tia also has priority. And Zoe now needs a 4.44, but we're just under 23 minutes remaining. So we have plenty of time. And Ryan, I just feel like I think that everybody, I'm certainly feeling very fortunate that we're getting to see this and experience this at a time, and just the people that we have here, the surfers that have either flown in from Florida or traveled in from different parts of California, or even flown in from Hawaii. It has required more effort than it used to in a pre-COVID world to travel, and just super appreciative that everybody can be here.
I'm right there with you, just thankful to be able to be down here, and I'm getting some text messages from people watching at home, and they're just frothed up that there's an event to watch. The Olin sisters up in Canada just hit me up, and they're watching right now, and they're just excited to see, you know, because they would have probably been in this event. So a lot of the competitors that are chomping at the bit to get back at it, we all are. And, you know, like Caroline said, our surf community is one big family. So I know I get a lot of energy boost from seeing people that I haven't seen in a while, and it's just good to be down here, and I know that vibe is all over.
Yeah, and there's still some innovation happening. I think this is the first surf contest that's streaming live to Twitch.
Okay.
As well as it's streaming on YouTube Live and Facebook Live, and of course online, and there is also going to be a TV show, as always, produced out of this for broadcast later on.
I've been seeing the hour-long produced specials on, I'm not sure which cable station.
On Fox.
Yeah, Fox Sports. Yeah, so it's been cool to see. If you didn't catch all of the CT, you know, you can't watch them all sometimes, and here, you know, the Australian events or the European events are at the like when we're asleep. So it's been cool to catch those hour-long production specials and re-watch the events if I haven't been able to catch them live.
Yeah, you can go to the Supergirl Surf Pro website, and you can watch videos, and they're all really great, of the highlights of every year since I think about 2008 was the first year of the competition, and just some great moments in this event. And taking a look now, Zoe Benedetto is going to take this wave on her forehand. The 15-year-old from Florida sets it up. Nice first turn. Crisp again, throwing some spray on the inside. This wave standing up really well. And a third slash in the pocket. Now the incoming foam hits it hard. And again, milking this wave for all that it is worth. So gets her second score. She was looking for a 4.44. And Blanco now has priority, is going to use it, and a nice wave standing up. Steep face. This is the third turn, really fast. Whipping it round, wham. Some speed down the line. And that's a great exchange.
That was a beautiful exchange. Hopefully we'll get those replays. Zoe Benedetto surfing so patient and really putting it together on that inside right. Sometimes those mid-size rights have the double up. Let's watch it. You see how she just goes straight off the bottom and continues that down the line, Mark. And that turn was really solid. And you could see no wasted effort. This is going to be a really good score for young Zoe Benedetto. And I'm sure her coach and shaper Shea Lopez and mom are going to be excited about that one. She loved it. You could tell the body language on the kick out. And Tia had one behind. Some good maneuvers. She's trying to throw away the low 2.1. So we're going to see some good scores, and then we'll see how the standings play out with 18 and a half remaining.
Well, priority did go to surfer in pink, Zoe Benedetto. Here's Tia.
Yeah. Setting it up at the start, and then the wave gets steeper down the line. Working that backhand. So a solid second score. She'll probably throw away the 2. Scores are starting to drop now.
And Zoe's definitely going to get a good score. A 5.67, a 5.67. That puts her into the lead. However, Tia Blanco then gets a 4 that pushes her back into the lead. So as it stands, Zoe Benedetto with priority needs a 3.83 to advance.
Yeah, good score there for young Zoe in the pink jersey, 5.67. Now just looking for the 3.83, holding on to priority with over half of the heat left, 17 minutes 30. So if there were nerves, they're probably gone now, sort of relaxing into the heat, getting some scores. Tia backs up the 5.5 with a 4.0.
Five, 6, 7, the top score of the heat. That was Zoe. Tia Blanco, though, at 5.5, so very close. And a moment ago on screen, we did see Courtney Conlog getting
coming
ready.
up next?
Yeah, she's coming up next, up against Tatiana Weston Webb. What a matchup this is gonna be. Yeah. Number 6 up against number 7 on the world rankings.
I mean, 2 of the most decorated women in surfing. Like Tati, you heard her talking about her experience with Brianna on Team Hawaii back in the day when she was in the ISAs. Tati had, I think, if I'm not mistaken, she won it either 4 times or 2 times. But, you know, one of the most decorated, and then on the world tour for many years now. And then obviously Courtney Conlog, 12 wins on the CT, one of the best ever out of California. That is going to be a battle.
That's Courtney there, getting ready. Of course, surfing for Team California. And born and raised in Santa Ana, Huntington Beach, local spot.
Yep, Huntington and Lowers. You know, Dad Rich taking her as a young grommet. Pretty much it was the pier or lower, so that's 2 good spots to learn, right? And then look at her success in the U.S. Open over the years and how good, you know, the lowers training ground elevates the level. You have to get down to lowers on the swell if you're a professional. Riding an hour of good waves at lowers is a handful of sessions in a beach break. Here we go.
Well, Zoe uses her priority to take this. Good first turn. Hits it again, using the momentum of this wave. A big turn at the end, looking to get the tail a little bit loose. She does. She's looking to replace her 3.17. Needs a 3.83 to advance into the lead. Now priority with Tia Blanco. So Zoe used her priority well there.
I think so. Smart decision to go on that wave. Solid surfing, good first turn and a good finish turn. Right here, nice jam through the lip, building board speed. Kind of a tricky section, but she negotiates well. And then she gets up here and a nice carved kind of fin drift. So stand by. Let's see how the judges decide that score. Needing just, oh, is that it? A 4.0. So she does take the lead, pushes blue, Tia down to second. Tia now needs a 4.18. So about as close as it can get right now. So, like you said, a wise decision to go on that wave and take the lead for young Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah, because Tia was arguably in an even better position. There's Tatiana Weston Webb from Kauai. She will be representing Brazil in the Olympic Games next year. Her mother is a former pro Brazilian bodyboarder and father from England. Okay, now up and riding again. Zoe Benedetto on a backhand. This is fast.
Yeah.
Looking around the section. Wham! Beautiful backhand turn there. Smooth surfing. Another Can she get round this section? She does, and puts it up vertically. Energy to burn.
And you can see the confidence coming off that pro win, the pro win a week ago back home. You could see it in that end turn, the finish. There was some intensity there with the surfing. So young Zoe, wise decision. I mean, her coach, Shea Lopez, probably, like Mike Parsons, one of the brains of professional surfing. So he's instilling that into her, and it looks like it's all meshing together. And let's look at this thing. Down the beach, a little bit behind, but once she got around to the open wall mark, she lit it up. Backhand jam right there. Another one, good timing. And then I just like this finish because it's never easy. It's tricky, late, and up and over.
Well, she already had the lead, courtesy of a last wave. That wave was under priority, and so very smart move. You mentioned Shea Lopez, the Lopez brothers, of course, Corey. For whatever reason, Florida definitely produces more than its fair share.
Slater.
Kelly Slater.
Lisa Anderson,
Yeah.
Frida Zamba, a couple four-time world champions.
And now, is it because that if you're a surfer from Florida, you have to travel? Like, what's the secret?
I mean, I think you have to travel to surf good waves, but yeah, because, you know, I don't want any Floridians to get mad at me, but there's a lack of surf sometimes unless there's hurricanes. So I think the froth level, that just the you know, the Hobgoods, when they were Groms and they started going to Hawaii, they were just in the water for like 10 hours a day. I remember they would surf pipe all day. And because when you live in Florida and you don't get the opportunity that, say, us Californians or Hawaiians, where there's more swell, so you take advantage of the opportunities and maybe you don't take things for granted, I guess. So a little bit of that.
Yeah.
But also each individual person, the talent is there. Obviously,
Yeah,
you know, in those surfers.
Yeah, that appreciation for being able to surf more is definitely. In fact, we're having a visit from the man himself, Shea Lopez. So we'll have to get him to have a chat one stage with Rosie. So the scores have dropped in, Ryan.
5.2, Zoe. 5.2, extending the lead. Now Tia Blanco in priority, looking for a 5.38.
So the lead has extended. There's 10 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. And thank you to everybody for coming down or watching online, no matter how you are watching. And want to thank Nissan for being our naming rights sponsor once again. Priority is with Tia Blanco. But Zoe Benedetto is in the lead. Tia Blanco needing a 5.38.
And just about 10 and a half remaining, Fuely.
And thanks again to the US Air Force, proud sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro. And their philosophy is that every girl has the power to become their own superhero. And that they can help get them there. Explore countless careers and discover new possibilities. The US Air Force. And Power Crunch, the iconic cream-filled wafer protein energy bar, light in texture and bold in flavor, protein reimagined.
Yeah, good for down at the events to get on those Power Crunch protein bars. You don't want to fill up too much. I always like surfing on an empty stomach during the event, but just enough to get the energy you need. And into the last third of this heat with 9.5 remaining, 30-minute heats today. This is a QS battle between young Zoe Benedetto from Florida, surfing for Team USA, and Tia Blanco, surfing for the Team California.
And what a great experience here for young Zoe on the under-18 USA Surf National Team.
Yep, she's on Brett Simpson's USA team. You called it. She was second last year, silver medal at Huntington in the U16.
And last year, the youngest ever Outer Banks Pro champion at just 14 years of age.
Yeah, she's been dominating the East Coast scene the last few years, and it is amazing. You know, you come on the scene at 12, but, you know, thinking back, Caroline Marks kind of, when you have someone go through the ranks a few years before you, they pave the way, and they teach the younger girls that I can do it too. So Caroline Marks, at only 18, I think, you know, a trendsetter for the younger Floridian girls, and we're seeing it in Zoe.
Yeah. Caroline Marks became the youngest ever Women's World Tour competitor when she qualified. She's now on her third year and is still only 18 years of age. Interestingly, Tia Blanco, back in 2015, won the Ron John Pro, and she did that over Caroline Marks and Mia Collins. Okay. So these young ladies have been battling each other for a long time.
They probably have like the wins and losses, you know what I mean? Like, I know I always did. He's got me 3 times out of the last 4. I got to get him back.
Yeah, it does seem that all great servers have a good memory. Kelly Slater seems to be able to remember back like to a single heat 30 years ago.
Yeah, I love hearing his insight when he gets on the mic every once in a while. It's always good. CJ Hopgood's a good interview.
Yeah, it's great to have both current and past World Tour competitors down here, both on the men's and the women's side. 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Priority with Blanco. Zoe Benedetto in the lead. Her low score of 5.2, so if she gets better than that on another ride, she will extend her lead. But Tia Blanco needs a 5.38, so she's already had a 5.5, so we know that is definitely within reach. Next heat in the water is another World Championship Tour heat. It's Tatiana Weston-Webb up against Courtney Conlon. 2 fierce competitors.
Yeah, I love watching either of those girls in the World Tour events. I'm such a fan for the Women's World Tour. I'm looking forward to next year, and if they're going to have that event in Maui at this year, is that a part of next year's?
Yeah,
it'll be like a start to
it's a start to the 2021 tour.
Cool. Let's get it going.
Yeah, be fantastic. So right now that is still the plan. To kick off the 2021 season in Hawaii, which is part of the significant changes the WSL is putting in place. So it will end the year in a different format, so that as the season goes on, the number of surfers will eventually get reduced. I think they'll start that in 2022.
Yep.
But the idea is to end up in on both men and women, a 5-person shootout in the final based on your rankings. So,
I saw that. So some exciting changes coming for professional surfing. It's going to be fun. So down to 5.5. Tia holds priority, looking for the 5.38, and young Zoe trying to better a 5.2 for reference there. And coming up next, another CT heat with Tati and Courtney. So where are we? We're 2-2 right now. This is the 5th heat, right? So this will break the tie in the team's points standings.
Yep, we've got 2 to Team USA, 2 wins, and 2 to California.
So not only do we have the 2-person teams, but we also have the Team USA, Team California 8. So the girls that have bowed out already are still cheering for all other 7 team members.
Yes.
So it's sort of 2 competitions within 1.
Yeah, exactly. And then of course it keeps that team thing going, but they all get to surf again in a round robin tomorrow.
Yeah.
So today is elimination format, but tomorrow it's three rounds where everybody keeps surfing and it's points based. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and we might have to get the abacus out as we get closer.
And potentially we could see a tie and have a team-on-team surf-off, which would be ideal, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, that would be a fantastic way to finish. So Brianna, of course, got a point for her team, as did Alyssa Spencer, Caitlin Simmers.
Yep, looking at the points.
And Caroline Marks.
1 point for the win in round 1. We talked about the format. 2 points for the win in round 2, which will be the semis. And then 3 points if you win the final of the QS or the CT bracket today.
Yeah. technically, if a surfer wins
all three,
everything, I think 12 points is about the maximum that they could
okay,
earn
got ya.
for their team. But
so today would be 6 if your 3 heat wins, right?
yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
1, 2, 3. So there you go.
Yeah, so 6 for the 6 for the winner of the final today. Of course, we're in the quarterfinals here with 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining.
Ooh, time winds down. A flurry kind of in the first 20 minutes, and now a little bit of a lull, so the nerves will set in. Tia holds priority, looking for just a 5.38. You said her best wave of 5.5. Little breeze kicking in. That's going to keep it cool. I mean,
which is nice. It's been pretty warm here in California.
And the last 2 days have been oil glass all day, and you really don't get 3 in a row. I mean, hopefully we do.
Yeah, conditions have been extraordinary here in Southern California the last couple of weeks. Lots of back-to-back swells, a little bit of hurricane swell, maybe not as good as the East Coast has been getting.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we see it all. All the barrels in New York and New Jersey, and even Florida's been good.
Yeah, it's
a lot of people from the West Coast doing the strike mission, flying over, and I'm seeing the next day like, whoa, what?
Which is unusual. Usually people flying the other way, but yeah, the East Coast of America's had some incredible waves.
But it has been kind of a wave-starved year prior to the last, say, month. This year's been a little slow, but not too many south swells. Last winter was, I hate to say it, but pretty horrible, you know, for big swells. So hopefully we are trending into a different pattern. It's going out of El Nino into a little bit of La Nina. So hopefully for the West Coast, I think that means a little bit drier, and maybe we'll get some northwest swells. You're starting to see the big wave guys and girls posting about like, oh, I'm getting frothed up, I'm waking up early, I'm checking the models or listening to your weather radio or whatever that you do.
Yeah, and it's interesting because even though the travel is more restricted, surfers are still finding a way to explore, even if it's in their own region. And of course, for the World Tour competitors and the World Qualifying Series competitors, they have to find a way to be able to keep training.
Yeah, like we heard Mike Parsons say, you know, coach to Caroline and Lakey, you know, you got to keep that edge going. You got to, so they've been running mock heat, surfing, acting like you're in competition mode. You just don't want to get lackadaisical a bit, you know, not staying on top of your game.
Which is why if you're just a regular surfer, Lower Trestles is not the place to go at the moment, because you've got, you know, the world's best down there, and many of them, and just ripping. It's fantastic to watch. It's pretty intense in the water.
I love watching all the good surfing. You know, if I get a couple, I get out, I watch. Here we go. Is this Tia up the beach? Going to use priority, looking for the low 5.
Lines it up. Nice first turn. Gets hung up in the lip a little bit. Comes around the section though, recovers. Wham! Good turn. Will that be 5.38 behind her? Zoe Benedetto stroking into this. She has the lead to replace her low score, and a one-turn maneuver.
Not sure if that for Pink is going to factor in with 25 seconds. Let's wait. Tia had a good finish.
So she had to go.
Well, yeah, down to the wire. That was an opportunity. Looking for that 5.38. Maybe we'll get a replay, try and break it down. It was a bit slopey to start. You could see right here, looking at this section, and just a little hung up, but a great finish. So that horn signifies the end. So it's touch and go. It's going to be close. We're going to wait.
It is in the judges' hands. The last wave of Zoe Benedetto unlikely to factor in here. And our next heat in the water is going to be an incredible battle. The judges to determine who takes this. Will it be Tia Blanco or will it be Zoe Benedetto? Tia Blanco's score comes in at a 4.5. So Zoe Benedetto takes the win for Team USA and progresses through into the semifinals.
And Team USA now a 3-2 lead in the overall standings. We'll keep our eye on that as we're counting down this next heat. 3, 2, and that'll start Tati and Courtney's heat.
And this heat will be amazing. World number 6 and 7. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, Tatiana Weston-Webb up against Courtney Conlock.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
Hotel, a tapestry collection by Hilton.
And welcome back to the Nissan Supergirl Pro, which is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today. For great offers, check out their exciting lineup at nissanusa.com. And by the United States Marine Corps, since 1775, winning battles for our nation and for all its people. And look at this, Heat 3 of the CT draw in black, Tatiana Western Webb of Hawaii. And from just up the road, Huntington Beach, Courtney Conlog representing California. Ryan Simmons, this is going to be a battle royale.
It really is. Two of the most intense competitors on the World Tour. And look at this, both of them up, not letting any waves go by if their opportunity. Oh, Courtney goes for the backside three. You can see Tati down the line hammering the backhand there. So maybe we'll get the front on view of that wave, but both surfers opening up quick here. 3 minutes into the heat.
And there are 3 Supergirl capes in the lineup. Courtney Conlog has won it twice, and Tatiana won it back in 2015. And keep coming back year after year. 9 times for Tatiana she's competed, and I think this might be 10. Wow, look at this first wave.
So this was a wave we missed when we were in commercial. Courtney Conlog, nice first turn, climbs the whitewater, wave cleans up to the inside, and solid opener there. So we're waiting on a couple scores for green. Courtney moves through the inside there.
Well, that was sheer strength.
And she is one of the stronger surfers on the tour. I mean, they're all strong, but Courtney has that little extra.
It's really made, because that was not a big, powerful wave. Just really driving those turns. And let's take a look at Tati's first wave.
Yeah, this was up the beach, or down the beach to the south end. Tati. Oh, I love it. Upside down, and then again, and you can see she really has the torque on that backhand snap. So Tati, your first wave came in 6.17. Courtney, your opener that we saw during the break there on the replay, a 4.33. And then Courtney's going to get a throwaway score in the second score line there. So good openers, 6.17 for Tatiana Weston Webb for Team USA. And Courtney Conlog surfing for Team California opens up with a 4.33. So we've seen the momentum shift a little bit, where it started Team California got the 2 heat wins. Now it's 3-2 in USA favor with young Zoe Benedetto's win.
And if you look at who they've got as their team members, so Courtney has Mia Collins in her team, and Tati has Brianna Cope on her team, and it was Brianna that got the win earlier today.
So 2 different mindsets. Tati feeling a little more comfortable that her teammate got the win. Courtney feeling like she needs to get the win, which is never what you want to think because you don't want to get ahead of yourself in surfing competition, but still, it's there because it is a team competition.
So that second score came in at 2.33 for Courtney Conlog. So Courtney is in the lead with priority, but Tatiana only needing a 0.49 to be able to advance. And there we see Zoe Benedetto on the screen with Rosie getting set up for an interview, and at just 15 years of age got a fantastic win there. And of course Rosie, somebody who can give some guidance to young surfers. She was on the world tour at only 20 years of age. In fact, back in 2007, she was number 3 on Surfers Magazine Hot 100 of the best young surfers in the world. 1 spot ahead of Carissa Moore. Interesting.
Really good to have Rosie's insight on all the world tour events, and you know, she gets that insight, and probably the girls will open up with her, knowing that she was a girl that was on tour, she's got the talent, and they respect her.
Yeah, it's fantastic to have her here this year. Her first visit back to the Supergirl Pro since competing.
Okay.
Here back in 2013. So they're getting set up. We're looking forward to having a chat with young Zoe, and all the way from Palm City in Florida. We're going to see a lot more of her. Looking out in the lineup with 23 minutes remaining.
You can just see the intensity, like they're just both frothing for nothing, you know? And that's what you're going to get from Courtney and Tati. They will give it 100% till the last second. And that's why I love both of these girls. I love watching their heats because they give it their all. They never give up. They never count themselves out.
Yeah, that's for sure. And interestingly, this is the closest of all of the matchups on the rankings.
Okay.
Number 6 and 7 in the world. Let's go down. Rosie, you're down there with the winner of the last heat, Zoe Benedetto.
That's right, we got Zoe, and Zoe, it's been so fun just to see the up-and-coming talent. You're obviously one of those fresh faces on tour, a lot of talent. Surfing against Tia Blanco, that was a tough heat.
Yeah, for sure. Tia's a really good surfer, super sweet. We're super positive out in the water, and yeah, everyone's super nice. I was definitely nervous at first just because, you know, first contest in a while, and, you know, getting those butterflies out of your stomach, and it's a Supergirl, so you want to do good, but yeah, I had fun.
And tell us about getting the call up, because apparently, you know, you had to do a quick switch over to get back to California.
Yeah, I got the call on Wednesday, and I just flew out Thursday, so a quick trip, but quick trips are definitely some of the most fun trips, and that's kind of how I roll and stuff like that. Just last minute trips are definitely super fun and stressful, but sometimes they pay off, and I'm super excited.
You matched up with Caroline Marks in the team event. How fun is it to have someone like Caroline to kind of feed off?
Yeah, Caroline is such a strong surfer. She's such a positive figure too, and such a positive person. She's one of the most fun people to surf with out in the water, obviously from Florida. It's a hustle on the East Coast, just surfing different spots everywhere. So, you know, we understand each other, and yeah, it's super fun. I love surfing with Caroline. She's definitely going to push me, and I think we're going to kill it. So.
I think you guys are killing it already. I mean, you've just edged ahead of Team California. So how good is that you kind of got that match point there?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't even know. I didn't even know that, but yeah, that's great news. But I think the format this year with the team event and stuff like that is super, super fun. It adds like a new kick to it. Sort of a little bit of pressure too, just, you know, because you want to do good for yourself, but also for your team because you're representing, you know, the U.S. or the regional team. But yeah, I think that's really great, and I'm having fun.
So great catching up with you. Keep crushing it. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rosie, and what a wonderfully well-spoken, confident, and what an amazing team. So that team of Zoe Benedetto and Caroline Marks both won, so they are in the lead.
This was a wave of Tati up the beach here during that interview. Solid surfing from Tati, setting it up there, floats it. Oh, I think.
Well, there's another score.
I think that was the 2-7, and then I think she had another wave after that, because there was a wave that I saw live that we didn't get during the interview that was 3 turns. So just stand by for the folks at home. Tati, you got a 717. I don't think that was the 717. So that was the 2.7. So, Courtney, you now need a 9.01. But you're right. Well-spoken, Zoe Benedetto. And it is funny. Her and her mom just did a California trip. This is what they were talking about. And they drove home. And so I think they had only been home for 3 or 4 days. And then, obviously, they're not going to drive back. So she hopped on a flight. She's back here and gets the heat win. So, but that's the life of a professional surfer, you know.
Yeah, traveling long distances.
You got
That's
to be
a long
able
drive.
to go at the moment's notice, right?
Yeah. Well, she'll be very happy, as is Caroline Marks, that she took the call up, because that was a great win over Tia Blanco there. Tatiana Weston Webb, a 7.17 on her last ride to go with a 6.17. Courtney Conlog now with a 4.33 and a 2.33. She's either got to get a 9.01 or throw away those last two. 18 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, still plenty of time. And but the surfing today, early on, straight out of the gate, just fantastic.
Exactly what we were hoping for.
Yeah.
Really good surfing. I mean, pretty much 16 of the best surfers in the world.
Yeah, and some of the best up-and-comers in the world as well. So taking a look at this, up and riding. This is Tatiana Weston Webb again, the heat leader. Whack! So fast, just whipping those two turns around really quick. The wave didn't give her a lot, but she did a lot with it. She's looking to replace a 6.17 is her low. So now priority switches over to Courtney Conlog. She needs a 9.01, 18 minutes, a lot of time to go. These turns are fast.
Yeah, she's got the sharp eye under her feet. She's really dialed in her equipment. And that score comes in 5.93, so doesn't replace the 6.17. But staying busy, and it feels good to, you know, put another score on the board, surf waves. I always like trying to ride waves in these conditions to, like I said earlier, to build that rhythm. Sometimes you wait around and you might lose the rhythm. But Courtney knows she's going to need a good wave holding on to priority right now. It's a 9.01 or replace both of the 4 and the 2 she has in the score line, which seems to be more of the go right now with Tati sitting on the 7.17 and the 6.17. Out of the gates with the 13.34 early in the first 13 minutes.
Well, these two competitors have surfed against each other for many years all around the world, from everything from tiny beach breaks to massive, you know,
slamming reefs.
Yeah. And they just charge it no matter what the conditions.
So Tati, your scores 6.17 and 7.17, and I think someone's up the beach.
Yeah, this is Courtney Conlog taking the right. Good strong first turn, whipping it all the way around. Second one, cutting back right back into the power source. Third one, and the wave just got a little bit slopey there. So looking to replace a 4.33 and a 2.33. And I'm not a judge, but that certainly looked better than 2.33. Now Tatiana Weston Webb on a left hand, on a forehand. Good first turn. Her turn's really fast and crisp today. Looks like she's been working on her speed in the off season. Now onto the inside, milking it, and bang, hitting it.
Love that angle too. Seeing those fins come through that last whitewash snap.
Yeah, it gives you a totally different perspective when you've got that angle from either the water or off the pier. So a good exchange there.
Well, both surfers surfing with some spring in their step. Even Courtney's right, a little bit slopey, but really wrapping the rail there a couple times. She's trying to get better than a 4.33 and cut down on that 9 she needs.
Well, she did get a 3.97.
Okay.
So she still needs a 9.01.
You can see right there really committing to the rail. And unfortunately, it was sort of the wave, not much steepness. So just cutty, and one more slash there. That's why it's almost a 4. A 3.97 green, your last wave. And I think we owe Tati one more score to drop. She's trying to replace a 6.17. And she does with a 6.4, extending the lead. Courtney now needs a 9.24 with right at the halfway point.
Well, Tatiana is definitely, let's take a look here. This was further down the beach and now over to the left.
This was that last wave, the 6-4 with that big finish we saw from the pier angle. Oh, and just blows the tail out. Judges love it when you can release and throw a nice fan on that end bit.
Yeah, that was a fantastic turn. And Tatiana's on a roll here. She's got the chipping away, the continuation. She opened up with a 6.17. She replaced that with a 7.17. She then, added a 6.4. She's just each wave or second wave, she's improving on her situation. So if she does it any further, she'll put Courtney in a situation where she'll definitely need to replace 2 waves, because right now she's holding a 4.33 and a 3.97. So she needs that 9.24. Here is our Supergirl Pro champion from last year. Samantha Sibley took the win at, I think she was just barely 17 when she won last year. And paddling now, this is Courtney Conlog in the green, up and riding, choosing to go left on a backhand. Good first turn, throwing a lot of spray. Getting that low center of gravity, putting it up on a backhand, going vertical there. Pumping through onto the inside section, knows how to do that well, coming from Huntington. Nice rebound, and again. So a rebound, final closeout re-entry on the left, and then rebound off the right. Looking to improve. Her low score is a 3.97.
I like that wave. Real patient. You see how she waited after that first turn off the bottom to be able to get up closer to the power source, and the wave will be a bit steeper, but just really well, solid. I think that's her best wave, and probably going to cut down on what she needs. Let's watch it again here. You can see after this one, snaps it, and she waits. Instead of getting anxious and getting out in front of the wave, you want to stay by the power source, the curl there, and didn't over surf this end part here, and gets the nice backhand snap to the front side float. So I expect a pretty decent score here, and she's going to feel good about that. With 12:20 remaining, priority shifts back to Tati as we wait for that 4th wave score for Courtney Conlog. And you called it. We saw Sam Sibley, Samantha, last year's champion. She's got the cape up against a youngster, another youngster, Vahiti Inso from Hawaii, surfing for Team USA.
And this is going to be great, because this is a little bit like the giant killing run that Sam Sibley had last year. Like she came in as a massive underdog and just each heat took out a big name. And wouldn't it be something for Vahiti to do the same thing here this year?
Yeah, Vahiti traveling around with Carissa, right? Kind of her protege. So it's good to see them. Hey, everybody. Welcome out. Thanks for tuning in. We're having a great day down here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro, and we hope you guys are tuned in all day today and all day tomorrow for this fun team competition, Mark.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here. And tomorrow we're going to see a different format. Today is head-to-head elimination. We will have a winner at the end of today. But tomorrow we move into the team format, which is 4 surfers in the water at each time. The teams themselves, California up against Hawaii. So it's going to be an amazing weekend here, and already we've seen such incredible surfing. And Tatiana Weston Webb demonstrating that with that 7.17 and 6.37, and is in the lead with priority. But
look at that.
With the experience. Oh, you're right, that last score.
6.8, Courtney, 6.8, and now you need a 6.75. So the veteran gets the 6.8 and now needs another wave just like that. So she's done exactly what she needed to do and turned it into a one-wave situation. Yes, she could have got the 9.4, but it feels a lot better to just need an upper 6 where she just did it. So she's looking for something like that again to take this lead off Tati. Tati, as you said, her low, a 6.37 for reference out there in the black jersey.
So let's take a look at the teams here. So Team California, there's Team Lakey, so that's Lakey and who's coming up shortly. Katie Simmers, who won earlier this morning. Courtney in the water right now. Her teammate Mia Collins eliminated. Team Sage was eliminated, as as well as Tia Blanco, so that team we won't see again today. And then Alyssa Spencer and Sam Sibley, who's coming up next. Carissa Moore, big upset this morning, being eliminated. Her teammate Vahiti Inso coming up next, an incredible young talent. And then Team Tati, who is leading the heat in the water. Brianna Cope, she did have a win, so they're in a strong position. So really great teams. And then, of course, Team Caroline Mark, Zoe Benedetto, 2 wins for them. And Team Zoe, Gabriella Bryan eliminated, but Zoe McDougall yet to see today. So good upsets, great performances, and right now, this is what happens when you put 2 of the most experienced competitors in the world together. And when one has priority in the lead, they are going to sit on the other surfer, as Tatiana is doing right now, because Courtney Conlog's last ride, that 6.8, put her back in striking position.
Yeah, and really smart surfing from Courtney, turning a mid-range wave into an almost excellent score because she surfed it patiently and hit all the spots. She didn't over-surf it. You get a bit anxious and you run out down the line on those and you can make the mistakes and dig your rail, but she just square off the bottom, off the top. Judges loved it. 6.8. Probably a nice charge of adrenaline paddling back out for Courtney. Not that she needs it, but she's always charged up, you know.
Yeah. Now, Ryan, for the uninitiated at home, explain what's going on here.
Well, it looks like Tatiana, holding priority, doesn't want to let Courtney slide away and have unfettered access to a good wave. So Tati is going to hold close, being the intense competitor that she is, to either take a good wave if it approaches so Courtney can't get on it, or just be there telling her, showing her, hi, I'm here. You have to get the score, you know, little gamesmanship. It's fun. We love it.
Yeah, it was a great innovation that came in many years ago in the man-on-man format that one surfer had priority. So Tati has priority here. She's going to let it go. And so Courtney Conlog has a chance here. She needs a 6.75. Good speed run. Comes off the bottom. Floats it round. She's going to get round that section. That took a lot of skill to make it round. And so she got 3 turns in there. She's needing a 6.75. But Tati pushed it all the way up to the point that she didn't think that the wave was going to give her much.
And had Courtney not caught that wave, Tati almost could have lost priority. It's irrelevant now as she's up and riding down the beach. Backhand snap to another one, trying to throw her low 6.37 way on this wave. And staying active, 4 nice turns on that wave. Courtney might have ridden that wave just to get away. So you can see now she's changed her position in the lineup.
She's gone to the pier, headed towards the pier. And it would be really interesting for us during the course of this event to, let's take a look at the replay first here, Courtney.
Yeah, floats that first section. It's a speed building maneuver behind it, and then the late float. Wave wasn't really offering much. It's a 3.03, so it doesn't factor in, but maybe get away, change your position in the lineup, see where she ends up. Looks like they're kind of both surfing that peak down the beach, so,
yeah, so
they've kind of decided that's where the best waves are, so she's going to have to go back there.
Yeah, they're back together, and Tatiana has a score yet to drop, but 5.23. It comes in at a 5.23. So with 5 minutes and 45 remaining, Tati remains in the lead.
This is her last wave. Solid surfing. Not going to go into the top 2, as Fuley just said, but it feels good to continue to ride waves. She's ridden 6 waves, and every one of them has except one has been a decent score, so a real consistent heat for Tatiana.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to find out during the course of this event what she's been doing training-wise, because the speed of her turns look like they have increased since last year. Like those whips on a backhand, but also on a forehand.
Yeah.
There's an incredible speed in those turns.
Well,
And
each girl in the off season is going to have to try and bring something new to the surfing, so when they get back on tour, it sort of separates themselves. The judges don't want to see you doing the same thing you did last year, right? So each surfer, like Parsons said, working on your weaknesses. We got to paddle up the beach, Courtney.
Up and riding on her backhand. She has a chance here. She needs a 6-7-5, quick succession. Gets in 2 turns. The wave shuts down.
Great first turn, but the wave wasn't really offering much after it. But clean, quick snap, aggressive. Kind of just seeing that first turn, I was like, oh, here we go. Unfortunately, the wave closes out. Let's see if it gets above 6-7-5 with under 5 minutes, ladies. 4.5 remaining out there. And then coming up next, Sibley and Inso.
Yeah, which is going to be fantastic. And Fahiti has been mentored by Carissa and Carissa's dad, Chris, for a while now. She's part of the Sea Stars group, a group of young surfers out of Hawaii that are being coached, not just on surfing, but on being good human beings, which is great. And she is the under 12 US champ, so she's 12 years of age. So coming up against Sam Sibley, who ended the year on 19th on the World Qualifying Series. So
wow, knocking on the door of qualifying. Young Sibley, Alyssa Spencer, as we said, Caroline kind of paved the way for those girls, proving that it can be done at a young age. So at 3:10, ladies, priority sits with Courtney in the green, looking for the 6-7-5, Court.
And with 3 minutes to go, just want to throw a shout out to long-term sponsors Paul Mitchell. And you can get Paul Mitchell professional salon products delivered straight to your door. So check out paulmitchell.com. Let's take a look at that last wave of Tati.
Ooh, up the beach. She's sitting way to the south. Ooh, big fin drift. Love it. Comes around the corner here. Nice cutty carve. Setting up the inside. So that was one major maneuver. And the wave sort of going out to sea on those right. So just working the slash carve score. 5.23, not factoring in. Or no, that was the previous, so I think we're still waiting. I'm sorry. I think we're still waiting on the last score. Judges deliberating.
She's staying very busy.
Yeah, she's
it's hard to keep up with. That was her 7th ride of this heat. With 2 minutes to go, Conlog has priority and needs a 6.75. So that wave that Tatiana took, it gave priority back to Conlog. She needs a 6.75.
Looks like that last wave for Tati not going to factor in. We don't see the full score yet on my monitor, but scores are under the previous wave, so the average will come out under the 6.37. Tati still trying to better the 6.37. Black. Looks like, yep, thumbs up. So she heard that. She knows the situation with 120 remaining. It's all eyes on green. Courtney looking for the 6.75 for Team California to tie it up 3-3. Or we're going to see Team USA take a slim lead 4-2 going into the 7th and 8th heat in round 1.
Yeah, well, a win here by Tati would add to the win by Zoe Benedetto. And then there'd be 2 teams that still have their full contingent remaining here, as well as Marks and Benedetto are the team. So
yeah, the 2 Floridians with the Hawaiians on Team USA. So a fun format. We've got the California girls, 8 girls on Team California, and then 6 Hawaiians and 2 Floridians on Team USA.
Yep. Yeah, Brianna Cope, who was Tati's teammate, also won earlier today. 30 seconds.
Hawaiians. So, yep. Counting down under 30 seconds. 25 seconds. Will Courtney get the opportunity? Looks like the ocean not cooperating right now. Although the wind did go, it's gone sheet glass out there. So, let's hope that wind stays down.
Yeah, amazing conditions here
Lovely.
In Southern California. A decent swell.
Looks like we're down to that countdown, Fuely. 4, 3, 2, 1. So no ride. Tatiana Weston Webb. Unfortunately for Court, it was after the heat. Oh, and it did have a little corner on it. So Team USA.
Well, fantastic surfing there by these competitors. When we come back, it will be the youngsters, INSO, up against the champion, Samantha Sibley.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Brake. Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected. But somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
When we founded Paul Mitchell nearly 40 years ago, people would ask, John Paul, why do you want to make hair care products? I tell them, I don't. I want to make super hair care products, but it's more than that. It's hair color that makes you feel like $1,000,000 and passionate people doing what they love. It's giving back, treating the planet kindly, and supporting the professional hairdresser. To me, it's not just about hair care. It's creating something beautiful for all of us.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by the US Air Force, inspiring heroes to aim high since 1947. And welcome back. We are in the QS draw, the final one of this round. Vahiti INSO is going to be in yellow, and the Supergirl Surf Pro champion from 2019, Samantha Sibley, will be in red. Ryan, I am so excited to see both these surfers in the water, but to see what energy Sam Sibley brings after her incredible win last year.
She's actually up and riding right now. We don't have her on the screen, but there she is finishing that ride. So 3 nice turns, and yeah, what an incredible win to be. I think she was 17, maybe 16, but just trying to find your way on the QS, and then you win a 6,000. I mean, it's a springboard to stardom in a way, right?
Yeah, it rocketed her up from 63rd to number 6 on the QS. And then she had another win. And here she is up and riding.
Yeah, this was that opener. Carves it back. Sets it up there. And looking to get this finish. And it seems like in all the heats, the girls relax a little bit after the opening wave. So maybe a bit tentative, not calling her out, but she'll loosen up. And speaking of loose, this girl, young Vahiti, I think 12 last year, probably 13 now. She is a quick, spry surfer.
Beautiful. Wow, forehand and getting radical straight out of the gate, giving us a sense of what she is capable of.
I've seen her over the years. Last year in the USA Champs that she won the U12, the big junior event at Lower Trestles. I've seen some of her clips from Waco, and she is an aggressive, loose surfer. This is a good battle.
Yeah, you mentioned Waco there, the wave pool there, and seeing what these young surfers have been doing, practicing in the wave pool, it's a whole nother level.
It really is, and both of these girls actually recently working on airs on the air wave, both of them landing big frontside air reverses. I mean, pretty much all of the girls in the draw can do them, and we're just waiting and hoping to see them apply it in these jerseys in the events, and we will soon.
Yeah, well, this is going to be very exciting. Of course, nothing to lose for Vahiti INSO. This is one of the biggest competitions that she's participated in at this stage. She lined up a lot of against World Tour WQS surfers, just 12 years of age, and but she she's coached and inspired by the best. And she just looks like she just took that wave and she's up and riding now. Her backhand, wow, so fast, really vertical there. And getting her feet in the wax, as they say.
Yeah, that was the end of that wave. I think she might have had 1 or 2 turns before that. So looks like that opener for red, Sam, a 3.73. Here's the replay. Vahiti is down the beach right. Working it back to the power source there. And nice snap there. So it was just the 2 turns. So we'll wait on that second wave score.
So an all goofy footer quarterfinal. So first score is in for Sam Sibley, a 3.73. A 3.73. She is in the red, and Vahiti Inso of Hawaii from Oahu. And she's been mentored by Chris Amore since 2017, including some training at the Surf Ranch. And we're really starting to see the wave pool technology and the use of those by both junior teams, you know, coaching young people with repetitive waves so that they can practice these innovative maneuvers they're pretty hard to practice when every wave's different.
Yeah, you don't get the opportunity for surfing in the ocean over and over like a skate ramp or a wave pool that gives you that opportunity. So it's beautiful that we have that technology. I don't know if it's true. I heard a rumor Temecula is looking into a wave pool, so that would be cool. We need a few more, right?
Yeah, and there's some great technology, of course. You've got Kelly's Surf Ranch. There's the Surf Lakes project, which is the giant plunger, which creates five waves at the same place, so circular technology. The BSR, you know, out there at Waco. There's a couple of new standing waves which look pretty gnarly. They're less of a natural wave, a little bit more like the old Swatch.
I think like the one in the mall in Germany, and then but also what are the ones in Europe? They have. It's kind of like a long right against the wall or the long left. It was kind of a bit
more of a standing wave than it is really good. I remember back in the day, Laguna local Brian Beaker.
Oh yeah,
Beaker
Bill Bryant.
Bill Bryant was just dominated in those things, you know, because he had
He just posted a clip of one of his like world championship runs, and it was like, oh my god, out of this world. So. Looks like Vahiti did get a pretty good score on that right. A 5.0 yellow. Vahiti a 5.0. Sam again opens up with the 3.73. Red holding on to priority right now. And in that last CT quarterfinal, we're going to see Zoe McDougall up against Lakey Peterson.
Wow, what a heat that will be.
Yeah.
World number 3, Lakey Peterson. And up against number 53 on the WQS, Zoe McDougall. But this is already looking like a great battle. But let's go down to Rosie on the beach.
Well, Tatiana Weston Webb, yourself and Courtney always have amazing battles. How was that one for you?
Yeah, that was such a good heat. I was so excited to get back in the jersey. It was kind of nerve-wracking, and Courtney just rips, and she's such a strong competitor, so I was like trying just to not make any mistakes. I think towards the end I could have taken a few less waves and gotten priority and sat on her in the end, but it was just really fun. I just kept going on the waves.
Well, the boys in the booth were commenting on the speed through your maneuvers. Is that something you've been working on, and what are the points that you've been working on in the off-season?
Yeah, we've been working a ton on my speed. Ross and I have just been working on like little nuances throughout my surfing this past summer, and one of them is equipment. And my equipment feels amazing. Marcio shaped me this board like right before the comp. This is my second time surfing it, so love the board. And yeah, we've definitely been working on speed and certain turns and reading the wave before I take off. It's just little things like that. It's changing my surfing, and I'm really grateful for all of his help. So thanks, Ross.
It's definitely showing. Well, Tatiana, another thing, you've been on a laugh heater. I mean, you've been spending a lot of time in California, but you also recently got back from Tahiti. How was that?
Yeah, I've been spending a lot of time in Cali because it's kind of difficult to get things done over in Hawaii, especially during quarantine. not to say that I haven't been training, but to put out content for my sponsors is so important, you know, and that's why we chose to come to California. Also, I had to do the surf ranch, and we went to Waco and did just fun things to keep us excited about our job, you know. So California's been super fun, and yeah, what was the other question?
Oh, you went to Tahiti. How was that?
Yes, that was amazing. I wanted to go to Tahiti to practice for next year because now we have Chopo on tour for the women, which is amazing. But yeah, it was amazing.
Well, chatting to Caroline earlier, she was talking about the excitement of potentially competing in Hawaii at the end of the year. Are you looking forward to CT competition getting underway?
Oh yeah, I love being in New Jersey. It's what I love to do. Thank God we're allowed to do it here, and thanks to all the people behind the scenes at the Nissan Supergirl Pro who worked so hard to make this event happen, just so we can get a few heats under our belt to be ready for when the time comes, but hopefully it's soon.
Yeah, well, you're a former champ out here at Tuts. It's great to catch up with you. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. And it is just wonderful to be able to watch them surf and hear them talk about what they've been doing. It's been a long time coming, and we are very grateful for the Nissan Supergirl Pro to be back here, albeit in a different form. For the first time in its 13-year history, a different format, but it is just a magnificent opportunity for these surfers to compete against each other, to get back in the jersey, but also for surf fans to see them in the water. Right now, Vahiti Inso is in the lead with a 5 and a 2. Sam Sidley has priority but needs a 3.28. And there's 19 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. And Ryan, one of the consistent themes we've heard in these interviews is how hard that all of these surfers have been training, what they've been focusing on, despite the fact that COVID has significantly impacted what they're able to do.
Yeah, I took out of that she's been real busy the last 2 months, traveling all around, staying active. Sounds like she's working with Ross when she's over in Hawaii. So doing the due diligence of checking in with your coach, working on the weaknesses, and then also traveling and, like she said, getting content for your sponsor, because that's, you know, what they are looking for you to keep the contracts going and all of that. So you want to stay in the public eye, and she's having a fun time. It's always good to hear her on the mic, very upbeat, as all these girls are, well-spoken, and congratulations on a big heat win against Courtney Conalog.
Yeah, well,
one of the tougher competitors.
Yeah, it does mean that that team is in a good position. And if we look down the list so far today, a little bit of the coastal fog starting to roll in here. That's don't worry, it's not that your screen's not blurry. This does happen quite frequently, and it puts a little bit of a bump on the water as well. It's like a self-generating wind.
Yeah.
When the fog comes in. But if we look at the quarterfinals so far, and remember we've got both QS and CT. So Caitlin Simmers took the first one for Team Cali, and then Team California backed that up with Alyssa Spencer in the second heat. Brianna Cope won the next one for USA, followed by Caroline Marks. That made it 2 each. Then Zoe Benedetto went 3 for Team USA, and Tatiana made it 4. So it's 4-2 in favor of the rest of the US over California right now.
Yeah, and you can see in the advancements, Katie will surf against Brianna as the QS Heat Semi 1, as we got Sam up and riding right here, Mark.
Beautiful backhand turn sweeping. Nice fast re-entry there. And again, making the most of that wave. Just 18 years of age from San Clemente, just up the road in
South Orange County.
South Orange County, yeah, right on the border of San Diego County.
So did well to finish that ride. Maybe we'll get that replay. Looking for just a 3.28 right now.
Yeah, certainly within reach, and we're not even halfway through this. And she was working really hard with Jeremy Carter and Brett Simpson as part of the US junior team last year, and it definitely looks like she has continued that work. Let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, I had waited a little bit of time. Vahiti picked off a couple waves, but Sam, nice, good turn up and over the lip here. Cut back, utilizing the bottom of the wave, and really well to pull out that little edge catch and get the finishing turn. So a well put together wave. It's a 4.5, and she takes the lead. Yellow, Vahiti holding priority, now looking for a 3.23. So not much in it right now, but the girls are trending in the right direction, getting some better scores on the board, maybe losing the nerves.
Yeah, and we've got plenty of time, 15 minutes and 30 odd remaining here. And you can just see a little bit of a bump on the face of the water there. That's a result of this coastal fog coming in. You get a bit of a temperature inversion here in California. The water's actually quite warm for this time of year, but the air temperature's been very hot. It's been in the 80s, 90s at the coast, and then as much as 110 degrees not far inland. So it has been very hot here in California the last few days, and so the water, while it's probably still about 66, 67, it's not bad. It's obviously much colder than the air.
And that's why you're getting the fog, the super hot land temperatures with the cooler water creating the condensation. I don't think this fog's going to affect us, but you're right, there is a little breeze on the front side of the fog, but the good thing is it might keep it glassy throughout the rest of the day. It might hold the afternoon sea breeze down, as I think we have Sibley way to the south.
Throwing her board up there, but that'll be an in and out. She didn't have priority, so just looking to add to her scoreline because she has a 3.73 that she wants to get rid of. And Vahiti Inso has that 5, so she has the highest score, so she's in a decent position, and a second scoring ride, just a 2. So it's fair to say she'll be looking to do a lot more than the 3.23 she needs to move up into the front right now, because Sam Sibley, we know what she can do.
Yeah, and having that confidence of being last year's champion is going to bode well for Sibley. And Team California looking for a heat win to get back. They're behind 4-2 right now. So in this heat, Vahiti's best wave of 5.0 and Sibley's best wave of 4.5. So pretty closely matched on their best waves. Sibley holds the lead with a little better backup, 3.73 to Vahiti's 2.0. Yellow with priority. Just needs the 3.23 right now for the grommet out of Hawaii. And coming up next, our last heat of this opening round, Zoe McDougall, surfing for Team USA, hailing from the North Shore of Hawaii, up against Leahy Peterson, WCT surfer, Team California. So ideally, Team California looking for a couple heat wins here to settle the score of round 1. If they could tie it up 4-4, that would be huge. Don't want to let Team USA get away from them here. And not sure if the teams are hanging, the two-person teams, or if there's some chatter between the whole of the team. Here's a nice wave. The girls are going to be up the beach, caught out of position just a little bit. Kind of a bigger wave, broke in a different spot. Girls are readjusting. Looks like Vahiti might be looking at a left mark.
Yeah, using her priority here, up and riding on a forehand. She's got some good speed. Wham, beautiful turn. Coming into the next, and again, good timing. She checks her speed, 2 beautiful wrapping cutbacks. And just so much speed in those turns, and just a great fluid style. She was looking for a 3.23 to move back into the lead. And a lot of energy in the paddling as well. 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, she's got that kinetic style, real fast and loose. Almost as if she's got some small fins. Look at tail release, running down the line here. Doesn't want to mess up. Nice rail gouge, so 2 proper turns. and a little bonus section here at the end. And scores are in. 4-4-7. Flips to first. Sam now holding priority in second. You need a 4-9-8.
Oh, this is exactly what you want to see. You want to see a competition. You want to see some backwards and forwards. And this is Zoe McDougall of Sunset Beach in Hawaii getting ready for her big heat coming up against Lakey Peterson. And Zoe has competed before at a World Tour event, the Maui Pro in 2018, and so that is why you see her on the World Tour side.
She's the next highest seed for Team USA that wasn't on the championship tour, like Alyssa Spencer. So there's 2 surfers in the CT bracket that are QS surfers, but based on the rankings from last year, they bumped them up to have 4 CT and 4 QS. But she'll revel in the pressure because Zoe McDougall is a pressure surfer. I've seen a lot of her QS heats, and a lot of times she's able to come back and dig it out of a hole and come back and do what she needs to do. So we love that in her. Oh, Vahiti, nice rail gouge here, Mark.
And it's just off screen at the moment, but
yeah, I was just seeing that live.
Okay, so this is the waxing of the top of the feet. Ryan, tell us about that.
Well, I never did it, but I guess if you paddle out and you have a little bit of oil or a little slip, you can kind of rub your feet together and take that slipperiness off the bottom of your feet.
You see it a lot at lower trestles.
Yeah, the cobble.
The cobblestones. Yeah, you get that kind of slimy green stuff.
And it could be like a superstition thing. I had little intricacies, like touch my system, make sure my fins are set. Like when FCS came out and we went from glass-ons to, I was kind of a bit weird over like, are my fins in? And I would check them. So maybe it's sort of like a superstition before the heat, but also to make sure that if you get a good wave early, there is no mistakes made.
Yeah, and you got to remove any obstacles, any chance of error of any sport. Here we go, Sam Sibley. She's currently needing a 4.98 up and riding. Looking at her through the fog, beautiful first turn, big climb there, foam bounce. So 2 turns, that first turn really smooth. You see the smooth style that took her to winning the Supergirl Surf Pro Cape last year. And we're also waiting, I think we're waiting on one more score from Vahiti.
Yeah, it was the wave I commentated that we didn't get. And here's Sam's last. And you called it. Nice, good rail turn to start. Wave unfortunately closes out, but she's up and over the section. Looking for the 4.98, unless the last of yellow betters her 4.47. As you can see now coming into the live action, it looks like Vahiti just rode another wave, so we may owe her 2 scores. Stand by for a handful of scores here with 7.5 remaining.
Yeah, so before those scores, those last 2 scores drop, Vahiti Inso is in the lead. Sam Sibley, who now has priority again, was looking for a 4.98. And Vahiti Inso looking to drop a 4.47 as her worst ride. Let's take a look at this. Something happened here.
So this is Vahiti. Up through the lip. And whoa, blows the tail on the end bit there. So a good finishing turn. And that will get you more points when you're blowing the tail. For the folks at home that don't know, when you see those fins out above the lip, that is degree of difficulty harder. Well, so it looks like the previous wave went 4.43, and then I think we're waiting for the last wave of both surfers now, and then we'll see how it plays out once these last scores drop, 1 for red, 1 for yellow.
And priority is with Sam Sibley.
Well, let's see. Touch and go on that
priority one. Priority has changed. Priority now with surfer in yellow.
And that is how you have to be aware the little paddle flutter kick will get priority taken from you.
And she's up and riding on a backhand. Taking a look at this, what she got? Bang! Big vertical. So again, just 2 turns, but 2 sharp, fast, and very radical. And she would have seen that section coming, and she obviously decided, I want to go big on this.
Well, we've talked about her speed, right? She's so loose and fast. She was able to fit the 2 in. I think it was a good call. Let's watch it again. Quick one there, kept it down the line. Didn't try and get too much out of the first turn, and then a nice solid finish. So stand by, we're still waiting on a few waves here. And there it was from the pier angle. Beautiful finishing turn. Priority with red, and we're waiting on scores right now. Red needs a 4.98 coming up on that 5-minute warning.
And really committed surfing there. She gets a 5.4. Vahiti, you got a 5.4, which extends your lead. Sam Sibley, you now need a 5.9. And here she goes on a backhand, taking this wave. Nice sweeping cutback. And another one, wrapping back to the pocket. And a third, keeping the board moving. See if this has got something for her on the inside, and then it just sort of tapered off, get a little soft, but really smooth surfing there, some good carves. She needs a 5.9, so Vahiti Inso made it a little bit harder.
Yeah, let's watch this last one. I like it. Solid, like you said, on the rail. Buries the rail. And again. And so made the most of that wave. Finishing on the inside. Anything better than a 4.5 or above a 5.9 will factor in for Sibley. It's a 4.4, so no change to what is required. Red, you need a 5.9. Yellow holding priority, now looking to get rid of her low score of a 5.0.
So if you look at the difference between the 4.4 of Sam Sibley and the 5.4 of Vahiti, what's the, in your mind, what's the edge?
Well, you call Vahiti's first turn a nice carve, similar to what Sam was doing, but Vahiti was able to get into the lip and sort of release the fins, and so the judges gave her a point nod by having that good finishing maneuver like we've been talking about all day, where Sam's wave was tapering off and a bit slow. So that was the difference, I think, having the big finish. As we see a paddle, though.
And it is Sam up and riding under priority. Nice backhand float. And didn't hurt her to take that wave because priority is with Vahiti with just under 3 minutes remaining.
And you never know when the beach breaks what waves might pan out and give you. She just needs a 6, a 5.9. So she pretty much can get it on any open face wave that's going to get her the opportunity to do a few good maneuvers. That's all she needs. But priority sits with yellow.
Yeah, but right now keeping the chances of Team Carissa alive, because the first upset of the day was her elimination.
Yep.
And so points are important going into tomorrow's round robin team event. So if Vahiti can get a win here over the current Supergirl Surf Pro champion, that keeps those points going and gives Team Carissa a chance overall in the standings. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. So it's still that 5.9 that Sam Sibley needs, a 5.9.
Yeah, and down to about a minute 45. I think I see some lines approaching, though. Both surfers close to each other. Yellow has priority.
And she's going to exercise it. Takes off. Nice float. Big speed run here. Wham! Really gets so much speed generated out of that bottom turn. It all comes from the bottom turn. Compresses and up into the lip again. Really great surfing.
Solid surfing right there. And you called it after that first initial down the line speed run. She just kept with the momentum. I think we've got Sibley looking at a wave here. And we'll get to her wave as she comes undone. Tried to blow the tail through the lip. Will she be able to get back out the back with 1 minute? See if she can hustle. Let's watch this replay. Quick float, like you said, built the board speed right there. Down the line snap. Real committed on that one. And then just solid finish to the inside to get the last 2 turns right there. And probably one of the better waves of the heat. Scores are dropping in now. Will make it a bit tougher on Sibley. 30 seconds. Priority is with red. Just need that last score. 20 seconds. Looks like the ocean going flat here. 10 seconds. It's a 5.57, and it looks like that is going to hold her in first with 3, 2, and 1.
Wow, another upset. The defending champion at the Supergirl Pro goes down to the young gun, Vahiti Inso. And the youngster sending notice to the world's best. And when we come back, it'll be the final heat of the quarters. Zoe McDougall up against world number 3, Lakey Peterson. NISSAN Supergirl Surf Pro is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on their most exciting lineup ever. Shop nissanusa.com, and by Islands Restaurant, a proud sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro. To find a location near you, visit islandrestaurants.com. And welcome back. We are in our final draw in the quarterfinals. This is CT Championship Tour Heat Draw 4. Zoe McDougall is up against world number 3, Lakey Peterson. Zoe in purple, Lakey is in the white. And that is Lakey Peterson on your screen right now. And if you are out there watching, or you happen to come down here, or you just want to check out all the action, check out the event on social media at Supergirl Pro on Instagram and Nissan Supergirl Pro as a hashtag. This is Lakey's wave, first wave of this heat.
Picking off a good right. Nice, good carve there, hailing from the points of Santa Barbara. So beautiful. All the point surfers grew up with great style. Us beach break surfers, we got to learn how to have good style. But Lakey opening up with a 7.0. Solid opener. One of the best waves we've seen in a few heats there to start. Had a few 3s to 5s. But Lakey coming out of the gate swinging 7.0 white, 7.0 priority back to purple, Zoe McDougall. And coming up next, our first semi.
And earlier this week, Lakey went for a surf session with Major. So we'll come back to that. Just waiting for the scores to drop in. So just confirming Lakey 7. But yeah, earlier in the week, Lakey went for a surf session with Major Moore from the US Air Force. So let's take a look.
Hi everyone, I'm Major Moore. I'm a pilot in the Air Force Reserve. And today I get to go surfing with pro surfer Lakey Peterson. So how has COVID affected the tour for you?
It's been actually really nice to have some time off. I don't know, just having a moment to decompress and regroup. Last year was pretty intense with the world title race for me and stuff, so I felt like I actually needed a bit of a break and I got it, so a bit of silver lining. It's been, in ways, really nice for me. How about yourself though? Have you been flying more or less, or what does it really look like in, I guess, the Air Force and military side of things?
Last year I did a lot of, because I fly cargo, so I flew a lot of missions around the world. And this year those have decreased for obvious reasons. Been grateful to slow down, and I've been fortunate that I can still work.
I grew up in Santa Barbara, you grew up in San Ynez. So what was it like for you kind of growing up there and surfing and all the rest?
It was awesome. I kind of grew up playing water sports, swimming, water polo, which led me to spending time with friends who surfed and becoming interested in surfing. You know, little fun waves with friends until eventually I could do it on my own and get into bigger and bigger waves, and here we are.
Well, should we go do it?
Absolutely, let's go.
Let's go surf.
I never really thought of myself as a role model, or never came into this with the idea of searching out being a role model, but with about 6 to 10% of the pilot force being women, I do think that just naturally happens. I love what I do, flying C-17 and flying cargo and people and medevac all over the world, but it's turned out really awesome.
It's really been fun for me just to learn more about what all of you guys do in the Air Force. I would love to learn to fly one day. I definitely admire what you do. It's amazing, especially as a female. It's really inspiring to see what you do.
So, Supergirl Surf Pro, are you ready?
It'll be really fun. The Supergirl is an event I've done for a really long time now, and I just love what they stand for, to kind of empower young women and women of all ages, really, to just be the person that you want to be and be strong and bold and beautiful. I'm just really excited to have a contest to look forward to, and it's going to be a super fun time.
You're setting awesome examples out there showing that women can surf in what traditionally was probably a more male-dominated sport, and you guys are out there. I know you're going to crush it.
Thanks so much for surfing with me today. That was so much fun. You were ripping, and I hope we get to do it again sometime. That was awesome.
Me too. You hosted me today, so I'll have to take you out and get you in the sim or bring you out to the plane in the future. Can't wait.
Great stuff there, and very, very inspiring. And I'm sure that Lakey is going to take Major Moore's offer up to go up in one of those amazing US Air Force aircraft.
Wow. That was a cool little clip there.
Looks like a lot of fun. Looks like they got some good waves too.
Where were they? Okay, middle's down there. Get away from the crowd.
Well, let's go down to Rosie on the beach with the winner of the last heat, our youngest competitor.
That's right, the youngest, and someone that I've been watching surf all day, Vahidi, coming up against the defending champ, Sam Sibley. That was a huge heat.
Yeah, for sure. I think I was just really happy to kind of just have a few waves. I was definitely very nervous. This is like one of my first bigger events, and I think I'm just really happy to kind of take the win from that heat.
And you've teamed up with Carissa Moore, and obviously she's someone that's been mentoring you through the Moore Loa Foundation. So tell us about that experience.
Yeah, for sure. Teaming up with Carissa this event, I'm just super excited and really happy. I couldn't be more happy to be teamed up with her. We've kind of known each other for about more than 4 years about. She kind of we both grew up surfing our home break together, so we're kind of just always out there almost every day.
And you know those nerves before you hit the water, was Carissa giving you some words of advice to keep you calm?
Of course, just her words are always filled with positivity, so it's always something to keep in the back of your head, something to always smile with.
And what were some of the things she was telling you before the heat?
You know, there's so many stuff, but you know, just the simple good luck, simple smile, something that just fills you up with joy and, you know, have fun. Something's really powerful.
Just keeping you reassured. But then also the waves. I mean, it's been so fun watching that tide come in. How are the conditions for you?
Yeah, the conditions have stayed so nice throughout the day. Even yesterday, we were like, oh, to have the conditions the same tomorrow will be so fun. And it's definitely super clean. The waves are like, you know, perfect size. It's just really fun.
And you said this is one of the bigger events that you've been in. How cool is it to be at the Supergirl Pro, and what do you make of this opportunity?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's so exciting to be competing at the Supergirl, especially because it's an event that really helps and supports the push with women. So I think just having that as an opportunity is really exciting.
Vahidi, you're amazing. We can't wait to see what you do in the semis. Send it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Miles down there and hear all of the inspiration, both to the surfers themselves between each other. She mentioned there Chris Moore, and just, you know, what message and inspiration that's sending out to the world, and to all the young girls who are watching this competition today. These role models are amazing. Right now, Lakey Peterson, speaking of role models, opened up with a bang, a 7. That was 10 minutes ago, and we're waiting for the next wave to be ridden. It's definitely been a big lull. Priority with Zoe McDougall, but a big score on the board already.
Yeah, and with 10 minutes off the clock, it's going to feel that much better as time ticks away and no waves are ridden. But real quick, last heat in the water of the opening round. Let's give a first call for Katie Simmers up against Brianna Cope. First heat of the semifinals. That's a QS battle. And the second heat standby, Alyssa Spencer up against Caroline Marks. And remember, in round 2, in the next round, it's 2 points for the win. So Team California is going to be looking to try and come back as we see Lakey up again.
Wow, look at that turn, really sharp. Oh, and just hit a bit of a bump there, and the board just literally coming from underneath her as she went to set up that turn. But it'll get her a score. There was one turn in there. Zoe McDougall being very patient right now from Sunset Beach in Hawaii, just 20 years of age.
Let's see what went wrong here. Had that good first turn. Let's watch it. Breaks it down. Big, deep bottom turn. Nice snap. And, yeah, it's just that second section. She was going to go float climb and then decided, no, maybe I'll power around the section, and just an uncharacteristic fall.
But you still gets a 2.33.
Yep.
The judges like that first turn, and we saw in the feature a moment ago, she was saying how she's actually enjoyed the break and has come back fresh.
Well, and just thinking back to the 2018-2019 season, wasn't she in the hunt both of those years coming? So that is nerve-wracking. So for her to be able to take some time off and reset and regroup, I mean, I'm looking forward. It was going to be this year, but because of what happened, it's next year. But I was kind of at the end of 2019 going, oh my God, next year's World Tour, for who qualified and how the girls are surfing. Probably going to be one of the most exciting women's World Championship Tour seasons we've ever seen.
Yeah, certainly. It's certainly the intensity has been there, and for Lakey the last couple of years, you know, it all came down to that last the Maui event, and it was a competition not just for the world title but also for the Olympic spot. And so, you know, emotionally, physically, just so much went into it. So, but Lakey's always been one of the most progressive female surfers in the world for a number of years. She won here. She won her Cape back in 2011. It's 9 years ago. So she's been on top of the world stage for a long time. And it's like anything. If it doesn't matter what your job is, sometimes you just need a break.
Yeah, you go so hard on the CT and some of the athletes surfing the QS trying to do the double duty if you're not, feeling like you're going to make it. So it is stressful, and it's nonstop. So they're traveling in between events, probably free surfing, and then they're doing all the events. So yeah, for them to get a year off or, 3/4 of a year off and then reset, I feel like they all are going to be recharged for next year. And I know I'm looking forward to it. And hopefully it might get kicked off at the end of this year as we're going to have the wraparound season.
Yeah, which is an interesting start, to the 2021 year if you consider that all came down to the wire. The 2019 season, Olympics, World Titles was at Maui as well. So to start there is a really great thing. So we're all hopeful. The World Surf League, that's what they're planning on, and if all goes according to the plan, of course, they will pivot if need to, but it will kick off in November in Hawaii for both the men and the women to kick off the 2021 season. So 15 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. This fog has
gotten a little worse.
Yeah, it's coming in pretty strong right now.
Almost getting to the point where we can't see.
So paddling, up and riding. This is Zoe McDougall just peeking through the fog there. Nice cut back, another one off the top. Working this through to the inside. Nice finishing turn. So Zoe gets a score on the board.
Yeah, and you were talking about Tati surfing quicker. Well, Zoe McDougall, also a surfer in the off season, has done the work. May it be physical or equipment based, but she is surfing with some new intensity.
And up and riding through the fog again. Lakey Peterson on her backhand, pretty sure. There. And Ryan, what happens if the fog gets so thick that the judges cannot see?
Well, we would stop the heat wherever it is, wait until it burns off, send them back out. They would hold on to the scores they have, and then we would restart the heat at the time we stop it. So with just over 14 minutes, the opener of purple, Zoe, a 4.83. So the judges can see. They've got binoculars, sunglasses. They will stop it right when the head judge decides that he cannot see good enough. We're not to that point yet. So once again, Zoe, 4.83, and Lakey, your best wave, a 7.0 with 14 minutes. Hopefully we just get a little bit of the sea breeze. It'll blow it away.
And obviously distance does affect fog. So we're further away. So from where we're sitting, it's nearly impossible to see them. But for the surfers, they're out there, they're on the wave. You can still see what you're doing. It's hard to see the waves coming though. That becomes a real challenge, especially given how smooth everything is.
This was that replay of McDougall's opener. Nice cutback top turn, and then finishing to the inside for the 4.83. Nice little layback snap. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the fog, like when you're free surfing. Can't see the wave. But.
And the last wave of Lakey Peterson was a 1.77. So holding down a 7 and a 2.33 with 13 minutes, just under 13 minutes remaining. Zoe McDougall a 4.83. Zoe, you need a 4.51 to move up into the lead. And Lakey, you have priority. Lakey has priority. And for those people out there who are watching this on Twitch, on November 8 at 7:30 Eastern Time, so that would be 4:30 Pacific time, there's going to be a female leadership panel discussion featuring some amazing women across various sports, business, entertainment, and more, sharing their stories of experiences, success, and inspiration. And Twitch is a fantastic way to not just watch gaming and watch gamers, but they've got a lot of it's called Just Chat, really great talk shows on there. Lots of interests, and so if you've never gone and checked out Twitch, highly recommend you do so, and follow Supergirl Surf on Twitch to check out all their activities. And there is the Supergirl Pro of Gaming that is happening this weekend as well. 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
And you can see the ladies in the fog there from the pier angle. This is the last heat of the opening round, as we have Katie Simmers and Brianna Cope standing by. They'll be out in the water next. So, and we already know with Team USA with a couple point lead, but 2 points for the heat win in the semifinals, Team California is going to want to try and get a couple heat wins and get back, square things up. And just over 11 minutes, ladies. Priority with white. Lakey trying to replace her low of a 2.33.
Oh, a big turn there. Coming onto the inside, really working this wave. Lots of speed, lots of energy.
Wow, full reform too, with multiple turns to the inside for Zoe.
That was a good wave. A lot more energy than the first wave was a 4.83. The first wave might have been a little bit bigger. Certainly a lot of energy in that one. And just looking through the lineup in the semi-finals, Ryan.
Yep.
On the QS side, Caitlin Simmers and Brianna Cope. And then Zoe Benedetto and Vahidi Inso. Let's take a look at this replay, though, first.
Yeah, just sets it all up here, building board speed, and then the wave lines up through the inside. Nice two nice top turns. And 2 more to finish.
And that put her in the lead.
Wow.
With a 5. So Lakey now needs a 2.83 to advance, has priority. Zoe, you have a 5 and a 4.83. So taking that wave under priority and moving her into the lead.
Well, I alluded to it. Zoe McDougall is an intense competitor, and I've seen her pull it out multiple times in the dying moments of heat. So she's been up against the ropes and pulled it out. And when you're a competitor and you're able to do that time and time again, it builds the self-confidence to be able to, oh, it's okay. I didn't start well, but I've finished strong in the past, and she's going to tap into that right now. I think we saw Lakey ride a wave. She just needs a 2.83. I'm not sure how the wave was.
It looks like it came in at a 2.03, so not quite enough. Priority now is with Zoe. She has priority and she has the lead. And the winner of this heat will go up against Tatiana Weston-Webb in the second CT semi-final, the first one being Caroline Marks and Alyssa Spencer.
All right, we're going to get that last of Lakey. Quick float there. And unfortunately, just a bit behind the section.
And you can see the comparison here.
I think that was Zoe.
That was Zoe, and that was a different wave. I thought this was actually another replay, but that
could have been live action, huh, Mark?
That was live action, and definitely the wave lined up a little better than Lakey's.
Yeah, and drifted the fins on that last. Zoe surfing fast on that wave and has 9.83 to 9.33. You can see on your screen there for the folks at home. Lakey just looking for a 2.83. Looks like this is that replay. She had her frontside wrap down the line top turn, and McDougall staying on that front foot to build the board speed and releases the tail.
Okay, so we are going on hold with 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. We are going on hold. At the moment, Zoe has the lead and Lakey needing a 2.83, but we are going on hold.
Yeah, ladies, we've gone on hold. Let's check with the head judge if stay out there or bring him in. Could be a few minutes before the fog burns off here, hopefully sooner than later. Judges deliberating over that last wave, utilizing the replay camera for that wave of Zoe. Yeah, so we've just heard the horn. There's 6:50 remaining. We are on fog hold right now. So for those watching at home, the judges don't have the vantage point that they need to be able to score the waves fairly. So we're going to go on hold, and we will just go on hold until the fog lifts enough. We'll send the ladies back out. The time and scores will be the same. And that's how these fog delays work here.
And usually we do find here that around this time of the day, fog doesn't usually hang around for too long, but you never know. So we'll take a break, but don't go away. We're going to wait for this fog to burn off, and then we will come back with this heat. We'll restart where it was between Lakey Peterson and Zoe McDougall. So we're going to take a quick break now, and when we come back, it'll be the culmination of this heat with Lakey and Zoe. The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today and shop at nissanusa.com. And by Islands Restaurants, a proud sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro. To find a location near you, visit islandrestaurants.com. And you can see here that there is a fog, and we are on a fog hold, and the heat paused at 6 minutes and 50 seconds with Zoe McDougall in the lead. Lakey Peterson needing a 2.87 to advance. And Ryan, the reason to go on hold is that the judges cannot see to fairly score the competition.
Yeah, so that last wave right before the fog delay came in at a 4.87 for McDougal. She bettered her low by just a little bit. Lakey in priority once we come out of fog delay, and I think I was alerted from Ruby from the WSL. It's actually going to be 7 minutes 15. So they did blow the horn, and then 25 seconds ticked off the clock before we were able to press pause. So it's going to be 7 minutes 15 seconds, ladies. You can stay in the water if you haven't gotten out of the water already and wait. If we feel like it's going to be a little bit longer, we'll call you in. But that's where we stand right now. Zoe McDougal grinding out the lead with just about 7 minutes and some change left. Lakey has that good score of a 7 that she opened up with right on the horn, just looking for a 2.87. So once we get back underway, this last heat of the opening round, it's going to be exciting because Zoe McDougal feeling like she's trending in the right direction, and Lakey has the good score, but the pressure's going to be on to get that small score to get the win. And hopefully we can have this fog disappear. It was very foggy up in Orange County, and I was worried, but then driving down, it kind of ended around the Trussels area. There you can see the advancements and who they're going to be matched up. That's the WCT side, the captains. So that's going to be a good matchup there. Young Alyssa Spencer up against Caroline Marks. Tati waiting for the winner of this heat. And then we shift over to the QS side, and you can see Katie and Brianna in Semi 1 and Zoe Benedetto and Vahiti Inso. So the two youngsters in Semi 2 of the QS side. So that's going to be exciting also.
And we are coming up to around the middle of the day, around noon. So usually the sun does tend to burn things off around this time of day. It does look like it's clearing a little bit in front of us.
So ladies, we're going to go on official hold till 12:30. It's 12:10 right now. So come on in, or it's up to you, but we're going to go on hold for 20 minutes, and we're going to kick back off at 12:30 if possible. I would probably come in and rest and reset. You don't want to stay out there. You could get cold. It's going to be an important last 7 minutes, 7:15 once we get underway.
And there is Lakey coming in. So we are going to go on a 20-minute hold, give a chance for this to burn off. And just a reminder of the competition format. Today we are in the head-to-head. So both on the World Championship Tour and the WQS World Qualifying Series surfers. 1 point for a quarterfinal win, semi-final win gives you 2, and a final win gives you 3 points. Those points go to the team, and then on Sunday it's a team versus team. Rounds 1 and 2, 2 points for the region and the team, and round 3, 4 points. And at the end of the day, it will all be added up, and the winning team will be given the Supergirl Capes for 2020.
And tomorrow when we have the teams competing, there's 3 rounds, and the teams will switch. So each round they'll surf against a different team. So we'll have different matchups throughout the day tomorrow, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's certainly a very exciting format. And if you look at the results so far today, right now we've got 2 complete teams who are moving into the semi-finals. That is Team Caroline, so Caroline Marks and Zoe Benedetto, and then it's Team Tati, so Tatiana Weston Webb and Brianna Cope. There is also a third likely, well, I think will happen here. So Zoe is on Team Zoe. So, and
McDougal.
Yeah, but Gabriella Bryant was eliminated.
Yeah.
But if Lakey can win this heat, she's coming from behind right now, we're on hold, then her team would still be complete.
A full team, yeah.
Because Katie Simmers won the first heat this morning.
Yeah, so Team California down there really pulling for Lakey in this last first round heat to keep pace. Where are we? 5-2 to USA
yeah, we're
right now?
5-2, and right now the only 2 team complete teams that are going through into the semis are the rest of the US teams. That is Team Caroline and Team Tati. So plenty of numbers that we'll need to work through as the competition progresses. But the difference this year is that instead of one winner, one Supergirl, there will be two, in that it'll be a particular team. And we are on hold if you've just joined us. It is because the fog rolled in, and it rolled in towards the end of the last quarterfinal. And we do have 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in that heat between Zoe McDougall and Lakey Peterson. And as soon as the fog lifts, but we have decided that we're going to go on hold till 12:30 Pacific time. It's in around about 17 minutes time that we will come back.
Yeah, we've dealt with this before in the past at events, and it's better to set a time and see if everything kind of lightens up rather than, we can see and then the fog comes back in. We don't want to be going back on hold and off and on and off and on. So it's a 12:30 start, fog permitting. 12:15 right now, so we got 15 more minutes. You can see Lakey in her dugout chatting with her coach, Mike Parsons, maybe her teammates. And, you know, in this format, it might be a reprieve to come in and reset and kind of talk with, where am I at? I only need a 287. I have the best wave of the heat. So you can go over some strategy. Normally you don't get to do that, but...
Yeah, very true. And Lakey had such a strong start. It was literally in the first few minutes she came out of the gates with a 7, which is the second highest wave score of today, behind Caroline Mark's 8.5. And so she had a really strong start, and then it did slow down, but we're going to come in with 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining at the end of this. And but keeping your energy is often a challenge in these situations.
Definitely, and this is something that can affect your vibe. You know, you don't want to let the fog get to you, not that they are, but you're right. You want to be down there and paying attention and to everything that's happening. And hey, everybody, this is us.
Hey, everybody at home, here on a beautiful, although foggy day right now. It doesn't look like it facing this way, but it is starting to clear, so I feel confident that we'll be able to get it underway at 12:30. But the competition so far been some amazing surfing today.
Yeah, incredible surfing, and it's continuing on as we're getting ready just in this last heat of this opening round. If you're just tuning in for the folks at home, we're getting ready to kick off the semifinals after we have 7 minutes left in this last heat with Zoe McDougall, Lakey Peterson. Then we're going to get into the semifinals where a heat win gets you 2 points. We've got Team USA a little bit ahead of Team California right now, so that's sort of the play-by-play as we go into the semis. Team California up against it, and they're going to be looking for some heat wins with who they have left in the draw, Mark.
Yeah, there's a lot of pride left on the line here. But right now, we have a competitor, and this is a really unusual situation. You don't normally get to interview a competitor in a heat, in the middle of the heat, but Rosie is right now, is down there with Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Lakey on this brief hold due to the fog. I mean, coming in, getting to regroup with Mike, working out a bit of a strategy before you hit the lineup again.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to have a break when you're not winning the heat, just to stop their momentum. So yeah, I'm just cruising. We're hoping the fog will lift in a minute here, but there's some fun little waves. It's just finding the right peak, and the tide's changing a bit. So my game plan was a bit further down the beach, but I think it's coming back this way. So yeah, we'll get back out there soon.
We got Zoe just like across from us at the moment. Are you guys mad dogging each other before you hit the water again?
Total stare downs. No, she's great. Zoe's been surfing awesome, and she's a great little surfer, and she's been ripping it in our heat so far. So it'll be fun to get back out there. I'll try and get a score on her and get it going.
We love the competitiveness. Also, having Caitlin Simmers match up with you in the team events. I mean, she was ripping this morning. What do you think about the young up-and-coming talent?
Yeah, she's She's been on my radar for a while now. She's a little ripper. She's going to be really good. She's got a lot of potential. But yeah, it's cool. It's kind of fun to have a teams event and then have a younger girl on my team. It's sort of fun to watch her surf and maybe give her pointers, or maybe she can give me some. I don't know. But yeah, no, it's awesome that they're able to run this event. I think everyone's really excited about it.
And lastly, you mentioned that excitement. I mean, it is really cool to just have everyone back and be high-fiving from a distance, obviously, but cool to see, you know, the surf community come together again.
Yeah, totally. It's been a long break, and I think everyone's just excited to get things going, and we're all maybe a bit rusty, so it's nice to dust off the cobwebs. And yeah, just everyone. It's such a community of people. Like, we're all competing, but we're all friends and companions, so it's really nice to be back with all the girls and enjoy a fun event.
Thank you so much for your time, and good luck in the last 7 minutes.
Thanks,
Thank you
Lakey.
very much,
Yeah, no worries.
Lakey, and thanks, Rosie.
Thanks, guys.
If that's rusty, I hate to see what they're going to be surfing like when they're fully back, because the surfing that we've seen today has really been pretty amazing. And we mentioned the 7 of Lakey that she opened up with, but who's for you, Ryan? Who's been the most impressive so far today?
Probably Caroline Marks. That backhand, the 8-5 earlier, that was sort of a standout wave for me. Alyssa Spencer taking out the 4-time world champion, you know, never easy to go up against someone the likes of Carissa Moore, and for Alyssa to get the heat win, you know, it's going to do a lot for her confidence. Carissa doesn't need any confidence. She's the best in the world. I like Brianna Cope's last wave, the that kind of wave-starved heat with Mia Collins, and then for Brianna to get that running right and kind of hammer it. And so she's going to feel really good about that going into the semifinals, having that a tough heat, and then you rip a little wave, and the judges give you a good score. So, you know, Team USA is Team California came out and got the 2 heat wins, and then it's kind of flipped into Team USA. I'm kind of excited for once we get through this last heat and back underway, what the semis are going to bring. There's going to be more pressure. There's more points. And how funny was that with Lakey talking about her partner, Katie? It's like, you know how good these young girls are coming up, and it's like you want to mentor them, but at the same time, you're like, hey, I'm still here, you know? Sounds like we have Rosie downstairs with Zoe. Take it away, Rose.
Yeah, guys, well, we spoke to Lakey. We have to catch up with the other competitors. Zoe winning the heat at the moment. Bizarre circumstance to have to come in with 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, crazy heat. We get to come in and have a little rest and warm up, rehydrate, and get back out there hopefully soon.
Check Instagram. And I said to Lakey, you know, she's just across the way. Are you guys mad dogging each other?
I don't know. I mean, I look up to Lakey a lot. We're on Cliffbar together, and she's always been one of my idols. So like, I'm just stoked to be in the heat with her. I don't know, like, but we're both always competitive. You know, like once the heat's on.
Definitely mutual respect, and she actually said the same thing. It's just been such a fun vibe to have all the women back competing. How stoked are you to be back in a competitor's jersey?
Oh, I'm so excited. I missed it so much, and like when I got the call up for this, I was just like over the moon. You know, like I couldn't believe that we're actually gonna get to surf the Supergirl this year. You know, and just being back in Oceanside is great, and competing. Yeah, love it.
It's like to watch you surf. So good luck in the rest of your heat, I guess, and the rest of the event. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, Zoe, good luck.
Thank you very much. Great to see the stoke continuing down there on the beach, despite being on a hold due to fog right now. We are planning on going back on the half hour, and then there will be 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this heat between Lakey Peterson and Zoe McDougall. And this is the last quarterfinal of this round, and then we're going to move into the semi-finals. The first will be the QS semi-final, Caitlin Simmers, followed by with Brianna Cope, and that'll be followed by a CT semi-final, Alyssa Spencer, Caroline Marks, then Zoe Benedetto up against Vahiti Inso in the second semi-final on the QS side, and then the winner of this heat will go up against Tatiana Weston-Webb in the semi-final. So we've still got 6 heats remaining today, and then tomorrow we move into the round robin teams competition. So thanks for being patient and sticking with us, and also thanks again to our sponsors who have stuck with the Supergirl Surf Pro during the COVID situation and have been able to make this happen, including the US Air Force, who have been a proud sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro for a number of years. And their goal is to empower women to aim high and realise their dreams. Whether they want to be a pilot or chart a new path, they can help you get there. And so this is a competition that is all about giving women opportunities and female empowerment and good vibes. And Ryan, it certainly carries all that. We've seen plenty of smiles here this morning.
Every year as a spectator, I've been just stoked to be able to tune in and watch this event. And I know right from the get-go, 13 years ago, for the girls to have their own standalone event. It was thanks to everybody, all the sponsors and everyone behind the scenes putting on this event. I know it's been one of my most favorite events to watch. It's the first time I've been a part of it, and I'm stoked to be here with you and Rosie calling the action. We just got to get this fog to burn off.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot of fun, and I feel very fortunate to be here with you guys and working it, and to see some amazing surfing. We're going to take a break right now, but when we come back, we'll be getting closer to finishing this round with Zoe McDougall and Lakey Peterson.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this. Brake. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
White Claw Hard Seltzer. A wave of refreshment.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by the US Air Force, inspiring heroes to aim high since 1947, and by Sunbum. For those of us who live and love in the sun, trust the bum. Learn more at sunbum.com. Welcome back. We are still in the fog hold, and we will be on that fog hold for at least another 5 minutes. We were planning on going back on the half hour, but it does need to clear enough. We can definitely see more than we could half an hour ago. But now, let's go down to Rosie.
Yeah, boys. Well, you know, as we wait on hold with this heat with Lakey Peterson and Zoe, we just want to give you guys an idea of what this contest area is like. As we know, it's weird times at the moment, so we've got creative. I mean, as you can see over my shoulder, we have these little pods for the different teams. Obviously, you've got the QS and the CT surfers matching up, so they have brollies on the beach. They're allowed to have their coaches if they've all been tested. And so just everyone has their separate little zone. They kind of get to come into the little barracks and discuss team strategy and let that team spirit kind of flare up. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's cool to see the event organizers get creative and make sure that everyone's staying safe.
Yeah, so Rosie, how's the general atmosphere? Obviously, the crowd's a little bit less than previous years. Usually there's thousands of people here. But just the general vibe among the surfers seems to be really upbeat and really positive.
So cool. I mean, just getting on the sand and just chatting to the surfers and seeing the excitement of, you know, not just getting to compete, but also getting to hang out together, to see their friends and get back in the vibe of it. That's been really cool to see.
And for you as somebody who, as a youngster, you know, you were on the world tour at 20 years of age and obviously competing a lot since then, what's your take on the level of surfing among young women these days?
been mind-blowing to see the progression of women's surfing. I think at these events especially, I mean, it just highlights the depth of talent that we're seeing from the ladies, and there's so much to look forward to. I mean, we're seeing these younger women just so tenacious and so progressive and just ripping. So women's surfing's in good hands.
And tell us a little bit from your vantage point as somebody who's on the world tour, bringing us all the insights full time of the changes that are being made coming into the next season, the 2021 season.
It's been so great. I mean, we're really hoping that the 2021 season is going to kick off in Hawaii coming up in a couple of months. Cool to see a new format, you know, as we see the surfers progress through the season. I think it's the top 5 that get to compete in a showdown. So I'm super excited about the way that they're mixing things up, keeping it fresh. The WSL has really taken this off season to kind of put the attention on how to improve the tour, and I think it's been so great to see.
It's certainly been really interesting to follow. And of course, next year, at this stage, we're still planning on the Olympic Games as well. The first time surfing has made its appearance.
And that is so amazing. I mean, we've got some of those Olympian hopefuls right here at this event. So, you know, it's been a weird year. There's been a spanner in the works. Everyone's kind of put their plans on pause, but it's actually just more time to prepare for that. We know that those Olympics in Japan are going to happen, you know, end of July. So something to look forward to for next year.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thanks very much, Rosie. We're stoked to have you here, and we'll let you go and find some more stories on the sand.
Got you, boys. Thank you for the time.
Thanks very much. Rosie always does a fantastic job, no matter where in the world she is now. Residing here in Orange County in San Clemente, obviously originally not from here, like myself, from a different country. She's from South Africa, but has been a staple on the world stage of surfing for many years now, and fortunate to have her here. And Ryan, we're still on a hold right now. We're just waiting for an update from the judges on what the decision will be.
Yeah, so that was 15 minutes. It's 12:30 now, and I think we'll probably go another 15 once we get the official call. But we can't see yet, so for the folks at home, we're still just waiting for the fog to lift. It seems a bit brighter out there, so hopefully we can get this fog to burn off sooner than later and get back into the competition.
Yeah, we know that it's not it's definitely not a forever thing, and we just need the sun to burn off this fog. There's barely any wind as well as part of the problem, so it's just kind of sitting here alongside the pier as it is right now. We actually can't even see the end of the pier here at Oceanside, so it's obviously visibility is not good enough yet to return back to the ocean, but we will as soon as possible. There we see NISSAN, a great sponsor of this event, make this event happen, along with the US Air Force and the Marines, also a sponsor. The Marine base, Camp Pendleton, just we drive through it each day on the way here. A beautiful part of the country, and you know, the Marines always working hard down here. And to find out more on them, go to themarines.com.
And I know that the trestles contract came up recently, but I think I read something in the last few days where we're not going to have to worry about it being a natural park. Did you hear anything about that?
Yeah, I haven't heard the latest on it, but for many years it's basically under a license. So it's a state park, but under a license. So but you know, over the years, Trestles has been threatened by freeways and other developments and things like that. And each time it has escaped. It is one of the most iconic surf breaks in the world.
Well, like they made Malibu the natural reserve, or you know, and to where they're not going to be able to do anything to the natural flow of the river mouth and the beach there, and they should probably do the same for Trestles because it's such an iconic wave and it does bring a lot of tourism to the area. So
yeah, absolutely, and it is such a fun wave. I did hear out in the surf yesterday that I bumped into a colleague who'd been over at one of the ISA World Surfing Games the one in China in Hainan, and there's an incredible point break there. It was kind of it doesn't break very often, but we were fortunate to get it breaking one year, and the guys there that were there representing their countries and girls were really ripping up. But I heard that they've built a casino. They built an island with a casino off the end there, and so now that break no longer exists, completely gone. So preservation of parks and great breaks, very important, and Tressel's definitely one of those. And but it's a beautiful part of the world. It certainly produces a number of incredibly competitive surfers, and if you look at not some of the surfers here, but also on the men's side, you get down there to Lower Trestles any day of the week, and Kanoe Igarashi's down there, Chloe Andino, Caroline Marks,
all 30 of the St. Clemente Grom rippers
exactly.
that you have to battle to get a wave.
Carissa Moore, it's it's an amazing break. It's high performance, but it's a good place to get down and
so that's
and see.
Sorry, Mark. That's a cool breakdown of the points, how we stand right now. So that's why we're 5-2, Team USA over Team California for you at home looking at the board here. And we're just in this last heat here. Is Zoe McDougall going to put another point on the board for Team USA, or is Lakey Peterson going to get Team California back closer to that lead of Team USA? And we're still on fog delay, ladies. Just guess we'll go another 15 minutes. So 12:45 tentative standby to get you back out there. It's 12:35 right now.
And ordinarily, we would be able to say, going to the people at the beach, go check out the DJ contest, go check out the Supergirl Pro Gaming competition. Instead, we're going to say, go over to Islands and get yourself a burger.
Yeah, well, they've catered lunch. If you, oh no, you're not eating today.
I will definitely partake of some Islands food.
Are you going to be involved in the Olympics? Calling it?
I don't know at this stage. So
okay.
It's been a long time. I was fortunate to call two different sports at the 2000 Olympic Games.
Oh, cool.
And it would be fantastic to either be involved in a surfing or a Paralympic Games. I've got a personal goal to call a Paralympic sport before I hang up the commentary boots, so to speak.
And that's cool. Actually, for those at home, tomorrow we are going to have 2 adaptive heats, and we'll talk about that more tomorrow. There's 2 teams of 4.
Yep.
So the competitors, I know when I was the head coach of the USA team, I was down there at that first adaptive in 2015 at La Jolla, and that was very cool. And then I was helped out the next 2 years with some of the athletes, and I was able to get in the water with like Pat Iveson and a few of the surfers that are on the teams this year were competing in all of those ISA adaptives. So that's another contest within a contest tomorrow. So we'll be talking about that more tomorrow, the adaptive competition in between the heats tomorrow.
Yeah, and that was a great, we had that last year as well, and
okay.
It was a fantastic moment. It featured Liv Stone will be back, Oceanside local. She'll be back surfing again, and yeah, it was just fantastic to see these athletes, and they are athletes, get out in the water and just perform for. It was a huge crowd here that was on hand. It was before the final, and it was one of the great moments of the entire competition.
Well, if you want to talk about a feel-good and chicken skin moments, just tune in tomorrow when we have those adaptive heats. It looks like we've got Team California, Liv Stone, Alana Nichols, Quinn Waitley, and Sarah Betancourt going up against adaptive Team USA, Hannah Love, Darian Haynes, Faith Lennox, and Eugenia Wittenberg. So those are the 8 surfers tomorrow competing, and a lot of those ladies, few gold medals in there from the ISA World Adaptive, so that's going to be really fun tomorrow.
Yeah, I think there's some Paralympic medals as well from Paralympic Games in different sports. So that's going to be that'll be a fantastic part of the event tomorrow, as well as the overall team competition. So the points from the adaptive surfing won't go towards the team's points, but they still will be up on stage and awarded for their performances, and it's certainly going to be a lot of fun. Thanks to of course, the local lifeguards and the city of Oceanside for hosting us during this Supergirl Pro of 2020.
Yeah, and talk about feel good, you know, and good attitudes. All of those adaptive athletes, they're going to have big smiles on their face. They're going to be stoked just to be a part of this Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro this year, 2020. And while we're at break, you know, of course, thanks to all the sponsors, Nissan, with their exciting and fuel-efficient lineup. Now go get great offers across the full line. Shop your local Nissan store at nissanusa.com. And once again, we're the hour-long special on November 8th at 7:30 p.m. Actually, that's the female leadership panel discussion from women from sports, from business, from entertainment, and more, sharing their stories and experiences. That's on the Twitch channel, Supergirl Surf, on November 8th at 7:30 Eastern Time, 4:30 Pacific. Special thanks to the U.S. Air Force, proud sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro, empowering women to aim high and realize their dreams. Whether you want to be a pilot or chart a new path, we can help you get there. And how cool is that? Sergeant Moore surfing with Lakey Peterson there. She flies that C-17. So that was really cool to see that. It's amazing to get to know personally the people in the armed forces, because that's why we have our freedom. So thanks to all of the people in the armed forces that do what they do for us to be able to live the lives we live. And of course, Sunbum. For those of us who live and love in the sun, trust the bum. And you can learn more at sunbum.com. And I've used their sunblock down in those third world countries where not much ozone, and, you know, traveling to Ecuador and Nicaragua, you need your sunblock. And thanks to Sunbum for being a great sponsor this year.
Yeah, and great product. I love their the coconut smelling spray. Smells good. And as you say, where were we at the ISA? Was that El Salvador or Nicaragua or?
Well,
we were working together on one, and it was that burning tropical heat. And
I think it was Ecuador.
World Masters.
Oh, you went to Montanitas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think, did you do the year before in? It was, hold on. It was
Nicaragua was the year before.
That was 2013. I thought 2012 it was in, I forget the beach.
Boca. I think that was El Salvador first. We're reminiscing here, ladies and gentlemen, because we're waiting for the fog to clear.
Oh, and it is.
And it is starting to clear. So but I think it could just be
getting
our
closer.
Hot air. Our hot air is like forcing the fog away. But
it is letting up a little bit.
Yeah,
we can see the outside, and I can see a boat at the end of the pier, so that's a good sign.
Yep, you can see the buoys again, or the buoys, as we say in Australia. We can now see it. That's the first time, and it's rapidly clearing right now, and so we are hoping that we can now see a surfer in the lineup. That's the first, so this might be it. And there's some blue sky. So what tends to happen here is when it does burn off, it burns off quickly, and yeah. So hang tight. This is the judge's view. We're just waiting for it to clear, and we'll be back in the moment, and we expect with more competition. Okay, so welcome back. We are getting action back underway after that around about a 30-minute fog hold.
Yep.
And so we are kicking back off with where we stopped, which was with 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the final quarterfinal heat between Zoe McDougall and Lakey Peterson. And as it stood, Lakey Peterson needed a 2.87 to advance. Zoe McDougall was holding down the lead, but Lakey Peterson had priority. So Ryan, that is where we will pick up from that moment. And isn't it beautiful to see the ocean again?
It is lovely sight. So hold your positions, ladies.
And both of these surfers did come in and had a break and hydrated and got to chat to their coaches.
All right, sounds like we're going to count them in. Here we go, ladies. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're back underway. 7 minutes 15 on the clock. Priority with Lakey, looking for the 2.87. Stand by that first heat of semifinals. Katie Simmers and Brianna Cope coming up next.
And it does look like this fog has rapidly receded, and so it's going to be fantastic here to get through the rest of today's competition. We will be going all the way through to the finals, and that's both in the bracket of World Tour competitors and World Qualifying Series competitors. So plenty more action ahead of us. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Mark Fuel, joined by former pro surfer and surf coach Ryan Simmons and pro surfer and World Tour commentator Rosie Hodge. And down the beach we are seeing some action, and up and riding, that is Lakey Peterson. She needs a 2.87 to regain the lead. She started off strongly at the start of the heat with a 7, and that wave just kind of fizzled out at the end there. We'll see if the two-turn combination was enough to give it to her. But Ryan, it looks like there's been a shift. The tide's changed, and the surfers are further south than they were before the break.
Yeah, they're on that south end of the buoys, signifying the end of the contest zone. Lakey, couple quick backhand snaps. Let's get that replay. Look at Zoe was deeper and maybe forcing the hand of Lakey there. Scores dropping in, 2.77, not enough. I think this is Lakey on the way back out. And 2 aggressive turns as we watch the end of that wave, but there you go, back to the live action. And smart decision making from Lakey there. If we get that replay, a couple nice speedy snaps on the forehand. Just looking for a 2.87. Live action.
And up and riding, Zoe McDougall looking to get rid of a 4.87. Wow, quick turns in succession there.
Yeah.
And not bowing to the pressure, and now we have a paddle battle.
Yeah, did well to get 3 turns right there for Zoe. And Lakey's prior wave, 4.6. This was the one we were just talking about. 4.6 score drops, quick snap there. And it's those little double up rights that give you the wall. So a 4.6 on that wave. Lakey Peterson takes the lead for Team California. Now Zoe had that wave behind. She needs a 6.61. Scores dropping in with about 4.5 remaining. A 3.83. So Zoe in the purple still needs 6.61. Little paddle battle. Looks like Zoe might have a slight edge from the angle we see here, but could be deceiving.
Yeah, no priority yet.
Lakey pulled up shop quick, acting like I'm out the back. Did you see that? Like put a hand on the nose, stop paddling.
Well,
but it looks like priority went to Zoe.
Yeah, it did. But yeah, posturing is always good. But Lakey's forehand is just lethal. Most of the victories today have come from backhand attacks. But Lakey Peterson's forehand is always lethal. You are in the lead, Lakey. You have a 7 and a 4.6 Priority is with Zoe McDougall with 3.5 minutes remaining. 3.5 minutes.
And Zoe, you're looking for a 6.61 now. Lakey, your last wave, 4.6. Don't think she heard that. She did when you called it, but she was asking for that score in the paddle back out and the paddle battle. She didn't hear the score, so that's our job. We're doing the combination of the broadcast and the beach commentary. We got to make sure the surfers know what they need and what they're getting.
And now the game for Lakey is about defending her lead and improving on her low score, which is 4.6.
Although, look at this, way down the beach.
Up and riding. This is Zoe McDougall, big backhand jam there. And again, another turn in the pocket. Staying really tight in the pocket here. Very fast turn after turn. Just looking so stylish and casual, and yet throwing plenty of spray. She's needing a 6.61. There's 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Well, solid wave. Looking for the 6.61. Or anything better than her 5 as her best wave right now. Priority shifts back to White. She's trying to better that 4.6 with just about 2 minutes remaining. And we've got a scrap coming up next. Young Katie Simmers up against Brianna Cope. Still waiting on that score for McDougall there in the purple. Let's watch the replay here. Down the beach left, setting it up, and then it got steep here. That was solid. Straight into that top turn. And that was sort of the end of the wave. Had a slash or two before that. Score's looking decent. 4.23, so no change to what is required. Purple still looking for a 6.61. And the ladies will wear the same color all weekend.
Priority is with Lakey.
And
she is in the lead.
And the chase is on.
Yeah.
You don't want to let Zoe get the opportunity. I was talking about it before, how many times she's snuck away and needed a score and got the score. But with 55 seconds, time not on her side, but it has kind of turned on a little bit. More waves here once we got out of the fog delay. A little bit lower tide, so the swell is going to feel the sandbar a little better. But down to 40 seconds, so it's all about the clock now.
And that's why you're seeing Lakey Peterson. She has priority, so she can choose to take the wave that she wants, and in doing so, keep Zoe McDougall off a scoring ride. 20 seconds remaining.
And a little positive shot for Team California if she can hold on to this win here. Looks like maybe with 10 seconds. Unless a little last-ditch effort. No, it's 3, 2, 1. And that'll wind down that heat that started, stopped, fog delay. So Lakey Peterson with a big win to get a point for Team California and get them a little bit closer.
Yeah, and her team member, Caitlin Simmers, is in the next heat. So keeps that entire team alive. So that's 1 complete team for California progressing, 2 for the rest of the USA. So incredible heat there, even despite the delays, and starting off strongly. And it was that 7 that really made the difference there. Lakey Peterson taking the win, and will come in and now get to watch her teammate Caitlin Simmers go up against Brianna Cope in the first semi-final of the 2020 Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro.
Looks like we might be going 35 minutes in the semis, so an extra 5 for the ladies. And I think that leaves us 5-3 after round 1 in Team USA's favor.
Yep, that
but
is
with
absolutely right.
2 points on the line in round 2, here we go. Oh, and we're counting in, ladies. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So Katie in the white, Brianna in the black. Semifinal number 1 is on.
We are in the semi-finals. We have, because there's both the World Championship Tour and the World Qualifying Series brackets, we're going to have 4 semi-finals, 2 in each of those, and then it will come down to the final and 3 points for each in the final. But it does look like the swell has turned on a little bit more during that fog break. We got perfect conditions once again. Very, very smooth, barely a breath of wind. And these 2 young surfers are going to represent their team. Caitlin Simmers, 14, representing California, and Brianna Cope from Kauai representing the rest of the USA. It should be a good one.
And it looks like that a little bit of that west is showing. The waves are straighter, where the south has a little bit of angle coming from the left of where we're looking out, but we're starting to see a little bit of that west filter in. And that might produce some good rights.
Yeah, which we saw predominantly lefts, although Lakey got her both scoring rides on right-handers.
And thinking back to that heat, had Lakey not got that good score early, it would have been a lot different. But she did get it.
Yeah, that 7 really setting it up. Okay, now we got to
look at this.
Here we go, bit of a battle. Brianna Cope in the black on the inside, and that's an in and out. So now it will be priority with surfer in white, Simmers, from just up the road in Oceanside. 2019 Vans US Open Junior Champion. Won that in the dying seconds over Alyssa Spencer.
Unbelievable, that final. I remember it was proper 4 to 6 feet, sheet glass. Alyssa had an incredible wave, I think was in the lead, and then Katie just huge, like almost like the current turn. Remember the upside down under, like going backhand, and then you hit that right coming at you. She blew the tail up and over on about an 8-foot face. I mean, it was one of the heaviest maneuvers I've ever seen in pro junior competition. I mean, truly deserved of the champion. But what an incredible heat. And we talked about that all those girls, Sam, Alyssa, Vahiti, Caroline, now on the tour, obviously, qualifying at such a young age. But all of those girls coming through the ranks together and pushing each other.
Yeah, and Brianna also come through the same program. She was 3rd at the US Open Juniors in 2014. So being produced on the same stage. And now here they are going head-to-head. From the perspective of rankings, Brianna Cope ranked higher, number 67 on the QS. Caitlin really still just focusing on the junior ranks, as you'd expect at the age of 14.
Yeah. You don't want to get out there too early. A few surfers have these days. The talent is there, but you just want to make sure that you don't burn yourself out too quick. It is a grind. Some people can handle it. Some of the tougher skinned people can grind out the QS year after year, but you know, it's sometimes better left to not start until you're ready, as we have a rider up.
Yeah, this is Brianna. Beautiful turn. Wow. The speed and just the sharpness in that final turn. Fantastic style. You see her using her arms and her shoulders, really whipping that board around at the end there. That was beautiful surfing. So Brianna Cope, 2 waves on the board. The first one, though, is just a 0.6.
Yeah, let's watch this last one from the front on angle. Brianna comes around the corner, and that was the finishing maneuver. So she had that down the line snap prior to that. She works with Miles Padaka sometimes at home, and a former Triple Crown winner, and I got to travel a lot with Miles on the QS back in the day, and what an incredible coach he probably is for Brianna and whoever else he works with over there. About as much knowledge as you could have on the North Shore. So stand by, there it is, 4.17, 4.17, Brianna, solid wave. First wave a throwaway, 0.6. Priority sits with young Katie.
So that's a solid start. 30 minutes remaining We do have 35 minutes, so Brianna, you got a 4.17. Oftentimes, if a surfer's looking back to the beach, they're looking for a time, or we are doing both the live commentary as well as for the broadcast. And so if you hear us repeating scores and things, that is to give the surfers the information that they need, or the time that they need, or sometimes it's the priority. There are coloured priority discs that you can see, but depending on the time of day, sometimes the glare can also make that a little bit hard from the water. But these conditions right now, Ryan, are just beautiful.
Yeah, it's a little bit of tide dropped out, making it a bit more cuppy, not so slopey. And they're pushing closer to the pier on this sort of middle peak, call it.
Well, let's go down to the winner of the last heat. Lakey Peterson is with Rosie Hodge.
Last time we caught up about 20 minutes ago during the fog delay, you were behind in that heat. So how good does it feel to come away with that win?
Yeah, it's good. Those are actually heats that I really need to work on. Just grindy, hard heats I've always struggled with. So yeah, that was a good test for me. It was nice to have the break in there, and the tide kind of dropped out, and I think that made it a bit easier once we paddled back out. So I was stoked to get the score, but Zoe's been surfing great. It was fun to have a heat with her.
And also an important heat for Team California. USA has kind of pulled ahead, so that was a good one to get a point on the board.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of fun to have the teams deal going on. So yeah, hopefully we can take the win.
I've had the fortune of getting to watch you free surf throughout this off season. You're absolutely ripping, but how important is it to get reps in a contest fest underway before we hit the tour for 2021?
Yeah, it's honestly huge. It's hard to just replicate. Even I was telling my husband this morning, I was like, I'm kind of nervous, like, for this little event, you know, and it's just different when you put the jersey on and it actually kind of counts towards something. There's just a different type of pressure, no matter how many sort of mock heats I run with Caroline or whatever. It's not the same. So it is really nice to have this event to just feel it out and get back in the groove and get me excited for next year, yeah.
And talking about getting excited, I mean, what's the fresh perspective that you're gaining from this extended off-season?
Yeah, honestly, the off-season for me was really nice to have. I just needed a bit of a break after last year. It was pretty intense, and so I've really enjoyed this time off. It's given me time to work on my surfing. I think everyone will probably come back really sharp and looking good because we've had time to work on things and try boards and all that. So I've been trying to really take advantage of it because it goes quick, and you know, we're already approaching potentially the start of the new season. So yeah, I'm excited. It's been a really nice time off for me, though. I think I feel rejuvenated. So
that's good to hear. Well, enjoy your time and good luck in the rest of the event.
Thanks, Rosie.
Two waves, both of them are 3.27, so two equal scoring rides.
So this was the first one. Oh, really good frontside gouge, and unfortunately, just uncharacteristic fall there. I'm not really sure what happened, but then she on the way back out. So as Mark said, that was a 3.27, all based on that first snap, and then this little running left on the inside, couple turns and a nice finish, also a 3.27. So there's two different ways to get the same score. Now, had she pulled that second turn on that opener, you're probably looking in the good range, 6 or above. But the way it plays out, Katie Simmers and White holding second priority. You're in the lead with a pair of 3.27s. Brianna, priority, you need a 2.37. Someone looking here.
And this is Brianna up and riding, looking to regain the lead, and she was needing a 2.37. Was only really able to get one little turn in there, and then got caught behind the section. So it gets a 1.67, so that doesn't change the situation. So Caitlin Simmers has priority, and she is in the lead, 3.27, a pair, an equal pair. And Brianna Cope needing a 2.37. Still 25 minutes and 15 seconds remaining to go. 25 minutes 15. You are in the lead, Caitlin. You have two 3.27 scores, and you have priority. Brianna Cope, you need a 2.37 to advance.
Just a flawless California afternoon. It's just oil glass out here right now, Fuely.
Yeah.
Waves look so fun. And coming up next, Alyssa Spencer up against Caroline Marks in semi-1 of the CT bracket. And those girls, as we said, they battled against each other through the junior ranks on the junior world teams. And look at this, a nice wave in the middle peak.
And Simmers up. Nice hard off the bottom, smooth turn. Really mature surfing by this youngster. And a layback slash to finish it up. And a little rebound for good measure. So Caitlin Simmers looking to replace the 3.27.
I liked it. Really well put together wave there. You know, started off smooth and on the rail, and then went ahead and got a little extra on that end bit.
So just every little half point counts at this level.
Look at that. 6.4, Katie. 6.4, making it look easy, extending the lead. Brianna holding priority. You now looking for a 5.51. And this middle peak's turning on.
Yeah, it really is. And all of those scoring rides of Katie's have been pretty much in the last 7 minutes. And so showing that it pays to stay busy. But that last one, a 6.40. Really rewarding, stylish surfing with power in the critical part of the wave. And now Brianna Cope has priority, but needs a 5.51. Now needing a 5.51.
Plenty of time, 23 minutes. This is that replay, that first rail gouge straight off the bottom, vertical hack right there. And then just a little extra and really good to extend the tail. So good timing. Oh well, on the little fall at the end, the work was done. 6.4. And now she is just looking to throw away that low 3.
And Brianna now needing a good scoring ride, a 5.51. That's just to get back into first place. But 22 and a half minutes remaining is a lot of time, and so obviously each time any surfer takes off a wave, they're looking to score as many points as they can, give themselves an edge to put some distance between themselves. But sometimes the approach is just chip away at it. Chip away at the score. Just try to improve your lowest score each time.
And I know Team California down there, you know, the hopes are on Katie to tie it up with a 2-point win in round 2, 5-3 after round 1. We could be back to square one if Katie can hold on to this win right here. And I love the format because we've had the seesaw lead change. California came out, got the 2 wins. We thought, oh, are they going to run away with it? Well, Team USA probably wasn't thinking that, right? And then USA went on a tear and got, I think, 4 or 5 wins in a row. And then Lakey getting that 3rd point in the end. So that could have been very crucial for Lakey to get that win over Zoe McDougall, just to get them back to where they can tie it up if Katie gets a win right here.
Yeah, and this is an interesting heat because Lakey Peterson won the last heat.
Yeah.
Whoever wins this one gives their team an edge, because we're going to lose the continuation of either a Californian team or a rest of the USA team. So Brianna Cope surfing with Tatiana Weston-Webb and Caitlin Simmers surfing with Lakey Peterson. So only one can progress. And so points all important here. 20 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we added 5, so 35-minute heats for the ladies coming up. Take note, if you wear a watch. A lot of competitors don't these days, where back in our day we always did. But the beach commentary nowadays is so on top of it with the digital. Sometimes you have the digital clock. We've got the flag signifying once we get to 5 minutes, we change it to yellow. So there's many different ways. We'll look at these peaks coming in. Thought I saw some lines approaching. It looks like someone has shifted to the pier, or closer to the pier, more in front of us.
I think that's
Is that
Brianna, I think.
Yeah, and then Katie down the beach. Mark, look at this.
Wow. Okay.
They both might go on this.
Simmers with priority. Oh, but we're going to look at Brianna Cope here. She's further towards the pier.
So
further down the beach, there's a big turn by Simmers. Didn't see if she finished it. We'll check that out on the replay.
So single maneuvers from both the girls there. Not sure if those waves will factor in, but let's stand by to see how that Simmers wave finished as we shifted focus over to Brianna, because that's where we were on the broadcast. So here we go with Katie down the beach, deep bottom turn, nice through the lip, and almost like a completed maneuver, but she kind of knew, almost like delegating that she was just over that wave.
But still putting herself in the critical part of the wave.
Yeah.
The surface today, giving it their all. Very, very little holding back. They know that the high-risk maneuvers do pay off. Let's take a look at Brianna's wave.
So down the line on the same wave, and she got the late hit also complete. For her, it's a 5.51 or anything better than that 4.17. So it looks like no change for both the scores as they slowly drop into the monitor here. Priority is with White, though.
And thank you to the Beach Break Cafe, which has been serving the Oceanside community since 1988. Great food, great friends, and great service. So if you're coming down here, make sure you go check out the Beach Break Cafe.
That's funny. I often stop by there and have breakfast. I'm a breakfast guy. I love breakfast. So after I come down and do my surfs, I'll go to the Beach Break Cafe. Real friendly atmosphere. Great food. Check them out.
Nothing better than like a morning surf followed by food. You know?
Coffee. I'm a coffee freak.
Great coffee shop just up the road as well. Tony Hawk's son operates that. So it's,
you know what's funny? Oceanside has a lot of little mom and pop shops that are real kind of unique and cool. I like it.
Yeah, it's a great community. It's a really strong mix too of kind of a community that's been here a long time, surf community, the military community as well, right next to the military bases, and it's a place that has a lot of great outdoors. Obviously, a lot of surf.
Yeah.
I mean, we're here by the pier, but there's a lot of beach here at Oceanside.
You know, the harbor. You get down by Buccaneer. It's all fun. There's good sandbars all over.
Yeah, it's a good part of the world. As we look out with 17 minutes remaining.
Feels like the West is starting to fill in. Here we go. Out in front of us, Brianna.
Well, it's got a speed line down the nice quick turn there. Back up into the lip. Now cutting back. And the wave just dying out, but 3 turns in succession. You can definitely see the speed in the turns. She was looking for a 5.51.
I like how she put it together. We'll see on that replay. We can really break it down. Her best wave of 4.17. Looking for the 5.51. Brianna out of Kauai. Stand by for that score. Let's watch it from this angle. This will be cool. So nice top turn through the lip, projects down the line, snaps it again, and a nice gouge finish. About all you could do on that wave.
Made the absolute most of it, looking for a 5.51. Caitlin has priority. Her low score is a 3.27, and it's a 4, Brianna. It's a 4, so you still need a 5.51 with 15 and a half minutes remaining.
Yeah, still plenty of time.
Yeah, these 35-minute heats now that we're into the semi-finals. And it's amazing how just that extra 5 minutes can make a huge difference, can feel like a longer time. Look at this down the beach. Caitlin Simmers taking a look at this on her backhand, up and riding, up and over the white water, maintaining a speed. Again, beautiful float there. Gets out onto the open face, pushing through onto the inside, keeping her board moving. No downtime at all. And the Californian, the Oceanside local.
Good call, I think, to go on that wave. Just trying to replace a low 3 to extend the lead. Came out of the gates really quick on that first bottom turn, top turn combination.
And it's got a nice board under her feet for sure.
Here's that replay. Quick float. Never easy to ride this wave. Up and over. Yeah, fin drift. So you can tell, good board to negotiate all of that. Pretty sure she's on the Chris Borst designs, if I'm not mistaken. And scores dropping in. It looks like it is going to go into the top 2. It's a 5.0, Katie. And now Brianna holding priority, looking for a 7.23. So just what Team California needed in this first semi. If Katie can hold on to the win, it'll tie up the point standings.
So important to the overall team standings and the between California and the rest of the US. But just like that, she extends her lead, and all of a sudden Brianna Cope needs close to an excellent ride. A 7.23. 13.5 minutes, so time on the clock. Brianna has priority. These surfers staying, they're about 100 yards away from each other right now on different breaks effectively. Perfect conditions once again. If you've just joined us, we did go on hold for about half an hour earlier due to fog, but there's no sign of that now, so we're unlikely to see the fog again today. And nice waves down here in the kind of 2 to 3 foot range, both on the we are surfing on the south side of the pier, but the north side's got some nice waves as well today. Plenty of waves up and down the coast as well. I'm sure south of here, Blacks is probably good fun. Lower Trestles is certainly fun and busy today. Yeah, there's always, you get the hardcore crew that have been around a long time that line up in Sano every day. The line was out to the freeway this morning, so people making the most of outdoor activities and surfing in particular during this weird time of COVID-19.
Yeah.
California, pretty fortunate that we've been able to, certainly surfing, but most of the time there has not been huge restrictions on our sport.
Yeah, lucky we're able to get out in the outdoors and play a little bit. Yeah, we get that up at Bolsa Chica State Beach. They line up in the AM. People want to have their weekend day at the beach.
It's certainly been a very hot summer here in California.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that has meant that we do have some horrific fires. Napa Valley region really suffered in the last week or so. So our thoughts go out to everybody who lost their homes or businesses. Wineries, hotels, and homes. So a lot of rebuilding going on as a result of fires this year. But these two surfers are on fire right now. Simmers in the lead.
Yeah, and Brianna holding priority, looking for the 7.23. She was able to pull out the heat win against, Mia in the opening round. So no stranger to having to get the job done. She's going to wait, look for a good wave.
And let's take a look at the current standings on the teams right now to give you a sense on where we are. So with 5 points over there's Team Carissa, so Vahiti into the next round. Team Tati, So Brianna Cope in the water right now. Team Caroline coming up next, and Team Zoe, and then with 3 points, Team Lakey. So this one is really important, because if Katie can win this over Brianna Cope, that'll give an edge there. So then Team Courtney, Team Sage, and Team Alyssa Spencer coming up next. So Sam Sibley, of course, eliminated. The defending champion eliminated by the youngest competitor, Vahiti Inso. So plenty of good storylines in amongst all this.
Yeah, and since it's 2 points in the semifinals, if Katie can hang on to the lead, that'll tie up the team standings with just 5 more heats left. And then, of course, that finals 3 points to the winner.
And then tomorrow there's even more points up for grabs as they move into the team competition, whereby an entire team goes up against another team. So 4 surfers in the water. Still best 2 waves of each surfer get scored. So we're looking forward to seeing some interesting tactics. We really don't know how it's going to go down, because we've never done this quite like this before. So there is for the Lakey Peterson, who just won the last heat, going out, supporting her teammate. There we are, also in white, Katie Simmers, and has a decent lead, but not insurmountable, with 8 minutes and 15 seconds. 8 minutes and 15 seconds.
Look at this, a little bit of movement.
Let's see who gets this. Priority is with Cope, and she's taking it. It's a beautiful wave, stretching out in front of her, off the lip, throwing a lot of spray, coming around the section. Again, bit of a layback there, and just catching an edge on the rail. As we go back out and see Simmers is over on the left. 1, 2, 2 turns. So neither surfer really fully lighting up those waves. I think both waves ran quite quickly. We'll check out the replay. It's often instructive to see it slowed down.
Great first turn from Brianna on this stretched out right, and a power hack there. And the wave just lost the momentum, but I think the work was done. I don't think she really lost too much on what could have been done. So waiting on that last wave for Black.
And then Katie did get a left as well. And scores yet to come in.
Well, there it is. Last of Black, 4.7. 4.7. Now you need a 6.7. Black holding priority with 7 minutes.
So that was Brianna's best ride. And that's why she now needs less of a score. It's now a 6.7 that is needed. And she has priority, so she's in a good spot. Simmers is looking to get rid of her 5, is her low score. 6.5 minutes remaining.
Well, that's what you want to do if you're Brianna. It was her best wave. It cut down on the task at hand, so a wise decision to go on that wave. And with just over 6 minutes, priority with Black, and you need a 6.7. And coming up next, it's going to be a great heat. Do not go anywhere. Alyssa Spencer will be in red up against Caroline Marks in the pink.
Yeah, that's going to be a fantastic heat. And Alyssa has had some wins over some big names already earlier in the year. So we expect her to come out firing. Really smooth surfer, and of course the incredible power of Caroline Marks. It's going to be a great one. Some of the other heats coming up later, Zoe Benedetto and Vahiti Inso. That's going to be
ooh, the youngsters.
Yeah, the youngsters are going to come out firing. And then Tatiana Weston-Webb and Lakey Peterson.
And the veterans to finish out semis.
Yeah.
The CT bracket.
Yeah, number 3 and number 7 in the world.
Couple lines approaching. Not sure if the swell's filling in or if just the lower tide, it's stacking up.
Well, Brianna up and uses her priority, and it looks like her front foot may have slipped off on the takeoff. Now priority switches over to Simmers. Simmers has priority. 4 minutes 45 remaining. It's fair to say that no, 0.53, so half a point for Brianna's ride, and I'll have to see what happened there. It looked like it was going to be a good wave.
Well, let's look here for the folks at home. Just a bit stuck behind it. Not really much you can do. And with the low tide, it is running a little quicker on the sandbar, we can tell. So positioning and entry into the wave, even more important with the lower tide now.
Yeah, so it was an intentional step off.
No.
Not able to get round, so step off, penetrate the water and the wave and get back out there. But now Simmers has the priority. There's just under 4 minutes remaining. Prowling the lineup. The youngster from Oceanside. This would be a big win here for either one. Moves them into the final on their bracket. Now Cope. There's definitely some cat and mouse going on here. 3.5 minutes remaining. Brianna needing a 6.7. Simmers has a low score of a 5.
Yeah, so Brianna's hoping for a nice two-wave set where she can pull one either before or after young Katie. And, you know, growing up in Kauai, I'm sure Brianna has had to hassle to catch waves at some of those breaks. Probably some pretty tough lineups over there, so.
Yeah, plenty of great surfers, great waves. You know, Hawaii has, since the dawn of time, produced some of the world's best surfers. Oh, let's see. Ooh, so that was.
So you can lose priority if you hold someone off, but that's a judge's decision. So let's just see. I think priority stays.
It looks that way. Katie was definitely watching. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And this is what professional surfing competition is all about. It's not just about the wave, it's about the tactics. It's about the nerve of being able to hold your position or hold your priority.
Potentially still debating if that was a block, so stand by. Judges deliberating right now on that. With 2.5 minutes, priority is with White right now. Oh, sorry, 1:30. Looks like my clock locked up on my monitor, so thank you, Fuely, for catching that. 1:20, ladies.
And this is where it's got to get nerve-wracking for both competitors. The one that needs a score and the other that just hopes that the ocean goes quiet. Up and riding, Brianna Cope from Hawaii. And just surfing her way rapidly out of screen. And Simmers up and riding on her backhand, looking to replace a 5. Bang! Almost upside down. Coming onto the inside now. This wave sucking up, another good turn, going back onto the right, rebounding, working this all the way onto the inside, turning an average wave into a good wave.
And with 35 seconds, it shows you that Katie wants to win on her surfing by not waiting out the back. So we talked about that earlier. She's not a hassler. We love to see it. She wants to get the job done on her surfing. Although I guess if she was put in the position to have to sit on a surfer, maybe she would. But let's just see if she betters a score there and who gets out the back. But we're down to the end of the heat mark with 10 seconds.
So 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And that is the end of that heat.
And you're right. Wow, she is upside down and under on that one. Hopping into this oncoming section. She hacked that, had the front side float. I think it's going to be enough for young Katie. And that ties it up in the team standings.
So we're waiting on the official score. That last wave yet to be scored. Brianna Cope, 0.93. So we're just waiting to see whether Caitlin Simmers extended her lead on that last ride. Next heat in the water will be a cracker. Let's take another look at Katie's wave.
Yeah, clean running left and just a really committed, blew the tail out on a tough section. Really negotiates well right here. And the little 2-for-1 backhand snap to the front side float.
And she finished strongly with a 7.17. A 7.17. So Katie Simmers into the final of the QS side of the bracket for the Supergirl Pro for 2020. Well done. And we will now move on to the next heat. Coming next will be Alyssa Spencer and Caroline Marks at the Supergirl Pro for 2020. Stay with us.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
Hotel, a tapestry collection by Hilton.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by Power Crunch Protein Energy Bars. Light, healthy, and delicious. And it's making me hungry right now. I want one of those right now. They look really, really good. And a great protein energy bar to have with you on the beach. Coming up, the CT semi-final number 1. Alyssa Spencer is in red up against Caroline Marks in pink. This is going to be a fantastic heat. And Ryan Simmons joining me once again. We're coming down to the business end of today's round, and this should be a great matchup.
And look at that, already out of the gates while we were in the break. Caroline Marks, a 6.33, a running left. We'll try and get you the replay for the folks at home. And Mike Parsons, her coach, talked about they've been working on her forehand. We all know how solid her backhand is, so let's get that replay. Here it was. Picking off this little running left on the inside corner. Quick snap there. Real committed, you could tell off the bottom. She throws a lot into every bottom turn, top turn combination. And just a solid wave to start in that low good range, 6.33 in this battle right here between young Alyssa and Caroline. Priority shifts back to Alyssa in the red jersey.
And here she goes straight away. Really fast on the backhand, but not able to get a stretched out wave like Caroline Marks had. That left really looked good.
That was Caroline.
The
jersey colors are very similar, so we're gonna.
Yeah, red and pink. Red for Alyssa.
Yeah.
And pink for Caroline. So Alyssa being patient. And apologies to the fans of Alyssa. But Caroline Marks getting a 2.17 on that last ride as she paddled out. So 6.33, a 6.33 on the first ride. 30 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Well, that's how you want to come out of the gates in a heat like this. I know Caroline has surfed many heats against Alyssa Spencer, and they know they're each tough competitors. So putting that good score on the board early, trying to rattle Alyssa, but probably not going to be too rattled after she took out a 4-time world champion earlier today. So the confidence is high in both of the girls in the water right now. Looks like Caroline, the second wave, a 2.17, pink, a 6.33, and then a 2.17 for Caroline. And let's see who we have coming up next in QS Semi 2. Two more youngsters, Zoe Benedetto and Vahiti Inso. So it's going to be like a junior final on the QS side, and that just shows you the talent. These girls are 12 to 15, and they're competing against CT surfers and holding the level. We love to see it, Mark.
Yeah, it's amazing. And this is Katie Simmers.
Yeah, right there
on your screen, right there from Oceanside. Just took that win, and these two women in the water, they've got some history, as you mentioned. In fact, at the 2019 US Open and at the 2019 Supergirl Pro, it was Caroline Marks who knocked Alyssa Spencer out of both of those, delivering a 9th place in both those cases. So, but then Alyssa did subsequently go on and finish second at the WSL World Juniors in Taiwan. So there's some good rivalry here, but as you say, they're both very confident, and it's really going to come down to tactics, the waves, and their nerve. But both of them usually don't seem to exhibit much nervousness, no matter who they're surfing against.
No, pretty hard to rattle either of these girls. They're so experienced, like you said.
So Rosie on the beach down there with the winner of the last heat.
That's right, we got our first finalist in the QS division, Katie Simmers, local girl. I think a lot of the CT girls are pretty stoked that you're not in their division right now. But Katie, tell me about walking away with that heat win and making it to the final.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to win that heat. It was pretty close. It was a little inconsistent in my heat, but I'm lucky I got like a couple.
And with that win, 2 points in the semifinals, it also pushes up Team California to tie with Team USA, so that's got to count for something too.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't really know what the points are right now, but wait, did we tie?
You tied right now.
Oh, hopefully we can win.
Well, you're going to be in the final coming up pretty soon later today. You're a local here. How do you think the conditions are going to change as the tide starts to drain?
It might get pretty closed out, but hopefully there'll be a couple corners still.
And talking about, closed out, I mean, you might get that opportunity to pull out some more progressive maneuvers. Is that something that you might look forward to doing?
I don't know. Maybe if I get like a couple scores, like a couple sevens or something, then I'll probably try a couple, I don't know, blowtails airs.
I love it. We got to keep the strategy alive. Well done. We'll see you in the final. Thanks, Katie, for your time.
Thank you.
Awesome. So laid back. Such a ripper.
We want to see her go for the big airs. I've seen her do huge maneuvers, but I think, she's soft-spoken, but there's a lot going on in between the years there. It's overwhelming, too, when you're young, even though they've been on the stage, it never, you're always going to be nervous. She's up with such an accomplished team, a part of the accomplished team. But I like how she didn't know the points. Maybe it's better that way, right? We have live action here. I think it's Caroline.
Yeah,
a little bit of a glare.
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, that was pink, and now we have Alyssa behind. We'll try and get live action. But yeah, Katie, maybe it's better for someone like Katie to not know how the points are working, because that might add a little pressure. So she's laid back. She's just doing her thing. All that really matters is what she does out there in the water.
Yeah, treat every heat as it comes. What is interesting though is that she definitely has a plan.
Yeah.
She indicated a little bit there. Let's take a look here. This is Marks.
Yep. Nice setup turn. Surfing this right in the middle. That's kind of turned on after the tide change. So positioning is crucial. So their game plan is working right now. That's a solid wave. Trying to throw away a 2.17. It was funny when we had the fog break and Rosie was able to talk to Lakey and Zoe. Even though they were relaxed and it's a fun format, you could tell there was a little bit of reservedness in what they were saying, because they had to go back out and surf. So you're in the middle of the heat, So
yeah.
You don't want to give away too much. And like earlier when Rosie asked Vihiti, like, oh, hey, what does Carissa tell you? She's not going to give away her secrets. She said, she says, go have fun and do good. Come on, give us some insight.
Yeah, and that's even despite the fact that in other years there's huge points here, and they're individual points, and it counts towards qualification for the World Tour. And we saw how much it mattered last year.
Yeah.
And so even though we don't have that situation, this is a specialty event this year, it doesn't have those points. Yeah, the competitive fires are still there. They're under the surface, and it's very clear that there's a sense of fun, but there is a deep desire to win.
Yeah, and they don't get to this point without being competitive, so they want it more than anything, to be able to be the last two standing girls that win the Cape in this year's event. Scores are in. Last of Caroline, 6.4. So just like that, a 6.33 and a 6.4 has Marks in the pretty solid lead. But with the extra 5 minutes, 24 minutes remaining, Alyssa Spencer holding on to priority in the red jersey. She'll be looking for that good wave here to try and answer back young Marks.
Yeah, and Alyssa has been very patient. She had the one ride, a 0.67. So she's clearly been waiting for a wave that is going to give her the opportunity, whether it's a left or a right. Well, she's probably going to take whatever she can. She's very strong on either. But it does seem like she has a specific plan. Marks has just been getting as busy as she can. Whatever's come to her, she's taken.
And both of these ladies, I've watched them announce and coach them when I was the coach of the team. They both have the ability, the knack to find good waves when you least expect it. Both of these girls have that uncanny ability to find a wave down the beach or be in the right spot when they need to be. So obviously Alyssa looking to tap into that right now as Caroline got the quick start. So maybe that was the theory. Caroline, get out there, drop a couple quick scores, put some pressure on your opponent, because we know when you hear your opponent have a couple scores, it'll eat at you a little bit. Good thing is, lots of time on the board right now, Mark.
Yeah, and just if you look at those scores, a 6.33 and a 6.4 for Caroline Marks, like that she's just consistently able to deliver those good scores and then build on them from there. So it gives you a solid foundation and adds a little bit of extra pressure. 22 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, and we see plenty of activity out here in the beautiful Pacific Ocean and under clear blue skies. And speaking of skies, the US Air Force is a proud sponsor of the event, and their saying is, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning. And these semi-finals are brought to you by Power Crunch, keeping us all full of energy and flavour as we come into this afternoon. We are in the semi-finals. This is the first semi-final on the Championship Tour side. The next heat in the water will be World Qualifying Series surfers and juniors, Zoe Benedetto and Vahiti Inso, and that'll be followed up by the final, the last semi-final, Tatiana Weston Webb up against Lakey Peterson, and then we'll have the two finals.
Just thinking about that next battle between Zoe Benedetto, probably the standout junior coming out of the East Coast these days, up against one of the young decorated Hawaiians, Vahiti Inso. Just how stoked are they right now? Are they nervous? Are they just down there? Are they getting the game plan from their team captains? Vahiti with Carissa, and Zoe, she's on team Caroline, so she's probably watching Caroline right now. Is this Caroline?
Up and riding this is Alyssa Spencer, I believe, in the red.
Yep.
Big forehand blast. Doesn't fully ride out of that wave. Up to the judges as to whether they decide that that is a complete maneuver or not. And now priority shifts. So priority now with Caroline.
Let's watch the replay. So saw there wasn't much at the beginning, so looking to maybe go for a big finishing maneuver here. And that wave probably never going to factor in with Caroline already on a pair of sixes. So Alyssa knows she's going to need multiple turns and a big finish.
Yeah, and that score coming in at a 1.33, so clearly not considered a complete maneuver at the end there. It had all the hallmarks of something that was going to be big, and the wave just didn't have enough power to keep it. So now Caroline Marks, with 19 minutes and 40 seconds, has the lead, has priority, and has a 6.4 and a 6.33.
I'm interested to see what Caroline did with her equipment, because this board definitely looking a little different than what I've noticed and have seen her over the past few years. It looks like it's maybe got a little more width in front of the front foot. She might have went a bit thicker, and maybe epoxy. It looks really white, and then it's got the carbon. Sometimes those are the epoxies, right?
Stringer.
Yeah. So really cool to see, though, because you see these girls time and time again on the same board, and then now there's a little maybe more fishy vibe to it, but it's a short board, and it looks like it's really connecting the dots really well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see when the tour starts up again too, and especially with Tahiti Chopu for the women on the books for next year.
Yeah.
You know what their quiver will look like, because there's been so much experimentation with boards in particularly the last, say, 3 years.
Well, you don't want to go too long, right? Because of you don't want the board to get caught. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of like 5.10s to 6.2s for the ladies, where the men are probably riding 6.0 to 6.5. Where back in the 90s, we took 6.8s to 7.2s because we didn't know. But now everything has come shorter as we got some live action. I think Caroline in and out real quick.
Yeah, that'll be a change of priority.
Yeah, I'm amazed. Even the guys at Sunset in that last event of the year, the big QS. Oh, wait, hold on. Looks like Alyssa, Mark.
Oh, yeah, Alyssa up and riding on a nice stretched out right. Big off the top, but then the wave runs away, so she completes that maneuver. But she is looking for some big scores. She needs to replace both her scores. She's in a combination situation right now, which means that she needs to replace both scores, because Caroline Marks has a 6.33 and a 6.4, which is a total of 12.73, and there's no way you can get that on one wave.
No. So she's in the 2-for-1, looking for 2 good scores. That's going to feel good for Alyssa, though. Nice, solid, completed maneuver. Yes, it was just the one, but here we go. Nice wave, overhead set. Nice, solid turn. Unfortunately, with this low tide, some of these waves are a little bit chasing on the sandbar. But yeah, back to, I mean, guys are riding like 6.6s at 8 to 10 foot Sunset. So when the girls show up at Tahiti, I think equipment's going to be very important. Are you riding that fine line where you're able to get into the wave, but yet also able to ride the barrel? Here we go.
Up and riding. Nice check turn there. Coming onto the inside. getting the tail loose and into the reverse.
There we go.
So that's for Alyssa. That's a better, more stable ride and a little bit of variation and innovation.
Love it. Let's see it, girls. Go for it.
Yeah, she got a 4.67. So she's looking for an 8.06. So all of a sudden she's back in the game. Caroline Marks does still have the lead, but she put herself with that 4.67 back into striking position.
Yeah, let's watch this last one. Alyssa, little runner left down the beach. Quick down the line snap. And then throwing the tail with the grab rail reverse. And a nice finish there. As we'll switch back to live action. Caroline finishing a ride here, Mark.
Yeah, further down the beach, another right-hander, her backhand, serving her well, as always. We'll catch up to that, to the earlier part of the wave. But flurry of activity here. And Alyssa Spencer, we're waiting for that last wave to drop into the scoreline. Still 15.5 minutes remaining, so a ton of time. And this is where, too, you'll start to see endurance start to come in. While it's not big by any means today, the tide has dropped, so you've got to paddle through more white water. If you make it through into the final, you've surfed 3 times. Let's take a look at Caroline Marks.
Oh, wow. Really aggressive first turn, solid. Couple on-the-face gouges. Looking to replace the 6.33. That first turn was lovely. So, looks like the grab rail reverse for Alyssa came in at a 5.2, so good finish, getting her best wave. Now she needs a 7.53 as we wait for Caroline's last wave. Very solid first turn. Cleaning up the inside on that wave for Marks.
Really chipping away at it there. And let's have a look at our current team totals, just to see where we're at in the competition overall, with 14 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. And the scorers come in for Caroline Marks. She just extended her lead slightly and up and riding the backhand. Oh, just not able to get around that section. And that'll be a priority change.
So real quick, we'll get the previous of Caroline came in at a 6.5. She replaces the 6.33. Alyssa, holding priority, you now require a 7.7 with 13:40 on the clock. So now out of the combination situation and into a one-wave situation for Alyssa Spencer to try and take this win off Caroline Marks, who's holding on to the lead with the pair of mid-sixes.
Yeah, and Caroline did, it was only a slight extension, but it did add to it. So let's take a look here at the team's competition. So here we go. So California versus USA, you can see how close it is. Only one point is the difference because this is the team competition. There's 1 point for each win. So right now it is Team US that has a 1 point lead right now. And in the team competition, Lakey is in the lead with 4 points because Katie Simmers is already into the final. And so because Katie is in the final, that has given them the edge. So you can see there 4 points. The next closest is 2 points, but right now Caroline Marks in the water. So if she holds on to her lead, that would give them 4 points as well. So we're going to keep this updated as we go along, but it just shows you that there is a competition within a competition. And there's both the team side, and then there's the team. There's team side from the California versus the rest of the USA, and then there's the individual team side. And right now it is the individual team of Katie Simmons, who is in the lead along with Lakey Peterson.
And don't worry if you got more confused off that graphic. We'll reiterate in the future. Lot of moving parts with the teams and the points.
And it is day one. And
so tomorrow's going to get real fun, right?
It should become clearer. By the end of today, we will have all of those results. So it's certainly a lot of fun, and as we've said, it's not just about surfing for yourself, it's about surfing for your team and surfing for the state or part of the country that you're representing. 11 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Caroline Marks is in the lead. Alyssa Spencer has priority. Alyssa, you need a 7.7. A 7.7 to move into the lead. Caroline Marks, her low score is a 6.4. A 6.4, so great surfing again on her backhand. Really using that powerful backhand. Incredible vertical tack. And just consistent. Just solid on her feet. But Alyssa Spencer is now within striking distance, 7.7. 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here. Thanks again to Paul Mitchell, Professional Salon Products, who are a pioneer in cruelty-free hair care since 1980. And just that a business and inspirational story in itself. And have been a huge supporter of surfing and in particular women's surfing and female empowerment for a long time.
Yeah, I remember Paul Mitchell involved in a lot of the events years ago on the women's side, so thank you.
Yeah, I think they were also the first time I ever saw, like, get your hair cut on a beach was at the US Open. That was Paul Mitchell Salon.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I think
they had a little salon and they had the hairstylist down there.
Yeah, super cool. Up and riding though right now.
Alyssa.
And hard off the bottom, bang! Oh, releases the tail, but just grabs the nose of the board there. And up and riding, this is Marks.
Oh, okay.
Quick
so
in and out.
Yeah, she's going to try and hold on to priority. But Alyssa, that's the speed and the explosiveness that we want to see. Unfortunately, got a little over the edge there. But she knows she's going to have to dial it up a little bit to get this score. So it was good. She gets a turn like that and a couple more, you know, you can get up into the upper excellent range.
And the tide obviously having an effect there as well. As this tide drops out, the waves are hitting on a shallower sandbank. And sometimes the board just kind of gets ripped out from under your feet.
Yeah, thankfully we've got a little bit of the south and a little bit of the west. Without the combo, it would be straight closeouts. If it was only one direction, it'd be a lot tougher. But we are seeing some corners with some running walls. And actually this right on this south end, you see it here. The girls have actually shuffled over south and are probably going to be in a good position for these next few sets with about 8.5 remaining. Caroline Marks holds priority, and Alyssa Spencer looking for a 7-7. We got a paddle from the surfer in second priority, so no change. Let's watch the replay of Alyssa's last. Deep off the bottom, throwing the tail and just over-rotating. Who's this? Way on the south. I think it was Caroline up and riding. But we're watching the replay of her last, just the quick up and out to regain priority. So while we were watching those replays, you can see right now live action. Caroline paddling back out. Priority shifts back to Alyssa. So let's see if Caroline better to score there.
And interestingly for Caroline Marks, at such a young age, so accomplished, but has not had a win here yet.
This is that last wave. Good first turn. Sticking next to the power source there, the whitewater. So not sure if that's going to factor in for Caroline in her top two. So Caroline hasn't won the Supergirl.
No, in 2018 she came second to Carissa Moore in the final. So,
does it say how many QS wins Caroline has? Probably not.
I know that when she qualified for the World Tour, it was a record number and a record score that year. I think it was over 22,000 points that she had amassed on that year on the QS that qualified her. So certainly was dominant that year.
And she was 15? Is that what she said? The youngest ever?
50,
Because
yeah,
I think
15 or
Tyler was the youngest prior
16,
to when Caroline
yeah,
qualified.
She was either 15 or very early 16s. 15, I think she was when she qualified. When she knew that she had a spot on tour.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Because if you look at the other 15-year-olds who are here competing, it would be like
a Zoe Benedetto,
like a Zoe Benedetto, qualifying for the World Tour
in this next year,
or Katie Simmons next year, which is
potential. It's a possibility.
Yeah. Once you see it being done, and that is what Caroline Marks has done, is she's allowed others to see what's possible.
Totally, paving the way for the younger girls.
Yeah.
And I think on the men's side, it was Jeremy Flores at 17 and maybe Kalani Ra back in the day, both 17 qualifying for the tour. And a lot of people don't know because it was way back in our day, but for a lot of these younger competitors, Taj Burrow in 98 qualified, but he was only 17, and his group said, no, you're not mature enough. We want you to do the QS again. Nowadays, you wouldn't, because it's so hard to make the tour. Taj was so good, they felt like he had a really good shot at making it, and he did make it the next year and went on to a great career. But nowadays, you would never make the tour and decline.
Yeah. Plus, even just from the financial position, like most of the events are around $100,000 prize money. Like the ability to have a good earn. I think last year, Caroline Marks' prize money was around the 200,000 plus mark.
Yeah.
For a 17-year-old. It's unless you are creating some technology or a new social network, which actually interestingly her brother has done. It's just that's where sport can be an incredible way to either have a career that lasts a long time, or even to kickstart something. Plenty of surfers and other sports go, they'll be at the top for a while and then go do something else. But the discipline that that athletes get, the lessons that they learn, equally apply in business when they move into that space.
Well, and I think nowadays, like you're saying, with the prize money being so solid for both the men and the women, but if you make the tour, you can learn on the fly nowadays. Maybe go have your camps. A lot of these women have their coaches and their nutritionists and the family that'll travel with them. So you can kind of keep your unit together, your family unit or your little group, and feel good, not where in the late 90s or whatever, in the beginnings of the QS, a lot of the guys were traveling with friends and you were kind of out there on your own. So things have tightened up as far as the camps, with the coaches and the mentors traveling with a lot of these younger athletes, because they are so good, competing at the upper level at 15, 16, 17 years old. I mean, and we know we don't want to send out some young ladies on their own. So
yeah, just a lot more professional, a lot more talent out there, and a lot more resources. 3 minutes.
Ooh.
And 4 seconds. 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Priority is with Spencer. You need a 7.7. Caroline Marks, a 6.5 and a 6.4. And so the waves have been a little quiet. Spencer has priority. She's taken a look at this, and she will up and riding.
Caroline.
That's Caroline. Wicked turn. So it was actually Caroline Marks who, underneath priority, taking that one.
I don't think Alyssa was over enough, so it was not like she was going to be able to go on the corner, but wow, you called it. Wicked snaps from Caroline. She's got the pair of mid-sixes and feeling the confidence right now, trying to push Team USA into the lead again.
2 minutes and 5 seconds. 2 minutes and 5.
Let's watch this replay. Nice solid right. Great turn there. And beautiful finish.
Yeah, you called it before. She's like the female Oki. Just so much power. And she was definitely in the right spot for that wave. And with 1 minute 40 remaining, will Alyssa Spencer be given one more opportunity?
It was weird. In real time, it looked more explosive because it was surfed so fast. When they slow-mode it made it look like she
normal
wasn't.
speed.
Yeah. So stand by. Oh, there it is. 7.83, Caroline. 7.83. Now Alyssa looking for the 9.13. So she's going to have to pull out all the stops here. Alyssa Spencer holding on to priority with about 1 minute, 10 seconds.
Yeah, wow. That just shows that it was a two-turn wave, but the judges loved it.
Couple 8s and a 7.5. Combo it together. It's a 7.83. Well, someone wants to know, what do they need to do to get a 9 out there, Mark? And, you know, that being almost an 8 with 2 turns, I guess to get up into the upper excellent range, it would be, do they have to do aerial? Get to the air, or maybe just a multitude of big turns?
We haven't seen an air reverse yet.
Caroline's 8.5 was a right that was like 4 solid, so that almost got to 9.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could it have been? I don't know. But the judges, they set a scale and they stick with it throughout the day.
Yeah. Innovation definitely plays a role, right? So if a maneuver is pulled off that hasn't yet kind of been seen, or is a whole new level of progression. So we're counting down now.
3, 2, 1. Wow, so Caroline Marks gets 2 points for Team USA. Well-surfed event for Alyssa Spencer today, taking out the 4-time world champ earlier. So netting some points for Team California. And coming up next, stay tuned, Zoe Benedetto and Vahiti Inso, the youngsters.
So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, it'll be the World Qualifying Series surfers once again. Stick with us. Plenty more action to come.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this. Brake. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hotel, a tapestry collection by Hilton.
And the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on their most exciting lineup ever. Shop nissanusa.com and buy White Claw Hard Seltzer, crafted using seltzer water, 5% alcohol, and just a hint of fruit flavor. And welcome back. QS semi-final number 2. The youngsters, Zoe Benedetto up against Vahiti Inso. This is the first heat that we have seen where we have 2 competitors from the same region. This is both representing the rest of the USA. Zoe Benedetto from Florida and Vahiti Inso.
I think South Shore, Hawaii, yeah.
From Kauai. So this is going to be a great one. We saw some incredible surfing by both these youngsters in the first quarterfinal, and Caroline Marks just won the last semi-final, the CT semi-final, and she's teamed up with Zoe. And so a win here by Zoe would give that team significant jump up in the rankings. And so Fahiti in the yellow, Zoe is in the pink.
And they're far from each other.
Yeah. This looks like
someone way to the south.
So this is Zoe on the backhand. Good first turn, just whipping it around. And I think Fahiti also, I think two goofy footers now has priority. And I think the combined age of this heat is 27. So plenty of youthful energy and incredible talents here.
And far to the south, it looks like Zoe Benedetto on the backhand.
And got a score on the board. It won't be huge, but it gives her a 1.2. A 1.2. Fahiti now has priority. And
looks like Zoe's opener 2-2-3. So 2 quick scores for pink, and we have yellow with a paddle.
Up and riding now. Fahiti in, so nice first turn. And again, oh, getting radical. Fins out, tail loose, sliding around. Made it look so easy.
Virtually every turn she's releasing the fins. So that was really well surfed inside left. She's going to get a decent score.
Being mentored by the world champion, Carissa Moore, on her team.
Nice down the line snap, and decided to be patient and get the solid second turn rather than trying to fit 2 smaller, like a second and a third turn. She just went for the big finishing maneuver, and the judges have been loving it all day.
Just looks so relaxed on that turn. For Zoe, you've got 2 waves, a 2.23 and a 1.2 and a 4 for Fahiti. So that wave comes in at a 4 and puts you in the lead. Zoe, you have priority. And you can see just like that, a well-positioned, well-executed turn will give you a decent score.
Ooh, a couple lines approaching. I don't know if you can see it. You can see the girls are kind of moving out for the folks at home, but there is some stretched out walls. Looks like yellow might be in position, Mark.
Fahiti paddling, and she's up and riding on a backhand overhead wave for her. First turn a little bit hung up there, and it just looked like on that turn she caught, but this will give Zoe, no, she decides she'll keep priority not to go for that wave, but the wave showed a lot of promise. Not sure whether it ended up delivering on it. Stretched out down down south.
Well, you have to be careful, and we'll see it in the replay. She oversurfed the first portion of the wave and maybe needed to be projecting down the line now that it's a bit lower tide, so she tried to wrap it around a bit too much, I think. When we get the replay, we'll break it down. But it's early days, and she's got the best wave in the heat, so let's see what happened here. Yeah, she just dug the edge a bit too much and brought the nose around a little bit too far, where she should have slowed and stopped the nose progression and headed down the line, but I mean, easy to say from up here in the box.
She did get a 1.93 though, so it did give her a second score, has extended her lead.
Yeah.
Zoe now has priority and needs a 3.71. But looking at the score line at the moment, we do expect probably 3, if not all of these scores to be replaced over the next 28 minutes. And Zoe Benedetto, a silver medal at the 2009 ISA World Junior Championships.
19.
Yeah, so pretty good there. Is on the under-18 USA surfing national team. And up and riding is, both surfers just in and outs.
Yeah, I thought there was actually some scoring potential, but they know better. Here we go.
Yeah, it's sometimes hard to tell from this angle as well. This is an elevated elevated angle here, and it looks like it's running, but when you're down there at sea level, it can be an entirely different situation. Is moving faster. Now we see world number 2, Caroline Marks. Looks like she was getting ready to do the famous Supergirl cape dance.
You ever seen her without a smile? I haven't.
No. Growing up among 6 kids, you know, you probably have a lot of fun.
Just the best family ever. Darren and Sarah, mom and dad, and then all the siblings.
A lot of good surfers in that family.
Oh, yeah.
Also,
her older brother, Luke, he surfed on a couple of the World Junior teams. We took him over to the Azores, his last year in the junior. It was really fun. And then, like you said, her younger brother created the Grom Social, like the Facebook for kids, and he's now a realtor selling houses on the East Coast. Zach,
yeah, and you know, before they moved as a family, moved over to California, they kind of had the ultimate action sports setup at their home with a kind of a
the
motocross track and skate ramps and obviously surfing as well, and then made the move over here to California and
bass pond in the backyard, little dirt track. They got it all. They're living it. But so still the same deal. Priority shifts to Zoe Benedetto from Florida, surfing on Team USA. And like you said, both girls surfing for Team USA, so it's a win-win. But one of them, here we go, Zoe.
Up and riding, and good first turn. Oh, second turn really sharp in the pocket. Cutting back, keeping this going, and just cutting out. And one of the strong suits of Zoe is mentally. She's just got a very, very positive attitude, and is able to really kind of keep that even under pressure. And that stood her in good stead last week when she won the Void Pro over there in Jacksonville. So
you could hear in her interview, really well spoken, super positive.
Yep.
I'm not sure if she's still competing on a club soccer team, but one of the best soccer players. She might spin around here on the way back out and get another backup score. Here we go.
Wow, talk about fast. Straight into another turn. Nice, clean surfing. And another. And again. So probably even improved on it. So she got a 4.07 on the wave before that. She is in the lead.
I'm loving that front side wrap where she has the really good arm twist and has the arms in the right spot to maintain that flow. We'll see it on that replay.
And that's not an easy thing to do, to back up like that.
No. And she might even improve on that wave. A 407 on the prior wave, paddling back out. Benedetto now looking to get better than a 2.23 and put the pressure on Vahiti, and she does with a 4.63. So with 24 minutes remaining, pink now takes the lead. Yellow, you have priority, and you now require a 4.7. Here it is. Oh, well, the end of it. Real animated style, but I like it because it's not overly surfed. She's just put together really well technically, like you said. And I bet her and Shay work on that a lot at home.
So just like that, within 2 minutes, puts up 2 fours and is in the lead. And now Vahiti needs a score. She needs a decent score, a 4.7. So let's go down to Rosie Hodge, who has the winner of the last heat.
Such a fun heat to watch. Caroline obviously coming up against Alyssa Spencer. I know you guys surf a ton at lowers, both goofy footers. What did you make of that heat?
Yeah, I've surfed against Alyssa since I've been like 12 years old, and we're still at it, and I feel like we're going to be battling for the rest of our lives. So it's really fun. She's a great surfer, and I know she lives in Carlsbad, so she surfs out here a lot. So I knew it was going to be a tough heat, but yeah, stoked to come out on top.
And we've also seen the tide kind of drop out as the afternoon has worn on. So did you change your equipment and your game plan before you went out?
Not really. I just like to keep it simple. I have a really good board from Mapiolas, and I don't really switch up much. I just kind of ride the same thing. So yeah, the waves, the spot kind of changed a little bit, but my board stayed the same. So still working pretty good.
And being at this event, the Supergirl Pros, obviously also about, empowering women, having, bringing that to the forefront. So what does that message mean to you?
Yeah, it's huge. I've had and I still have so many girls that I look up to, and it's super cool to compete against Carissa and Lakey. Those are girls that I had like posters on my wall of, and now I'm surfing with them. So it's so cool, and a huge goal of mine is to be an inspiration to the younger generation. So constantly every day, working towards that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, you're inspiring me, and I'm a few years older than you, so you've got that on lock. But Caroline, thanks for your time. We'll see you in that final.
Thank you. Thanks, Rosie.
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, hell yeah. Well, your dad's still got the knee injury, so. I know.
Of those other girls up on a wall, and now number 2 in the world. Looking down the beach, that looked like Zoe Benedetto. Yeah, wasn't able to get onto that one. But she does have the lead. Priority, though, is with Vahiti, who needs a 4.7.
Yeah, I think Caroline has been able to negotiate qualifying so young, looking up to your heroes, and then having to compete against them. She's transitioned into that role really well, where she wasn't awestruck, I think, knowing that she had the ability to compete against them, but never easy. So she showed maturity beyond her years to be able to acquire the mental capacity to handle the pressure. I mean, to be 16, your first year on tour, and perform the way she did, Mark, that shows you.
Yeah,
she was almost born to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that you use the word smart. I think that that's part of what makes her such a great competitor. As with the other competitors, is it does take smarts to know how to handle it. But up and riding right now, this is Zoe Benedetto, your heat leader. And this wave just running away for her, it's not going to give her a chance to really do much.
Is there one behind it? Vahiti now moving in the lineup. You could see the stretched out left down there. It's kind of turning on the far bar, so.
Yeah, she wasn't able to paddle into that now. She is, we'll just wait to see confirmation of priority. I think she still is the furthest out in the lineup, so she should retain that.
And just looking for the 4.7. So even though Zoe got the 2 quick turnaround scores, it's just the 4.63, 4.07. Okay, this is that one, the 4.63. And you can see it from this angle right here. Really good technique and torque. And just, through the motions there. And then really good finish. That's why it was the best wave of the heat so far. And this far bar's turning on. We got a couple lines approaching. This first one looks a bit lined up. Vahiti holding priority. And a couple more lines here, Mark.
She's definitely taking a look at this, and she's definitely going to use her priority. Which way is she going to go? Looks like a left. Might even have the barrel on it. Comes off the bottom, lines it up. Look at the speed here. Good size wave. Looking for a turn. Boom! And the fins go out, and just got a little bit loose. So if she had been able to pull that off, though, that would have definitely been a good score. She definitely pushed it. She's not holding anything back.
I think she should have went for the big grab rail air reverse. She had gained all that speed. She might have been a little tentative going into the maneuver, and when you get caught between 2 mines, that's what happens a lot of the time. So did she downshift right before, thinking, oh, I just need to complete the turn? But we'll never know.
It's surfing's an interesting sport in that it is a sport of presence, but there are microseconds where you have to think about what you're going to do. Like it's pretty hard to be completely completely autonomous.
Well, let's watch. She really. Yeah, could have maybe stalled for a little bit of a cover-up, but never easy to get barreled with a jersey on. And, big blowtail. I mean, had she made it, it probably would have rivaled the scores in the water. But real quick, Zoe, you were raising your hand. You have a 4.63 and a 4.07. You're in the lead.
and Vahiti in second looking for a 4.7. So that's the breakdown for the ladies in the water. But you're right. You want to be able to surf with no mind if you can. But there is sometimes with a jersey where you have to sort of surf the wave and decide what you're going to do before. I remember countless times in a contest, if I knew I needed a score, you almost where you surf your best in the zone. You're not thinking, but there is times where you need to be cognizant of what you actually have to do. And
then hope that the wave serves up what you're intending to do. That's part of it. That the wave is always the wild card. Certainly in the ocean, in certain wave pools, they can get a little bit closer to being replicable.
And that wave for Vahiti, really good, clean, a little bit of a barreling section at the start, but it was always racing. So going back to what we were just talking about is this live action down the beach. Zoe, real quick, couple backhand snaps. It was always real quick, touch and go, trying to decide what you're going to do on the fly. Never easy.
Yeah.
When the pressure's on, right?
Yeah, exactly. Racing down the line. But Zoe Benedetto there, just staying busy. Vahiti Inso has the priority, needs a 4.7. Let's take another look at that wave then on her backhand.
Little inside left, trying to better the 4.07. 2 good turns. So we'll see where the score starting to trickle into the monitor right here. Vahiti with priority looking for that 4.7, so pretty tight heat still. She has that 4 opener, which is keeping her close. I think someone's looking.
Yeah, it looks like, no, just deciding that I'm going to hold on to priority. Probably a good move there. It ran away really fast.
Yeah.
We are in low tide conditions. She might be in a better position for this one. She's going to have a go. Up and riding on a forehand. Nice sucky wave. Comes around the corner. Whack. Wow, that was very fast again. Rock and roll. A little float at the end. So not a long wave. Will that be a 4.7? We'll wait to see. Certainly the first turn was very sharp.
Cool angle,
wave.
too. You could see how she released the fins through the lip, and it's seemingly every turn she's releasing the tail.
Yeah, whether it's forehand or backhand, she definitely seems to have that on lock. Priority now with Surfer in Pink. Zoe, you have priority. There is just under 15 minutes remaining. Wow, lots of waves ridden.
I was just thinking, it's kind of turning on. Look at this. Another one right here on the far bar right. We're going to go with the replay, though. We'll come back to live action. We're going to watch this replay real quick. This is that turn through the lip, little fin drift, and a quick float, waiting on that score. And then I think during that replay, did both surfers ride, Mark? You were looking out there?
Yeah, Zoe definitely got a right further down the beach. And we'll check that out. But there's 13 waves ridden in this heat so far. 13 waves, which is a lot. And no wind at all out there right now.
Blessed on the conditions, just sheet glass. And you've got the youngsters out there, so they're going to be catching more waves than the veterans, might be a bit more patient.
And the winner of this semi-final goes into the final on the QS side against Caitlin Simmers, the local girl.
There it is, Mark. 3.83 Vahiti, 3.83. You still need a 4.7. So it was a great first turn. Wave a bit small on the inside. Just under the 4 is her best. She still needs the 4.7. She's sitting in priority with 13.5 remaining, so plenty of time. Is this one of those heats where if one of the girls can get the good, excellent range score, it looks like we're going to have, this is the replay while we were watching her last replay. Running left. Nice off the top. Hits it again. And out of there. So that was Vahiti on the split peak. And we're waiting on that score. I think Yeah, we're waiting on a score for both.
Yeah, and this has certainly been busy. Here's the replay of Zoe's last wave.
Nice stretched out right. She's sitting on that south end of the contest area. Ooh, nice turn through the lip. And her patented off the top. She gets the board real vertical, and wow, good finish. Was that a little claim right there? I looked away, but maybe a little fist pump, feeling confident after that wave. What a well-surfed wave from Zoe Benedetto. Still surfing on a high off her win. I think she was $2,000 richer off that, the Pro-Am win back east. I mean, for a young kid, $2,000.
Yeah.
That'll feel good. A little shopping spree. Or maybe she had to pay for her airfare out here for this. You never know, right? Hopefully her sponsors have her airfare.
I'm sure with her talent, she's being very well looked after. And there's the score line. 11:35 remaining, 11:35. Priority with Vahiti.
There you go. Here comes the scores.
Here comes the score, and they're going to be strong scores. The 9th wave for Zoe came in at a 7.17. Vahiti, you now need a 7.8 to take the lead, a 7.8. So Zoe, a 7.17 and a 4.63 with 11 minutes, 5 seconds to go. And taking another look there. Zoe's definitely staying busy. That was her 9th wave. And her 9th and 5th waves are the ones that have really scored at the moment. Certainly not short of waves.
Zoe, your last wave, 717, 717. And Vahiti now looking for the 7.8 with 10.5 remaining, ladies. Pretty far down there. I think she can hear, though.
Yeah, that was amazing surfing. It was almost a replica of her 4.83, but then she just dialed it up.
Yeah.
Okay, up and riding now. Again, on a backhand, Zoe. And just a quick in and out. She doesn't have priority, so she can afford to kind of just take any wave that meets her fancy. Vahiti having a look at this one and is up and riding on a backhand. Big first turn. Can she make it round the section? Yes, she does. Second turn and a little rebound off the foam. Definitely made the most of that wave. And clean, crisp surfing. The waves are definitely running fast.
Yeah, positioning is crucial. You got to paddle aggressive, too, to get into these waves. This is live action right here as Zoe's going to try and maintain priority while she's holding on to the lead. But we're waiting on that last score for Vahiti there. Looking for a 7.8. Looks like it's a 3.53, so yellow still looking for the 7.8. Let's get the replay here. Nice stretched out right. Good first turn. Just a bit stuck in the lip, which caused a little momentum shift. But a good second turn right there. And it just shows you, like you're saying, with the tide, you really have to hit your spots and make the wave and not let it affect you, where a little bit stuck in the lip, causing a little bit of momentum shift.
Yeah, just hard to keep that momentum. But incredible to think that she is the current US under-12 champion. And just the level and the quality of surfing that she is exhibiting at that age is just phenomenal.
Yeah, check out her social media, some of the stuff she did in Waco and some of her free surfs over in the South Shore of Hawaii. She is incredible talent and a name that's obviously going to be at the top of surfing.
So let's take a look at the scores as we see. It might be a wave here. Zoe up and riding. Can she improve on a scoreline? Big blow tail out the back there. And a wrapping cutback. Really now knowing that she's looking to get rid of her 4.63.
Solid first turn.
Yeah, lots of power. And this is Vahiti up and riding. Wow, so much speed. Carried it right over there. That was a closing turn. There was a turn before.
Really nice wrap carve, speedy.
Super speedy. And,
that wave, she was in rhythm with the wave and what the maneuvers that she decided to do for Vahiti. That was a well put together wave. And also that last of Benedetto comes in 5.5. So now let's watch it. This first turn. Picking some really good waves down the beach, and oh, really beautiful top turn. Her patented carve. I like the wingspan, how she wraps it around, and just buttoning it up on the inside there. And it looks like the last of Yellow quickly came in 5.23. Felt like her best. It was her best, and now she needs a 7.44. Yellow, you need 7.44 now.
So it was the 12th wave of Zoe's that gave her the 5.5, and the 8th wave of Vahiti, the 5.23. So 20 waves ridden in this heat so far. 6 minutes and 15 remaining. Vahiti needs a 7.44 in order to advance, and definitely staying very busy.
And we'll see who is out the back first.
And
Yellow?
Yep, priority to Yellow. Vahiti has priority. You need a 7.44.
Well, we tried to get the 5.23 there, just got the end of it. But it was a speedy little wrap carve into a nice connection bank for Vahiti. Everything tied together really well. So that's going to feel good. That's going to build her confidence with just over 5 minutes. This is live. Zoe way down the beach. One turn there. Probably won't factor in.
Yeah, we're running out of room on the scoreboard for Zoe with the number of waves. It was number 13, and but that staying busy is definitely working for her.
God, this far bar is going off. Look at that
Vahiti now taking a look at this one. This looks hollow, and just deciding it was running too fast.
Yeah, little bit behind on the drop. Everything's got to be just put together really well. The entry, your decision making on the first bottom turn, what you do on the top portion of the wave early.
And 4.5 minutes remaining.
Who we got coming up next? Tatiana Weston Webb's going to be in the black up against Lakey Peterson. Oh, a World Championship Tour battle.
Yep.
Look at these conditions. It is just flawless right now. Not often you get competition with sheet glass all day.
Yeah, not in the afternoon. Usually there's a little bit on it. It's very hot down here as well now, and perfect Californian day. And we're hoping that, as predicted, the swell will rise a little bit more tomorrow. Which, we're getting a combination of southwest swells and a little bit of hurricane swell here and there.
Yeah, that hurricane, I'm not sure what it's doing, but it looked pretty solid and in the window a few days ago, but they change daily. And then I know one of the forecasters posted a little picture where there was a low in the northwest too. So we're hoping maybe it shows up after the event tomorrow, but it would be beautiful if we had a little bit of combo swell tomorrow. 3:15 remaining, and Yellow looking for the 7.44.
Certainly capable of it.
Oh, yeah.
And
with her speedy surfing and the tail release, if she gets just the opportunity,
Yeah, and can stick the maneuver. A couple of times we've seen it go close.
Well, you know, you're telling yourself, I just took a knee-high wave and got a 5-2-3. She had the speedy wrap and the bank. It was literally maybe waist-high wave. So if she gets a set wave and does that type of connected surfing, you're going to see a big score, a la Zoe's right with the 717. And we've got these lefts stacking up. There's a bit of a channel between the right and then the left. They're not going to go here. Yellow holds priority, so she wants to make a good decision. Is this the one?
Just taking a look at it, and she has priority, so she's definitely paddled for this one, up and riding. How much chance will she get? Bang! Big turn. It was one turn, but it was big. And she's looking, her low score is a 4, but she needs a 7.44 to move up into the lead with 1 minute 45 to go.
So hustle up and get out there.
And now Zoe has priority. How will she choose to use it?
Yeah, do you just wait?
Yeah, just caught out of position there. Had to get under that one. There was a long stretched out right on it. But she has priority. And there's 1 minute 20 to go. And the last score still to come in for Vahiti. Looking for a 7.44.
She will get out the back with a minute remaining. You can see on the screen right there.
Well, one of these young ladies will be in the final up against Caitlin Simmers, the local girl. And which one will it be? Priority with Zoe. She holds the lead. 40 seconds. Points for the team and your region. 30 seconds. And it is Vahiti up and riding. Lots of speed. Goes for the re-entry and just catches a rail. And
15 seconds.
Yeah, that might be the last chance that she gets. Zoe just sitting patiently. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that means that Zoe Benedetto will move into the final on the QS side of the bracket, representing the rest of America. And the next heat in the water, Tatiana Weston Webb up against Lakey Peterson. Only 3 more heats remaining today. We'll take a short break and come back with all the action as we head close to the finals of the Supergirl Surf Pro.
At Paul Mitchell, we believe in the beauty of giving back, protecting our forests and waterways, feeding families in need through sustainable community gardens, and ensuring that our products are always cruelty-free. Big or small, there's beauty in making a difference every single day. That's what connects all of us together in a deep, meaningful way. Join us. Live beautifully.
White Claw Hard Seltzer, a wave of refreshment.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by Power Crunch Protein Energy Bars. Light, healthy, and delicious. And welcome back, and we just saw the finalists on the QS side of the bracket be determined, and so we have California up against Florida, but right now the Championship Tour semi-final number 2, Lakey Peterson up against Tatiana Weston Webb. Lakey in white, Tatiana in the black, and up and riding, this is Tatiana from Kauai, represents Brazil as a country. Will be representing in the Olympic Games in end of July next year, and gets a quick score on the board. And world number 3 up against world number 7. Let's take a look here. Quick turn, you can see the lower tide, just make it a little bit harder to get round. Again, a quick turn. Tatiana, as mentioned earlier in her interview, has been working on a speed on different turns and showing here. So she gets a score on the board. It's a 3.17. A 3.17, 35-minute heat, 32 minutes remaining. And now Lakey Peterson has priority. And with some of these stretched out rights, she'll probably be in good position now. Look at this, a good solid wave up and riding overhead. Nice float. Gets a turn and another little rock and roll floater there. So 3 turns in quick succession. And now Tati up and riding. A lot of speed on this left. Coming around. Wow, huge amount of spray. Gets thrown there and cuts out. So within the first 4 minutes, 3 waves have been ridden. See what the judges thought of those. We can definitely see the effect of the tide on this. There's definitely not a lot of time to just be able to relax into the wave. They're running quickly. Let's take a look here at Lakey. Nice floater. Comes around straight into a carving turn, and then a little foam climb to finish up. So 3 good turns, and now Tatiana. See, they're wearing the black. And the score's yet to drop in, although Tati does have a 3.17 and then has a backup score as well. Priority is with Tati. And there's a score that's come in. Tatiana, your second ride, a 3.33, but Lakey Peterson gets a 5.17. So priority with Tati. She is in the lead with 2 scores, but a 5.17 for Lakey Peterson, needing a 1.33 to advance. Just under 30 minutes remaining. It's going to be an action-packed 30 minutes.
Good opener from Lakey once again. Started the last heat, the quarter, with a 7. Starting this one with a 5.17, getting a almost 2-point nod over Tati on that opening exchange. Priority with Tati. Looking at a paddle right here. Lakey rolls in. Speedy section, goes for the grab rail air reverse. Let's see it, girls. Here we go. Tati out the back mark. Running down the line.
And on a backhand, just not able to get around the section. But yeah, good to see Lakey going for some innovation there. Wasn't sure whether it was the club sandwich or it was kind of a reverse. It looked like it did definitely look like some good innovation. But let's go down to Rosie Hodge, who's on the beach with the winner of the last semi-final.
That's right, Zoe, another impressive heat when we were actually talking about your relationship with Vahidi and how much you guys have surfed together. Tell me about going through junior ranks and now getting into these big events like the Supergirl.
Yeah, totally. The transition is definitely scary a little bit at first. You know, it's fun surfing with all your friends. You know, you watch the CT and all that stuff. And you look up to the girls, you know, Courtney, Tatiana, Lakey, Steph. Carissa, everyone like that, and then to be in contest with them is a little nerve-wracking at first, but it's super fun, and the transition is, it's growth, so I'm looking forward to it.
And tell us about, what's the roadmap look like for someone like yourself, an aspiring young surfer?
I think it's really just, getting my surfing to where I want it to be, push myself the hardest that I want to go, and, I want to, be at the top with everyone else. And yeah, I mean, just growth and all that stuff is really important to me. I talk about it with my trainer, my shaper all the time. And I'm just always trying to push myself and learn.
And, as we progress through this event, we've got one more heat left for the day of the final. Are you going to change anything going into that one?
I don't think so. I'm just on the beach with my mom and my shaper, just talking about having fun, relaxing, just looking at different spots, what the tide's doing, what the waves are doing, how they're shifting and moving. But, yeah, I mean, I'm just having fun and being positive, bouncing around, so I think I'm just going to do that.
So you keep up the relaxed approach. You're surfing awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Incredible attitude, holds a great conversation, a great interview, but that really great balance of confidence and being humble. That's Malia Manuel has won this event before, and obviously the US Open as a junior as well. Yeah, at 14. So just feels like a lot of parallels there.
Good call. It really does. And wow, I mean, Zoe has really matured in the last, call it 1 year. You're like a little girl, and now you're a young lady competing against CT surfers, and she has handled the transition really well. So good job, Zoe, and good luck in that final. Look at these waves.
Wow.
It's absolutely firing out here right now. Little far bar peak. Who's in the spot? Tati's got priority. Look at this thing.
Well, up and riding, drops in, sweeping cutback, and a fast set. Oh! And
out of
just
that?
smashes it on the end section, and the speed of recovery out of that carving turn, phenomenal. And 26 minutes remaining. Tatiana holds down the lead. Lakey with a 5.17 and a 1.07. So needing a 1.33. Let's take a look at the speed.
Yeah, I mean, she had to go. Beautiful open wall. Powerful gouging cutty, and tries to get the late float up and over, and looks like the bounce back got her. But Tati's so fit, and you can see one of the fittest surfers, and we talked about that, and you can see in the torque in that frontside gouge. Someone having a look.
Total commitment to the turn there.
So this is the last semi before we kick off the first final. So stand by. Katie Simmers up against Zoe Benedetto, Team California versus Team USA.
And last year at Margaret's, Lakey won the Margaret's River World Tour event over Tatiana, and then battled for the rest of the year with Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks for the world title. And 5 World Tour wins. So here are the standings as they sit at the moment. And Team California has 4 points. And Team Rest of USA has 7 points.
So we were corrected. It's 1 point per heat win today. But then there's also a separate point standing that we're not showing right here, and that's a bit different. Oh, sorry. That's next to the team names. I'm sorry. So there's the team points and then the overall standings in the 2 8-person teams.
And look at Team Caroline, 6 points, because Zoe Benedetto is in the final, and Caroline Marks is also into the final. So 6 points. So Mark's in the lead, Team Lakey second. So Lakey's heat here would tie that up if she can win. But right now she is coming from behind Tatiana in the lead.
Yeah, so there we go. Caroline, a win in the first round, and Zoe, a win in the first round, got them 1 point each, and then a win in the second round to the individual team got them 2 points. So that's why they're on 6. And then in the team standings, you saw right there, Team USA with a slight advantage. And still 23 minutes left. No, I think that's good for the folks at home to get a grasp on what's happening with the 2-person teams and the overall 8-person teams.
Yeah, we're really going to see that team spirit come to the fore tomorrow when the entire teams are out there in a round-robin format.
And surfing with your teammate.
Yeah.
The cheering in the water, the blocking of the other. I can't wait.
Yeah,
I'm going to probably not even sleep tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And the team competition has really kind of been bolstered over the last year in places like California with various team competitions.
Yeah, well, you know, the Australians paved the way with the board riders, and then a few of the guys here, we were able to get the West Coast board riders underway, and so now there's 3 different sections of California with 5 teams per section, and it just brings a little extra, the camaraderie of the whole neighborhood. You've got the under 14s all the way up to the 50 and overs. The families are down on the beach, so it's really cool. You have the WSL and the WQS, and then now you have the camaraderie of the fun family board rider events, and it's really cool. And this sort of mimics both. You have the individual competition, but then you're surfing for the team points, which always adds the little extra intensity.
Yeah, and it's also great because you're giving local kids the opportunity to surf alongside their local heroes, like Pat O'Connell surfing for.
Oh yeah, I'm in his division. I have to surf against him.
Vince Della Pena. There's a lot of talent, you know.
We got Matt Archibald for San Clemente. You got like Anthony Rufo, Peter Mell coming down from Santa Cruz. It's all of the legends in every age bracket throughout the year showing up. So it's insane. These team formats really bring a different vibe to the surf world.
Yeah, and in some cases, you'll have a parent surfing on the team with their kid as well.
And it's really cool because when I was a grommet back in the 80s, I hung out with older surfers, would take me surfing, and then there was a window when there was a separation where the old guys didn't hang out with the young crew, but now we're starting to see that again, and the board riders and the team events are bringing that back into the fore, and it's really making the community stronger.
Yeah, and up and riding now, this is Lakey Peterson. Big backhand smash, and another. And 3.
Oh,
just goes diving for a lobster there at the end, but those first 2 backhand blasts.
Looking really quick and whippy. So it's really cool to see all of the girls getting ready for the season if it's going to kick off here in the next month or 2.
And with 20 minutes remaining, Tati taking a look at that one, deciding not to go. We'll wait for these... Wait for the scores to come in. Lakey Peterson gets a 5.33. Lakey is now in the lead. Tatiana needing a 6.7 to advance. And we just saw the end of that replay there, but a 5.33 to go with a 5.17. So the big turns rewarded.
Really tight arcs on that small left. Lakey just thought she was at Emma Wood right there on the shore break, battling the Ventura boys. But here's Tati going to try and answer back.
Yeah, she needs a decent score here. A 6.7 running down the line. Big blast as well.
Wow, that was sick.
So again, 2 big turns.
Ooh, Lakey's going to answer back. No, she's going to hold priority. Wow, Tati. These girls are lighting it up right now, Fuely.
Yeah, great to see the difference between the backhand and the forehand there, both left-handers. So we'll get a good sense of.
Almost thought she was going to go for the big air reverse. Decided to just go for the throw tail finish. I won't complain. I loved seeing it. Let's watch that replay. Tati, quick speed snap. Already eyeballing this section coming at her, and then just throws the tail out. Really just buries the rail. And there it is, 5.73. Now you need a 4.77. Wow, we got a heat going now. Lakey, you're in the lead, looking to replace your 5-1-7, holding priority, 18:20 on the clock. Tati cutting down the requirement, now needs 4-7-7. Is that somebody?
Yeah, Tati just took a wave there. Didn't look like it did much for her, just under the priority of Lakey. But she did improve her position, as you mentioned, and you could see on that last turn all three fins very clear, and that is clearly what the judges are looking for, those big turns. Let's take a look at, this was the right of Tati.
Nice kick out.
Yeah, eight points for the dismount, I think. Let's take another angle here.
You know, and both of these competitors, you know, hate to lose. She's going to fight back till the end. You could see it right there, the intensity, taking that little left, getting the 5-7-3. Lakey trying to replace your low of a 5-1-7 for reference, holding on to a slim lead here, just about a point.
2 Supergirl capes between the both of them. Tati winning in 2015, Lakey winning in 2011, and have battled each other many times here at this venue.
God, Lakey must have been just 16 or
young.
17? 2011, 9
years ago.
Jeez.
Yeah. Doesn't seem that long ago, but when you turn over a new decade, there's some impressive pelican fishing going on out there as well at the moment, out the back. Plenty of sea life here on the Pacific coastline. We saw some dolphins visiting earlier this morning, checking out the action. 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and Lakey has the lead and has priority. Tati needing a 4.77. And Tati teamed up with Brianna Cope, who was eliminated in the semi-final by Caitlin Simmers. And Lakey paired up with Caitlin, who has moved into the final.
So it could be the Team Caroline versus Team Lakey.
Yeah, if Lakey is able to hold it down, we'll have 2 complete teams.
Wow.
In the final. So Zoe on one side, Caitlin Simmers in that QS final.
The 2 Floridians teamed up and have made the final. Here we go, a couple lines approaching. Priority sits with Lakey. She's got the 5-1-7 she's looking to replace, and decides not to go.
Yeah, both surfers, that wave just kind of running down the bank. There's a lot of time. I mean, it's 15 minutes. It's half the first round heat, and we've seen how heats can change in the course of literally 2 minutes.
And we're, I think, at the bottom of the tide or nearabouts. Could improve if we see the tide turn. I'm not exactly sure when dead low is, but for those finals, hopefully we'll see a little tide push.
Yeah, it's definitely a low today.
Yeah.
We haven't seen big tide shifts a lot for about a week, but let's take a look here. Up and riding. This is Tati on her backhand. Wow, the speed coming out of that first turn. Pushes her way out for a third turn onto the face. Small wave at the end here, but just milking it for all it's worth. Looking for a 4.77.
Yep.
We'll see. We'll see when we get to see it a second time how big that first turn was.
It's one of those scores. Let's see the replay. Quick float. Nice fin drift snap. And pretty good turn for that inside corner there. So nice 3 turns. Looking for the 4.77. Stand by. Priority with Lakey.
Yeah, this is when the being a judge is tough, right? They're literally coming down to percentages of a point, and they'll look at the waves and they'll look at replays and playbacks.
They'll look at some of the other scores that are similar in range and compare contrast, which is really cool, I think, these days, because in the past, when we didn't have the replay system, you saw it one time, you wrote the score, but to be able to go back and compare, it gives them a little basis on where they need to go. So we're still waiting on that score. A 4.77 transfers her, Tati, into the lead, waiting on the number. Judges definitely utilizing the replay system right now. Stand by with plenty of time, 12.5 remaining.
And the score has come in, and it is a 5.53. Tati goes back into the lead. Lakey Peterson, you now need a 5.93. Tati, you are in the lead. Lakey needing a 5.93 with priority. So 5.53.
And probably the basis of that second turn, nice release of the tail in a pretty critical section, even though it was a medium-sized wave, doing just enough.
And also that rapid combination, you know, from one turn into the other. Lots of agility. So 11 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. And what a great heat this is. Battling it out for a spot in the final up against Caroline Marks.
Couple lines approaching. Priority sits with Lakey in the white. Needs a 5.93 Lakey. Someone.
Yeah, it looks like over on the left, having a look there. Running a little fast. We've got to be at the bottom of the tide.
Yeah.
Right
or
now.
Or close to it, huh?
Yeah, it's
definitely changed again in the last half hour from even the just 2 heats ago.
Still no wind at all.
Oh.
The only wrinkle today was the fog we had for about half an hour. And that's where Lakey earned her spot in this. There's a lot of activity out there in the ocean, not just the surfing. A lot of sea life. Seems to be a decent fishing season.
Yeah, I mean,
Ryan?
the bluefin's been really good, the tuna.
And here we
look at these peaks coming in on the south corner by that southernmost buoy. Who is this way down there?
Who is in position?
Looks
We'll
like
know. It
Tati.
is Tati on a hollow one. Flies over the section. Big wrapping cutback. And again, getting the fins loose. So much speed. Lakey Peterson behind her. Up and riding now. Big, massive backhand blowtail. Round the section, another one. Ton of spray being displaced here by both these surfers. Lakey working this all the way through to the inside, and that was a magnificent exchange.
Wow.
Fascinated to see where these scores come in, because both surfers really driving a massive amount of speed, throwing spray, and turns in critical parts of the wave. And neither of those waves would have been easy to ride. They just made it look that way.
And only less than a half a point separating their best waves. Let's go with Tati from the pier angle. Had to, you called it, kind of hollow at the start. Climbs that section. How was this turn? Just gouges, releases the fins. Snaps it right there. So she had the down the line float, big rail gouge, and then comboed it up on the inside. And then I'm anxious to see Lakey's last, as we have, I think we got Lakey up live.
This is live. Yeah, Lakey on a backhand again, staying really busy, so she'll have 2 scores to come in. And also, out the back, Tati just ejecting from that one. So we've got 2 scores.
That probably will factor in, Mark.
Yeah.
For both of the ladies, and as I said, I looked at their best waves, only 0.4. Tati's best, the 5.73. Lakey had the 5.33. This was the one. Lakey right behind. Deep bottom turn. Whoa, you called it. She blew the tail out. And a nice turn there on the little bowling against the grain left. Another hack. And again, wow. So I'm anxious to see the scores too, Mark. Really good surfing. Had to take advantage of that point, and they both did.
Yeah, tough to separate those ones. So we've got 2 scores to come in for Tati. We've got 1 score to come in for Lakey Peterson. 7.5 minutes remaining. As it stands, Tati is in the lead, and Lakey needed a 5.93, but it is quite possible and likely that those 2 waves, the left-handers, that set, produced 2 beautiful left-hand waves that will be the critical scores here with 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see how the scores come out myself. Lakey had, well, Tati's just dropped 7.5. Tatiana in the black, 7.5. And now we're getting Lakey's 7.10. Lakey, you now require a 6.14. So a pair of 7s. Tati got the edge on it. And now Lakey needs a 6.14. What a heat.
Wow. Both surfers, their first turn on those sets were really the money turns. Perhaps the difference, Tati had that big wraparound towards the end of the wave. But 7.5 to 7.1, nothing in it at all. And Lakey needing that 6.14 with 6 minutes remaining. Tati has priority. Let's hope that more of those sets are served up.
Another exchange like that.
Incredible surfing.
Some of the best surfing in small beach break we've seen, I think, in a while. So that just shows the girls have been really working on the off season, and never easy to surf low tide draining beach break, and they're making it look easy. Here we go. Look at this. Running right.
Tati has so Lakey takes this one and just running down. She'll get the open face now and just cuts out. So I thought that maybe Tati was going to use her priority, but didn't.
That was tough, huh?
Yeah, it could have been. That could have been a big risk. She clearly saw something.
Nerves of steel to let Lakey go, only needing the 6.14. If she chalks the big air reeve, she could get the score easy. Lakey, one of the best female aerialists up until this point.
4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Let's watch. She's really building board speed here on this replay. Just one of those waves where you're just stuck behind it the whole way. Gets to the open wall, decides the better of it to get out, and we've got some lines approaching. Priority with black.
And Tati in position, up and riding. Is she getting deep there?
Little cat and mouse. Lakey might have forced the hand as, look at this. Is this a good one? No, she's going to wait. Maybe a good call. Hold that priority, try and get the 6.14. 4:10, ladies. 4 minutes remaining. Lakey, you need a 6.14. This is an action-packed heat right here. One of the more exciting ones.
Yeah, this has been incredible action, and the sun is definitely out, and it is a time to put on the sunscreen. So thank you to Sunbum, our sponsors. Trust the bum, we do, when the weather's like this. And it is steamy down here. The surfing is hot, the temperature's hot, and we are heading towards the finals in 3.5 minutes. One final has been set, that is in the World Qualifying Series bracket. Caitlin Simmers up against Zoe Benedetto. And Caroline Marks will join one of these surfers in the World Championship Tour side of the bracket. And look at the scores here, some pretty big scores.
Yeah.
7.5 and a 5.73 for Tati. 7.1 and a 5.33 for Lakey Peterson. There is literally fractions of a point in this right now. A 6.14 is what Lakey Peterson needs. She has priority, 2 minutes 45.
Just needs the wave. Consistency seems to be a little bit better. And it looks like possible lines approaching with 2.5 remaining. Lakey holding on to priority, looking for the 6.14. Sitting on that southern peak. Kind of some rights and some lefts.
And that is Lakey. Will she get round the section? Blows the tail, and again. And again. Wow, this wave really lining up for her so fast. Another turn. She's looking for a 6.14.
Well, we're going to have to watch the replay because from our vantage point, it's pretty far away, and she lit that thing up. Multiple backhand hammers, 4 of them. And let's watch the replay. Commits at the 2-minute mark. Stuck behind at first, but a nice crack right there. A down the line snap. And just finishing right there. Was that a 6.14? Looks like it came in at a 5.5, not enough. You still need the 6.14 Lakey with 1 minute remaining. Is this her? Or no, that's next heat, I think. So she's paddling back. Looks like Tati moving.
Well, priority is with Tati. 48 seconds. 6.14 is needed.
And down to 35 seconds. Nothing right yet. A set on the horizon. Not sure if there's enough time. 28 seconds. Lakey looking for the 6.14.
$20 seconds. Plenty of waves ridden in this heat as well. 10 for Tati, 8 for Lakey. But it comes down to just the best two. And Tati now sitting on Lakey. 4, 3, 2, 1. And what an incredible semi-final. And so Tatiana Weston Webb will move into the final on the CT side up against Caroline Marks. It's an all goofy foot final.
And standby will be starting Katie Simmers and Zoe Benedetto shortly for the final of the QS side of the bracket.
And incredible action here at the 2020 Supergirl Surf Pro. The final is coming up. Please stay with us. Coming back with all the action.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this. Brake. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
what aloha means to me is it's the essence of life and love. And the way that I experience aloha is when I'm hanging out with my friends at the beach, surfing, diving, paddleboarding, and just living life to its fullest and loving each other along the way. That's what aloha means to me. Shoots.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by White Claw Hard Seltzer, crafted using seltzer water, 5% alcohol, and a hint of fruit flavour, and by the United States Marine Corps since 1775, winning battles for our nation and for all its people. And welcome back. We are in Oceanside and we are now in finals time. First up, it is the final, the QS final between local girl Caitlin Simmons and young Zoe Benedetto. And Ryan, it's going to be an incredible final.
We're underway. A couple minutes off the clock already. About a minute and a half as we just saw Zoe riding one down the line, had a single maneuver. So priority shifts right back to the local girl, Katie Simmers. What a great heat that last one was. Good surfing from Tati and also Lakey. I'm telling you, I'm loving what I'm seeing with Lakey on that backhand in the beach break. She's going to be a force to be reckoned with this year on tour, guaranteed. And congrats to Tati for getting the big win in the final. Going to be up against Caroline.
Yeah, that's going to be an amazing final. And Zoe Benedetto, representing the rest of the USA team, just got a 3.23. And so Katie Simmers, the youngster from Oceanside, now has priority. 35-minute final, just a couple of minutes down. And
so Team USA seemingly moving out in front a little bit again. I think they have 3 in the finals to the 1 for Team California. So in the overall team standings, Team USA
well, we've
with a
actually
slight
got,
lead, right?
Yeah, we've got Caroline and Zoe, both in the final.
Team
for
USA.
For Team USA, and Caitlin and Tati. So, yeah, so 3-1.
Yep.
3-1.
But then also we have the 2-person teams. Then we're keeping point standings moving. Who's this?
That's Katie Simmers, local girl. Oh, getting radical.
Oh, there you
on
go.
That turn. The tail was completely blown out of the back of that wave then.
Yeah, a little backside disaster slide, young Katie. She's got that skate influence style, you know? She likes skateboarding. And you can see it. Let's watch the replay. Knowing it was just going to be the 1, but look at that. Oh, that was sick.
Wow. I don't care how old you are or what gender you are. That is a good turn.
Yeah. And it looks like Pink's opener, Zoe, 3.23. And then we'll get that opener for Caitlin there.
Yeah, solid 1-turn wave, but very radical, showing a huge amount of progression. And Tati will get in position. And that looked like Zoe.
Quick one.
Down the beach, just not able to stay with the wave.
Ooh,
so,
go ahead, Mark.
So, Katie Simmers, your first wave, a 6.33. A 6.33. Zoe, your last wave, a 1.17. Therefore, right now you need a 3.11, but Katie's only had one wave, a 6.33. What a start.
And what a heat. The best young junior from the East Coast up against the best young junior from the West Coast. You couldn't ask for anything more. Here we go. Katie on the backhand. Quick snap. And hops into this oncoming section. We'll get that replay for the folks at home.
Well, even that ability just to navigate and stay on your feet when you've got a a kind of a weak left and a stronger right coming into you like that.
Yeah.
So let's have a chat with Rosie Hodge and our last finalist, Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Tatiana, always a great battle with yourself and Lakey. You've been coming up against some tough matchups. Tell me about how stacked the field is.
Yeah, it's all CT surfers, of course. I'm in the CT side of the draw, but yeah, tough competitors. I just told someone on the beach, it was like my last 2 heats were really hard. But yeah, I'm super happy with my surfing, and it's quite fun out there, so I'm stoked.
And it's also looking very familiar to the event that we had at the Surf Ranch where you came up against Lakey and then met up with Caroline in the final. Yeah, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I guess maybe just coincidence. I don't know, but I'm really happy with my surfing. My board feels great. The waves are super fun. It's a beautiful day in Oceanside. It's been glassy all day. And we're competing again, which is such a blessing. I'm just so stoked to be in New Jersey again.
Well, it's a job well done. And as we've seen the tide kind of change, the conditions have changed too. So are you going to change it up for the final?
I don't think so. I think I might keep it pretty similar to what I've been doing because it's been working.
Heck yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time and good luck in that final.
Thanks, Rosie.
But going the same way, Katie Simmers has just dropped another big score, a 6 on her second wave. So a 6.33 and then a 6 up against Zoe's 3.23 and 1.17. So with 28 minutes to go, Zoe holds priority, but she needs a 9.1.
And it might actually change because as you were talking about that, young Katie got a zippery right, waiting on the replay right now. But you want to peek in the final if you can, and let's look at this one. Deep off the bottom, nice aggressive turn through the lips, squares it up and over, and one more, and probably not going to even matter that she caught the edge and fell down the line.
Well, she is the local girl. She does know this break really well.
Yep.
But showing such maturity in her surfing and aggression. She's so laid back in interview, and she goes out there and is surfing like that.
It's, yeah, you don't want to be over flared on the beach and waste your energy, right? But she surfs, the harbor a lot, trains with John Daniels and the crew down there. She's out here at the pier, wherever it's good. But, yeah, this is her backyard, so she's got to be feeling real comfortable about that. And we're waiting on that third wave score, Mark.
Yeah, some first two waves.
Pretty big turns.
Big turns, big scores. Here she goes again, staying super busy, up and riding. There's that beautiful hack and another one. Wow, 3 in a row.
Wow.
Looking very Tom Curran-ish there.
Yeah, little John in her too, how she kind of holds her arms to the side. And the previous wave came in at a 7.00, and we're waiting on that last wave. Bit tough to see in the glare. I'm anxious for this replay. Look how good the conditions are. Beautiful hack right there. Gouging carve. Straight into that last turn, and wow. What's really cool is both of these girls were in the ISA World Junior Final surfing for Team USA last year in Huntington. I think they went second, third. So here we are again in another big, prestigious event for these young girls.
And, of course, this is California up against the rest of the USA.
Yep.
And all important. And it's looking like it's going to be another good score for Katie Simmers. Is on a dream run, a 7.77 on that last ride.
Jackpot.
Zoe is now in a combination situation requiring 2 waves to total 14.77. Just take a look at this scoreline for Katie.
Yeah.
Drops a 6.33, then does another 6, 7, and then 7.77.
Yeah, trending in the right direction, feeling the vibes. And you could tell with her personality, she almost doesn't even know what's happening, but to the the benefit of her psyche. you know, I'm just going to go out there, you know, and like I tell a lot of the kids I coach, just go do what you do every day. Don't put too much on it. You're just free surfing. You know, you rip in your free surfs with your friends. What are you thinking? You're thinking nothing. Go out there and do that. And that's kind of where she's tapped into just, I'm in my backyard, and this is just another free surf.
Yeah, super impressive. There's our sponsor wall. Nissan, of course, naming rights sponsor again. And ASA, our incredible event organisers. Thank you to everybody, Rick and the entire team at ASA who have made this happen and really, really care deeply about what this event means, not just to the sport of surfing, but for all the women who get to experience it. And up and riding now, this is Zoe. She's got to replace both her scores, and that wave is not going to help her. And we'll take a look, and Katie now.
Quick in and out.
Yeah, up and riding behind. So that's the first low-scoring ride for Katie.
You know, and now, you know, Zoe knows it's all in front of her. She has to go big. The two multiple sevens are on the board, so there's no strategy anymore. She knows she needs to step up the level, get the good set waves, and with plenty of time remaining, she can do it. She's already proven it with her surfing today. But what I'm saying is, you know, she's not going to have to claw for 4s and 5s. It's already set in stone with the pair of multiple 7s plus some. Oh, my gosh, look at these lines approaching.
Wow.
This west swell is filling in. This is that ground swell.
It's that new swell.
Look at that. So priority with white. Katie's got to throw away a 7. She's got the 7-7-7, and look at this. Is this just the dream wall right? Got to position yourself correct.
Let's see. Wow, a bomb. Up and riding, Katie. Oh, look at this. Is pulling in. And was a little bit long to come out of that, but full commitment.
When you got a couple 7s, you can pull into the closeout.
No hesitation there at all. What an incredible 18 months this young lady has had.
Both of them, really. So priority shifts to pink, Zoe. Replay.
That was a good lock-in. Probably
good vision.
Got to eat a little bit of sand there. This shallow sandbank. 22 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. And this is where Zoe will be drawing on that positive attitude that she always carries. Knowing that it's definitely not over. She has a big task ahead of her, but very capable of it. And attitude is everything at this stage.
Yeah, and, you know, good call there. You have to tap into some previous results. And I remember last year at what we're talking about where they both made the final, I was a spectator at that ISA World Junior last year in Huntington. And I remember multiple heats where Zoe was up against it and pulled it out in the, you know, the last 5 minutes with some incredible rides. So, and it's good to be able to tap into that previous results, previous good vibes you've had in heats. So she's probably thinking those good vibes right now. I've been here before. I know how to get the job done. And she alluded to having her trainer and her shaper, which is Shea Lopez, former World Tour surfer.
And absolute charger.
Oh, yeah.
Also has represented at the ISA level. And
the world team. Yep.
Coached at the ISA level. And
I think he was on that team where it was like Tom Curran, Jim Hogan, right?
Yeah.
Couple of years in like
Crazy
the
team.
09 through 012.
Yeah. Yeah, incredible surfers, he and his brother Corey, along with the Hopgoods, two of the greatest chargers at places like Chopu and Pike.
Yeah, and what's really cool is Shea's got 3 daughters, and Corey's got a daughter that's coming up, ripping. Here we go, Zoe on the backhand. Quick snap, and another one.
So that was good surfing there.
Yeah.
And she knows she's just got to chip away. Has to replace both scores. And is she looking at a board here? Is there a
board change?
That's okay.
Oh, okay.
Looked like she was checking out her fins or something. But all is good. So a couple of good crisp turns there. What she needs is 2 scores totaling at least 14.77. It's still a very low tide, but as you mentioned, it looks like the new swell's starting to push in a little bit. Katie does have the benefit of this is her local break. She knows it well.
So that score came in at a 3.6 for reference, 3.6 pink. Still looking for two major scores, though, with Katie on the 14.77.
And let's take a look here at the standings. So on the team side, it's Team US with 8 over Team California in 4. And then if you look at the individual team standings, Team Marks, Caroline, is in 6 points. Team Lakey in 4. So, and that is part of Team Caroline right there, Zoe. So, they're going to go into tomorrow in a really strong position in the team points overall, because Caroline Marks is in the final up against Tatiana Weston Webb. It is an all goofy foot final. In fact, the only other time there was an all goofy foot final was last year when Tatiana came up against Samantha Sibley.
In the whole history of the event?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it'd never been an all goofy foot final before. So here we go. We've got another one. And that is coming up in 18 minutes time. 18 minutes remaining. And it looks like Caitlin has decided that she's going to be patient. She's going to wait for something that gives her better than a 7. And taking a look at this one. Here we go. That's Zoe. Up and right. Wow, big blowtail. And again, another good turn. So.
Not sure if that second one fully complete.
She needs at least a 7 to put a dent in. Anything above a 7 is going to help.
Yeah, because if she, say, gets a 5, then she's going to need an upper 9. So the higher she can go with that first score is going to cut down on the task. You can do the math any way you want, but you're right. A wave 6.5 or better is really kind of what she's looking for. Because 14.77, she gets a 7, she's going to need a 7.78. So, but with plenty of time, just under 17 minutes. Priority does shift to white, trying to better her low of a 7.0.
It's not a bad position to be in, is it?
Yeah.
A low of a 7. It's still one of the best scores of the day.
Probably one of the highest totals. So a little lull right here. No need.
And hi everybody at home. Thanks for joining us here, whether you're watching on Twitch or live on the Supergirl Pro website or on YouTube Live or Facebook Live. This is the final. Of course, we have more surfing tomorrow with the teams event. But Ryan, it's been an incredible day of action, and we still have 15 minutes left in this heat. And then, of course, we have the final on the CT side.
Yeah, we've got Katie Simmers in the lead, surfing against Zoe Benedetto, up and riding right now. We'll call this, and she's in and out quick. And Katie's got a good lead with a pair of 7s. And then coming up next, the CT final, Caroline and Tati, surfing for points, but also the prestige of winning the individual day one, like a normal contest, but surfing for points.
Yep.
And just an incredible day from the get-go. Had the 30-minute fog delay. Gave the girls a little breather time, and just incredible conditions, incredible waves. I've been enjoying it all day working with you. Great to have Rosie down here with us doing the beach interviews. And I know it sounds like from the attitudes in the surfers. They're loving it. We're back in action. Couldn't really ask for much more.
Yeah, it's kind of that combination of back in the jersey, but without the pressure of it, of actually being maybe for points, for qualifying, but there's still plenty of prize money on the line, and pride is at stake personally and for your team.
Yeah, definitely surfing with a teammate and the bigger overall team of the 8 persons, Team USA, which is 6 Hawaiian girls and 2 Floridians, and then the Team California girls, 8 California girls, the best from the West Coast, surfing together. Team USA, a little bit of a stronger day, but with 3 rounds tomorrow and the teams competing, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, and there's been some incredible upsets today. We saw world number 1, Carissa Moore, eliminated in that first quarterfinal bracket, and then the defending Supergirl Pro champion, Samantha Sibley, also eliminated in that first round. And so we expect that there'll be plenty of these young ladies that are going to come back tomorrow and be on fire. Redemption will be part of what they're going to be seeking out here. You know that they're going to come in swinging.
Yeah, definitely. Some of these teams that got a point or maybe 0 points, they're going to be going back to the drawing board tonight, try and figure things out, show up tomorrow with a new game face. It's a new day. Hopefully the conditions, like we're praying, get a little bit taller, bigger, little combo swell in the water. It's been lovely. If it's like this, we won't complain. But hey, if it's 4 to 6 on the face, we'll be soaked.
Yeah, we might get to see some racing through the pier, as we have seen in the past when the swell gets bigger, the big lefts that tend to rush through there, or in fact some rights from the other side. But it really has been incredible condition-wise today. And the swell, other than one heat, there's been plenty of waves in each of the other heats today.
It was the high tide heat. We didn't have a surfer even ride a wave till about 12 minutes remaining out of a 30-minute heat. So, but it is what it is, you know.
Yeah, it was still got some good scores at the end of that heat. But every other heat has had plenty. Thank you to our sponsors, Paul Mitchell, of course, long-time sponsor, Nissan, Sunbum. That's great. We've got all of the Sunbun products here, and the US Air Force and the US Marines. White Claw, just a ton of amazing sponsors and supporters who make this event happen in what has definitely been a challenging year for everybody around the world. And to be able to be back and safely conducting a competition and able to bring you all the action, we certainly feel very fortunate to be able to be part of that, and thank you for joining us. And plenty more action tomorrow. We'll be up again at 8 o'clock, kicking off tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see. It looks like Zoe Gabriella team up against Lakey Katie. So just kicking it off at 8 a.m. tomorrow with a great heat.
Yeah, how's Katie? She's like in a final now. She's leading the final, and then she's first up tomorrow. So no rest for her.
Yeah, well, when you're a grommet, it's all good. Just another day at the beach in your wetsuit for like 8 hours. No, she's probably got like four wetties.
I'm sure that she'll be fully prepared and be raring to go and fired up from the fact that she made the final. And with 11 minutes to go, she is in the lead. A 7.77 and a 7.0, 2 big scores.
Looking here, Mark.
Yeah, taking a look at this ride and up and riding. Got some speed. This is Katie. Comes around, takes to the air and not able to complete it. But there was intention there. And wasn't able to get the full rotation. But it just goes to show that she knows she can do it.
Yeah, go for the nose pick, blow tail through the section. That would be sick. Looks like Zoe's moved a little bit over here. Couple lines approaching. It's definitely a bit trickier out there right now. Probably moved through the dead low. I think I'm starting to see the tide push in just a little bit on the inside.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slow push with only one heat after this.
Yeah.
Conditions won't change that much, but here's something. Let's see Zoe taking a look at this one, deciding no. There is another.
She's got priority. Pink holding priority. Still in the combination situation. A high 4 would get her out of the combo, but we talked about she's looking for, pretty decent wave in the upper good range. This is Katie.
Well, here she goes. She's got speed. What's she going to do? And again, looking for some air, but the wave not really. And there's no wind as well. That's the other thing. So the entire rotation has to be through your own force.
Yeah.
And Caroline Marks on screen there, our points leader in the team, and her teammate Zoe out in the water right now. And Caroline Marks has been smiling and ripping all day long, riding board by Matt Biolis. I've lost his Zoe up and riding. Nice backhand turn and a second. Now on the inside, has got something to work with and just cutting out. So we'll see what that score is with 8:45 to go.
Hopefully it'll get her out of the combination. It'd be nice to have her be in a one-wave situation. Always a little anticlimactic when someone needs 2 scores, but with 8:30 remaining, a little bit of time. Surf that wave well. Waiting on the score for Pink's last wave, Benedetto. Let's watch the replay. Beautiful bottom turn. Good backhand snap. And another one, actually. Looking good in the replay. Tough to see with the glare and the live action.
Yeah, three solid turns. The score has dropped, and it's a 4.23, so it has not changed the situation of needing a combination of 14.77 with 7 minutes of 45. Here's Tatiana Weston Webb, the other finalist. So, interestingly, if you look at the regional team status, it's 2 members of the same team coming up against each other. And so 2 goofy footers, Tati and Caroline Marks. It's going to be an incredible final. Some of the matchups that we're going to see tomorrow in Heat 2 of the first round tomorrow, Caroline Marks and Zoe Benedetto up against Courtney Conlog and Mia Collins. That'll be a great one. Heat 4, Carissa Moore and Vahiti Inso up against Alyssa Spencer and Samantha Sibley. That'll be a great one. Then in round 2, you've got Tatiana Weston Webb and Brianna Cope up against Lakey Peterson and Caitlin Simmers. A strong one. Courtney Conlog team up against Carissa Moore in Heat 4. And then in round 3, Team Caroline up against Team Lakey, Team Tati up against Team Alyssa, Team Zoe up against Team Courtney, and Sage up against Team Carissa. So that's going to be a lot of fun and some fierce rivalries that have existed for a long time here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
And with the 4 lady heat, it's going to be a lot more action tomorrow. So 3 rounds of 4 heats and plus the 2 adaptive heats, which is going to be incredible also. Can't wait to watch those adaptive surfers competing tomorrow. But yeah, it's going to be fun, more like a QS with the team format.
Yeah, and the nice thing is that the banks are showing that there has, throughout different times of today, we've had two different banks. And so we believe that there's going to be plenty of waves.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to spread out and decide how they're going to approach it.
Be able to take advantage of the lineup too, having a teammate out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe ride a wave that you wouldn't normally in surfing your own heat, trying to build points for the team.
Or block and give your team member a good wave if you've already got 2 good waves under your belt.
Actually, I should know, but are we keeping 2 scores per surfer, or is it 1 score per surfer in the
2.
format?
It'll still be 2 scores.
So it'll be
surfer.
4 scores per each 2-member team.
Yep.
Got ya.
Yeah. So 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes.
And I like that. That means 2. You got the half hour. You want 2 of your scores to count, and they will. So we'll total 4 scores.
It is going to be Very entertaining, as is this next final coming up.
Yeah.
So far, with less than 5 minutes, that's Tati there, all smiles, and a Supergirl Pro champion. And she would love to win another one of those Supergirl capes.
Yay!
And just great to see the vibe down here. The crowd, obviously, is much smaller. We're not allowing any crowd inside of the contest venue to maintain separation under COVID regulations.
But a lot of people hanging out, just enjoying the beach day. Hope you guys are all enjoying your day, watching the action if you're down there. A lot of people spreading out and social distancing, so that's good. Here we go. Zoe on that south end, a little inside left. And with 3:50 remaining, and still looking for the combo. It's going to get tougher and tougher as the time ticks away.
Yeah, she's probably got time enough to get out for one more wave.
Ooh, and what a battle we have coming up next. I mean, Tati versus Caroline. Anytime I'm watching a tour event and they come up against each other, I'm like, oh, it's on.
Yeah, it's so on. And all smiles on the beach, and then they get into the water.
Yeah,
and look out. Fireworks.
You can tell both of those girls do not like losing. I mean, no one does. Some people show it better than others. I know I never did. I was like the worst. They're paddling out next to each other. A little. Is it sportsmanship or gamesmanship?
Yeah,
They're talking to each other. You never know, right?
Having a good chat. I mean, the reality is they're both on Team Rest of the USA.
Okay, so yeah, I know.
So they're probably saying, well, hey, we've
Either
at
way,
least there's no Californians in this final.
Yeah.
And so they've got the regional points, totally dedicated across to the rest of the USA team, but there is still the individual team points. Caitlin, you have priority. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and those two big scores, the 7-7-7 and the 7-0, is
in just a blink of the eye, too. Wasn't it back-to-back set wave rights in the middle peak? So, you know, Zoe has been sticking to the far bar on the south end. Katie's been surfing that middle peak where that right comes in when that west swell fills in. So they both stuck to their game plan, which is smart because you don't want to change, like we heard the one interview. I think it was Tati when Rosie asked her, what are you going to do? Are you going to change anything? And no, you don't want to change things when you're making heats in an event if it's working.
Yeah, and it's clearly been working for her. The interesting thing in this final is that Katie, every wave that she took off on those first four waves counted. Every wave improved her situation. She, you know, it's at 6.33 and then the 6 and then the 7 and then the 7.77. So, and that all happened in like the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So, and that left Zoe chasing for this entire heat. 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. And Caroline Marks and Tatiana Weston Webb are in the lineup. 1 minute to go.
But wow, what a run Zoe has had, taking out Tia in round one, Vahiti in the semis, and now up against Katie. So the experience of the pressure, just making all of these girls stronger, these younger girls.
Yeah.
The CT girls, they've been there, done that. The veterans, they know how to handle all of the pressure. And down to 25 seconds, so it looks like it's going to be Katie Simmers on Team California. So that's going to help Team California a little bit since they were a few points behind going into this QS final. We'll count it down in 10 seconds. And again, 4, 3, 2, 1. So let's hear it for your champion of the QS side of the bracket, Katie Simmers. And great surfing from Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah, and what a fantastic win for the local girl at her home break to take the final here on day one. Of course, there's another day of competition tomorrow. She gets to surf 3 more times. And we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, the World Tour final of today with Tati and Caroline Marks.
When we founded Paul Mitchell nearly 40 years ago, people would ask, John Paul, why do you want to make hair care products? I tell them, I don't. I want to make super hair care products, but it's more than that. It's hair color that makes you feel like $1,000,000 and passionate people doing what they love. It's giving back, treating the planet kindly, and supporting the professional hairdresser. To me, it's not just about hair care. It's creating something beautiful for all of us.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by Paul Mitchell Professional Salon Products, a pioneer in cruelty-free hair care since 1980. And by Islands Restaurants, proud sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro. And to find a location near you, visit islandrestaurants.com.
All right, well, we're underway.
Welcome back, and we are underway with the Championship Tour side of the bracket, and it is the final. And what a final it is. In the pink, Caroline Marks of Florida and Tatiana Weston Webb from Hawaii. They are both on the team of Rest of USA against California, but now they are matched up against each other, gunning for points for their own 2-person team. And Ryan, we know as soon as the waves hit, there's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of the best girls on the World Tour. What do we got? Caroline, what was she ranked 2nd? Tati was 6th or 7th. Number 6 last year, the 2016. Caroline had a quick one, backside hook. And just the one time there for Caroline. Tati won the Supergirl in 2015, and we talked about it. She will surf for Brazil in the Olympics. A lot of the athletes have the dual passport, so surfing for their second home nation. Growing up in Kauai.
And a beautiful place to grow up.
Oh, yeah.
And she gets to represent Brazil courtesy of her mother, who was a Brazilian professional bodyboarder.
And then for the USA, it's going to be Caroline in the water and Carissa, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So this is almost like this. And
this
it
could be.
Yeah, the conditions
similar
in Japan could be similar to this, yeah.
Yeah.
This might be a practice run for the Olympic final.
A little foreshadow. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Stranger things have happened.
Well, isn't that weird? The surf ranch, was this the final of the ranch? I think that's what they were talking about. Because I know Tati won, right?
Yeah. It was Tati.
Felipe, and it was
Felipe,
a teams event.
And
I don't remember
Kanoa. And Yeah, we'll have to check. I think you might be right. Yeah. So,
Anyway.
but both did.
They're
surf
both on
against it.
fire
Yeah.
lately.
Yeah, Rumble at the Jungle. They put in an incredible performance.
They're both on Magic surfboards. We kind of alluded to how good it is to have a board. Caroline talking about this board. Tati has referenced it 3 or 4 times that Marcio Sharp Eye has made her this board right quick before the event, and here she is in the final. So Marcio took some time off fishing. He loves getting out there on his Parker. Here we go, up the beach.
All right, there's definitely something here.
Someone's going, huh?
Up and riding on the inside. Big first turn. And again, that was Tati.
Not an easy wave to surf. Do you see how it cupped out? She had to hold the edge up.
Yeah.
Really good negotiation there from Tati.
Incredible speed as well. It looked like Tati decided, I'm going to go down, I'm going to look for a left.
Yeah.
While Caroline Marks has really been using her trademark backhand, so was positioned for a right. So that paid off for Tati then.
Let's watch it from the front view. Nice wedgy left. You see airdrops down, and whoa, fin drift, so that'll score. Tati. Pretty solid. Judges deliberating right now. No score yet. Caroline opened up with that 2.5. And we are in the WCT final. Caroline Marks out there in the pink jersey up against Tatiana Weston Webb in the black jersey, waiting on that opening score from Tati.
And 35-minute final, so we're coming up to 28 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Certainly a lot of time, and let's have a look here. It might be another quick wave here for Tati, and in and out.
Still waiting on that opener. Ooh. Initial signs look good.
Well, full committed rail turns.
Yeah.
And then getting loose on the last turn.
Yeah, even airdropped. I didn't notice it in real time, but when we caught the replay, you can really break it down. Like in the lip and then airdropping and having to hold the nose up so you don't pearl. And then even getting the fin drift on the second section.
And the score has come in. It's a 7.17. A 7.17 for Tatiana Weston Webb. So a big first score.
Solid opener. She's going to move over here closer to the pier looking at these rights. Hunt down a second score. Here we go. And
that one definitely won't go into the score line, although she's just staying busy. She's got 2, there'll be low scoring waves. And Caroline Marks holding priority, being a little more patient. So it looks like that's the approach for Tati. Stay busy.
Well, and seeing what Katie did in the QS final that just ended, she had 5 waves early and 2 of them counted.
Yeah, and it was the first 4 were her top scores overall. I think that if a heat score was based upon your best 4 waves,
like
Katie Simmers would have the best score of the entire day.
I think so.
Just
she had the 6, a 6.33, a 7, and a 7.77. 14 plus 12, 20, 27 and change maybe. Yeah, solid. Isn't it funny to think back in the early days and beginning of professional surfing? Wasn't it 4 waves and then they went to 3? That's when I started in the 90s, and then they cut it to 2. I think in about 99 or 2000 we went to 2 waves because they wanted it to be more on the surfing rather than, instead of someone getting 3 5.5s and winning, they wanted someone with 2 8s. And I think we've seen the level jump because of it.
Yeah, it's definitely a good move. Although Shane Beshan did get that famous 3 10-pointers at Burley Heads back in the day.
You know what's really cool is, I'll get back to that.
So, Rosie, over to you. You've got a report for us on the surf. So we'll get back to Rosie. We just had a little bit of audio as we look out and see Tatiana on a left. Oh, the back foot just slipped off again. Staying super busy. She's got a 7.17 and a 0.5 in her scoreline. Caroline, you need a 5.18 to move into the lead. You have a 2.5 in the scoreline, so
as we get Rosie set up for a little report from down on the sand. Yeah, I was in Margaret's in, I think 98, staying with Adam Rapolgel, Chris Gallagher, and Chris Struther there in Preveley Park, and Gally had his handheld, and he had the Beshin 310s from Kira. I was able to watch it. It was incredible, and a lot of people don't know, his fourth wave was a 12. Like, it was even better, Fuely. So he literally, but it was only top 3, so
yeah, I got counted.
Anyway.
Yeah, and the waves were just amazing, and it's interesting. That's a long time ago, but people always remember those moments, you know, when everything comes together, when the performance is high, and when the surf is amazing. And that's one of the great things about the sport, the memories it creates. Okay, up and riding. Tati staying super busy. Backhand jam, another one. And she is looking to replace a 2.5.
Yeah, and maybe did.
Yeah. Caroline, you need a 7.18. A 7.18. You've still got 24 minutes.
Yeah, isn't that true? Any contest like the one 4 years ago, Chopu, when it was unbelievable, like 8 to 10 foot, crystal blue water, right? I mean, you remember those events when there's epic waves. As surfers, I can just think of waves over the years of events where it was epic. J-Bay almost every year, right?
The amazing thing now is like we're having here, you can watch in various platforms, you can watch online, so many ways to do it, and we get to have live interviews straight away, and Rosie is with the winner of the first final today.
An impressive performance from Katie. If we look at the heat totals, you are by far the most consistent surfer throughout the day. Taking out that final, you got to be pretty wrapped with your performance.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my performances. I don't know. I guess I just got the right waves.
Well, I mean, you're super humble because your performance while surfing them was incredible. But looking into finals day, I mean, how important is to carry this momentum into tomorrow?
Yeah, hopefully I think it might be a little bigger tomorrow, so hopefully it'll still be peaky and fun, so then I could get a couple good ones.
Well, I heard in the free surfs you're getting a couple barrels. Is that something that could be on offer tomorrow?
I don't know, maybe, but hopefully, because that would be really fun to get a barrel in a heat, but I don't know.
Well, Katie, thank you for your time and well done today.
Thank you.
Surfer, and we get to see her surf 3 more times tomorrow.
Can't wait.
Now, we do have some more waves have come in. Tatiana Weston Webb, a 3.43. So now Caroline Marks needs an 8.1.
All right, and this was what happened for that score while we were on that interview with soft-spoken Katie Simmers.
Yeah, it was really just one turn, but it did extend her lead. So her second score is only a 3.43, so lots of room for Tati to improve her scoreline. And meanwhile, Caroline Marks with priority, being very patient, just waiting for the ocean to serve her up what she is looking for. And well done, Katie. Champion effort there. And we're looking forward to seeing you surfing again tomorrow. Wow, some waves coming through closer to the pier now. A few right-handers. And we've got 21 minutes remaining.
Not often Caroline sits this long without finding waves, but it is tricky out there. It's changed, and the surfers have moved almost hundreds of yards from where they started the heat.
Yeah, it's definitely very shifty. The tide hasn't really come up a lot.
No. We were hoping that we were going to get the push and it moved up a foot, but it didn't.
But at least we've got no wind, which keeps the conditions really nice. And And a new swell looking to fill in tonight, as Caitlin Simmons mentioned in the interview. Hopefully it's a little bit bigger, but it maintains the shape.
Yeah, good call from the local. Maybe she knows something. She's been checking the charts. I'm just wondering where her heart rate sits. Probably about 40 per minute.
Yeah, she's laconic. It'd be a good description. Super, super chill.
Yeah, and that works for surfing because you know when your heart rate gets up from the excitement, you can't perform. So that chill mentality keeps her in the zone. Little pier bowl right. Here we go.
Surface taking a look at this. And just under 20 minutes remaining.
And, well, Caroline has priority. Who's this?
It looks like Tati again. And a big turn there. And again, it's the speed of these turns, just putting them together.
And that's the ability on that compact bottom turn, how she just coiled up off the bottom and hammered that first section. Really making advantage. That wave was tiny, and she lit it up. She's probably throwing away that 3-4-3.
That's really showing the fitness level.
Yeah.
The strength and the flexibility all coming together.
Yeah, what we talked about earlier, huh? You want to have all of it. The cardio, the strength, and the elasticity. Look at that turn right there. And just not much space. Clacks the lip again. Wrapping right there. Wow, good surfing. Still waiting on the score, Tati. Trying to throw away the 3-4-3. Looks like Caroline having
She's
a look.
paddling, having a look at this,
Ooh.
and doesn't get it. And
well, it sounds like...
Well, and priority just shifted. So priority now with Tati, and she's up and riding. Ooh!
Handed it right back.
Wow, that wave the wave just bottomed out. Luckily.
So that little left came in at a 5.0. Well, she was duck diving. Last of black, 5.0, extending the lead. Caroline in priority. You now require a 9.67 with 17.45. So the good thing for Caroline, lots of time. 17 minutes 40.
And while we're in a lull here, let's go down to Rosie on the beach.
Yeah, guys, well, just want to touch on how fun the conditions have been throughout the day. The performances from the women have obviously been mental. Obviously, right now, it's a little bit tricky with that drained out tide. I think we're going to see the bottom of it just as this final finishes. But the good news is tomorrow we have so much to look forward to. The conditions are looking to improve. We're going to have, that combo and the ground swell filling in throughout the day. So, we've had a banger day today, but a lot more to look forward to tomorrow.
Thank you very much, and we're looking forward to all of these surfers being on fire tomorrow as they surf their teams. As we can see Tati racing over the top, big fast slash. Her speed of surfing during this event is just, you can see that it's elevated from last year, and clearly has a great board as well. And that is fantastic news that the new swell is going to come in overnight. And be fantastic if we get here down tomorrow and it's 4 to 5 feet. And these sort of conditions, we'll wait to see.
So it looks like that score drops in real quick. 4.4 does not replace the 5.0. Still in the lead, Tati. Looking to replace that 5. Caroline, you need a 9.67 or 2 good scores in the next 16 minutes.
Wow, it's really coming down to the money end here, and Caroline just she was waiting patiently. She hasn't been served up the waves, but Tati's been prowling a little bit more, just keeping busy, just really taking off on any wave that looks like it's got any sense of promise and turning those waves into scores.
Yeah, Caroline's playing the patient game, but she hasn't really even looked at any good waves, to be honest. Nothing has really come her way. So is the tide going to shift in her favor in the back half of the heat? She's hoping. But yeah, you're right. Tati is clamping down and just attacking. And we're going to go down to Tati's camp. How you guys feeling down there? You're on live right now. Tati's in the lead. Well, they're smiling, but they've got their
we can't see
their
the
masks
smiles.
on. Good.
Yeah, their hand signals are indicating that they're cautiously happy right now.
Pretty big airdrop floater.
Yeah, that was. Of course, when you're up against Caroline Marks, you never want to count the win until you've actually got it in the bag.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think CJ did it, one of the first to pull out of a combo in 5 minutes. I remember back in the day when he was on tour, and then I watched Slater do it to my good friend. I hate to bring it up, but Timmy Reyes was beating Slater at pipe in the 08 Masters, and Kelly got the 9-8 left straight back out. Mad Dog Timmy went right, got a 10. So it can be done, and Caroline is someone that could do that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's has all of the skill and all of the fitness to be able to back up, and it looks like she might now be in position for something interesting here. Caroline Marks up and riding from Florida. Nice turn, throwing some spray, and again, there's a quick succession and a third turn.
Wow.
Okay, now we are having some action, and that definitely looked comparable to some of Tati's waves.
Yeah, good call there. Really good aggressive first turn. Was able to fit in that second, staying in the low part, the double up, and finishing on that oncoming whitewater. Anxious to watch this replay. Caroline with 13:15 remaining. Here we go. Really good bottom turn. Oh, yeah. Fin drift, rail gouge, straight hammer there. And wise to not try and fit two more, just one more. Looked real clean. Waiting on the score. Wow, only her second wave ridden. Waiting on the score. This will change the whole scenario.
Well, it's certainly going to improve her position. And powerful surfing there, but also very fast. Okay. And up again, riding.
Oh,
good blast there.
Yeah. Quick fin drift snap down the line to the finish. Combo it up with whatever her last wave was. And wow.
Well, I think the judges liked it. We got to wait and see. Let's take another look here of that last ride.
Yeah. Quick little tap and a good fin drift. So
it's probably going to be better than a 2.5. So in quick succession, literally within a couple of minutes, it looks like she is going to replace the wave that she sat on for nearly 20 minutes. And we'll wait to see what that comes in. She's needing a combination of more than 12.17. Tatiana with a 7.17 and a 5.
Oh, wow. Both scores dropping in right now, Mark. And there it is, an 8.17 and then a 4.5. And just like that, Caroline Marks is in the lead. Priority with Black. Tati, you now require a 5.51. Flips the script in two quick waves. Caroline, wow.
Just back to back.
Oh, my.
Just like that.
Well, you called it. Never count her out. And now 11 minutes. Tati looking for the 5.51, so where she was smooth sailing, a little bit rough waters, got to answer back.
Yeah, that was that 8.17. It was just the full commitment in those turns. Huge spray.
Yeah.
Lots of power and speed. And let's take a look at the current standings. Team California behind Team US, and then in the individual team standings, Team Caroline and Team Lakey tied on 6 points. So
if Tati gets the win, do they go to 7 and would be the leaders, I think, right? 3 to the team.
Yeah.
And then 1 to the overall team. 3 to the two-person team. Yeah. 3 for the final for the 2. So it's 6 to 6, Team Lakey, Team Caroline. But if Tati can get the win and steal this from Caroline, because Caroline just didn't win into the lead, but then on that flip side, if Caroline wins, they're at 9 with a 3-point lead over the second-place team. Wow. Lots of things unfolding here.
Going into tomorrow with a big lead if that's the case. So Lakey has 7 points. Team Lakey is in the lead, of course. Caroline is currently 6 points, but Team Lakey has the benefit of Katie Simmer's final win.
Oh yeah, we didn't have that in there, I think. So
that's been added in.
Okay.
So that is now the lead. 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority with Tatiana Weston Webb. Let's take a look here. Who is in position?
Is this Tati?
Yes.
Or is that?
That's Caroline, I think. There's a lot of glare, that is. It's Caroline Marks, 2 big turns. Now going on to the inside, and again, she's on a roll right now. Her low score is a 4.5. That wave lined up really nicely.
Yeah, I mean, is she going to better that 4.5 on that last one? Stand by for the replay. Sorry, they switched positions on us. Here we go. Pink rolling in from the pier angle. Deep bottom turn. Oh, and beautiful gouge. See how she cut it short to be able to get up into that second section? Instead of drifting the fins, you would have lost the momentum. And then grind to get to the finish. And waiting on the score. Still yet to drop for Caroline.
Wow.
Woo-wee.
This is incredible surfing here in the final on the CT side of the bracket. 8 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Really, either of these surfers.
Well, Tati still has the 717 saving grace for her. Right now, scores dropping in for Caroline. She's going to throw away the 4.5 with a pretty good number. Just one more judge. Got to lock it in. 7:40 remaining. Priority is with Tati Mark.
And there it is. It's a 6. Caroline Marks adds a 6. And now, Tatiana, you need a 7.01 with 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. A 7.01. So an 8.17 and a 6 for Caroline Marks. And it just got completely reversed in just 3 waves.
Wow. What an incredible final. Almost fell asleep there midway through because Caroline had nothing. And then all of a sudden, 8.17, 4.5, and then a 6. And now Tati looking for the 7.01.
Yeah, she went from 2.5 to 14.17 in less than 10 minutes. And now it looks like she might be in position for a right-hander.
Ooh.
And she's having a look, up and riding. On a backhand, quick turn. Won't get round the section.
Ooh. Good quick snap, though.
Yeah. And these surfers just staying in their own zones.
Number 2 in the world, right?
Yeah.
So
Caroline Marks, number 2. Number 7, Tatiana. And, wow, I'm really looking forward to. I hope that the tour starts in Hawaii later this year as planned, because the way that we've seen these World Tour surfers performing today, to see them at a beautiful big right-hand point break.
And, you know, every year the girls get to surf the event there. They're going to feel a little more comfortable. Pretty heavy wave. Let's be real. It was gnarly last year. There was some heavy sections, and they were charging. But I think every year that the girls get some jerseys, some reps out there, they're going to be attacking that inside bowl more. We're going to see a lot more barrels. We're going to see really good surfing. I hope they start this year.
Yeah, it's one of those waves that it looks really pretty from the cliff when you're looking down on it, and then when you see the angle looking into the barrel and the drops and just how heavy it is, especially when it was as big as it was last year.
Yeah, it was solid.
It's a testing ground, that's for sure. 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Priority with surfer in black, Tati. You need a 7.01. Caroline Marks, your low score is a 6. 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining.
What an incredible first day. Thanks to all the teams.
Yeah, all of the crew that's working down there, the judges, of course, and
camera guys.
Yeah, who are down there. You know, I guess one of the benefits of the COVID era is that at least you're wearing some face coverings, or some sunbum, or both in our case.
Yeah.
4.5 minutes, and thanks to the locals who came out to watch, but have also been really sensible in their social distancing.
Yeah.
It's really greatly appreciated.
Yeah, we want to move forward, right? We don't want to go back.
And even just so that, you know, cities like Oceanside can continue to support. Okay, up and riding. Wow, some speed here. Takes to the air, and it was Caroline again. Not able to get the completion, but halfway through the rotation on her backhand.
3 minutes 40. Priority with Tati in the black, looking for the 7.01. Nice to see maybe one last set for the ladies. Give them each an opportunity.
Yeah, you always like to see a final come down to the last few moments.
You know, for Caroline, it can't go quicker. For Tati, it's going too quick, right?
Well, it's not dissimilar to the final last year, where Tati led through pretty much right the way beyond halfway mark, and then all of a sudden Samantha Sibley found an 8.
Yeah.
And in this case, Caroline Marks found an 8.17.
Yeah.
And so Tati's been here before, so she's not going to panic. She's just going to look for the wave that she believes is going to give her better than a 7.01. 2:45 to go. And if you want to check out any replays, then streaming on the, you can find it on the WSL, the World Surf League site, or the Surfer Girl Pro site. Twitch also has replay capabilities, and it will also be on YouTube. So plenty more action to come tomorrow, but you can look back at the action from today anytime that you like. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. Thanks again to Nissan, who with their exciting and fuel-efficient lineup make it an even easier choice. To check out their great offers online at nissanusa.com. And if you are up for the challenge and you think you have what it takes, to those of you who want to fight and win battles every day on or out of the surf, then show the Marines your fighting spirit and learn more at marines.com. And don't forget, if you've been down here today, to post about the event and to tag us at Supergirl Pro and use Nissan Supergirl Pro as the hashtag.
1 minute, Fuely. 1 minute remaining, ladies. Tati holding priority, needs a 7.01. Or it's going to be Caroline with the comeback. And 40 seconds. Is this something? Will it get here in time? Couple lines stretching out. I think Tati pushing south. 25 seconds. Not going to be that wave. Is there anything else behind? 15 seconds. Let's count it out. 10 seconds. And 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Wow. And what a final that was. For most of it, it looked like Tatiana Weston-Webb had run away with it with some incredible surfing and some big scores, including a 7.17. And then with less than half of the heat to go, Caroline Marks came blazing back and added an 8.17 and a 6 and scores maximum points for her team moving into tomorrow's team rounds. And we look forward to having a chat with Caroline. So when we come back, we'll be talking to our champion. Please stay with us. We're here at the 2020 Supergirl Pro from Oceanside.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
White Claw Hard Seltzer. A wave of refreshment.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is being brought to you by the US Air Force, inspiring heroes to aim high since 1947. And by Beach Break Cafe. Great food, great friends, great service. And welcome back. There we see maximum points scored by Caroline Marks from Florida, representing the rest of the US team against Californian team. An incredible surfing and down to the wire competition. And Ryan, that was an amazing heat.
It really was. I thought it was Tati. It kind of mimicked the Katie Zoe heat where Katie was in rhythm, had the big scores. Zoe did everything she could do out there to try and claw her way back in, and it just didn't pan out for her. And then Tati did the same thing in the CT final. She ran away with the start, had the early 7, and then I think a 5, putting pressure on Caroline. Caroline didn't even really get that first wave till about 13 minutes remaining, and then it was 2 quick waves in succession, took the lead, and then the conditions changed again. And that's what happens at low tide California, you know, on the beach break.
Yeah, incredible performance. But let's look at the current standings following that. And so, Team California is on 5 points behind the US team, which is on 9. So they're going into the team event tomorrow. It's Team US who are ahead. But look at the scoreline here. Team Caroline Marks, Zoe Benedetto, who also made the final, coming second, 9 points. And behind them, you've got Team Lakey, Katie Simmers, who won that final, Lakey Peterson, who was eliminated in the semis, 7 points. And then it's a long way back to Team Tati, Tati and Brianna Cope with 4 points. So there we see the battles really right now for the points. Team Caroline up against Team Lakey, and I think we're going to get to see them match up tomorrow.
Yeah, and then the teams event tomorrow with a lot of points on the line. So, yes, they've got the early lead, but you don't want to rest on your laurels.
Yeah, coming up tomorrow, we'll be underway here at 8 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow, and it's a team versus team. There's 3 rounds, and each round there's 2 points for the winner for the region and the team, and 4 points in round 3. So it's going to be a very exciting day, and we're going to see redemption, I expect, on the part of some, because we saw some incredible upsets today as well.
Yeah, I mean, and girls surfing insane, losing, not even getting points. So they're going to be fired up to come in tomorrow and try and win some points for the 8-person team and also the 2-person teams,
and
which will be crowning the champion. Sorry, Mark.
Caroline there making her way over to Rosie to give our final interview for today. And but what an incredible day of competition it's been. Thank you very much for joining us. And we'll duck down here so you can see us in the sun. You can see it's like blazing, beautiful sunlight here. But it really has been an incredible day. And Ryan, I think that we have seen quite a significant uptick in high performance surfing by the women in small waves.
Yeah, so in the off time, this last 6 or 7 months, they've done the work. They've got the right equipment. They've put in all the work they need to perform in this tough beach break conditions. And I thought, I agree with you. The level is at a new pace.
In particular, as we saw
tomorrow.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be exciting. And right now, let's go down to the beach for our final interview for today with Rosie Hodge and the winner of our CT bracket, Caroline Marks.
Well, saving the best for last, Caroline Marks, the comeback trail. I mean, Tatiana, you needed over a 9. Tell me about how you swung that heat.
Yeah, I was definitely getting frustrated. Tati started off really nice. I took off on a closeout, definitely not ideal. And then for about 15 minutes, a wave did just not. I swear I had like wave repellent on me. I could not buy a wave out there. And then, but I was like, no worries. Like, you can turn around, especially in a beach break, really quickly. And yeah, I just finally a couple waves came to me, and I knew how to surf them really well. I think I was a little bit angry, so I was like, I'm just going to take it on the wave, and then it worked out, so I was pretty stoked.
Well, wave repellent, that doesn't happen to you often. But just tell me about moving position, too. It seemed like you kind of adjusted the strategy.
For sure. The tide seemed to drop out so much. It's crazy within, like, a difference of 35 minutes. The final before us looked like it had a few fun waves, and then the peak completely shifted, so that's the thing about surfing. You got to be good at adapting. So, yeah, I just tried to go wherever I thought the waves would be good and follow my instinct, and it worked out, so pretty stoked.
You've been very consistent in this event. You've got a couple thirds, seconds. How good does it feel to be going into finals day with that lead?
For sure, it feels so good. Yeah, I think I was just telling you, but I've gotten so close to winning here so many times, so coming on top feels really nice. Yeah.
Awesome, Caroline. Well, great surfing. Can't wait to see what tomorrow holds. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Rosie and Team Caroline goes into tomorrow with maximum points, 9 points, so they are taking in the team lead. And Ryan, I think tomorrow we're going to see a new level of intensity as the teams start surfing together.
Yeah, definitely, with 2 teams surfing in the water, 4 ladies out there at a time, and a lot of points on offer. We could see shuffling. They've got an early lead, 9 to 7 to 4, the top 3 teams, but anything can happen tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day. So today, local youngster and North American junior number 1, Katie Simmers, takes out the QS final, and world number 2, Caroline Marks, takes out the CT final. Tomorrow, a new swell and a new format. I'm Mark Fuel. On behalf of Ryan Simmons and Rosie Hodge, thanks for joining us today, and we will see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for the 2020 Supergirl Surf Pro from Oceanside in California. We'll see you then.